The following program is for adult audiences only.
It's been hard in America. It's been tough, feeling sad. It's been hard in America. I never thought it'd get so bad. I wish that I had a big jet plane, fly the tears away. Maybe I'd find a river so wide and drift away all of the pain. But it seems there's more to do. There's more to love we've yet to find. It's true, we may stumble through, but all we have is precious time. It's hard to see in America, the sand thrown in your eyes. It's hard to speak in America, when every word creates divide. But it seems that we're all the same. We all need love and hope, a little grace. And yeah, it's true, it's so hard to do, to find it all right here in this place. It's hard to rest in America, the weight upon your chest. It's hard to stay here in America when it feels like there's nothing left. There's a reason why we don't give up. There's a future here, my Lord, I pray. And yeah, it's true, if we can make it through all this, we might be better off one day. Find the light in America, in its hollow ancient eyes. Try to smile in America, 'cause it matters every time.
my way down memory lane. You and me long time ago. And we were teens with tremendous dreams, always playing king and queen. We had set our minds to leave, face the world on wheels, cross the borders of Morocco, take a journey to Dubai, fight the pirates stuck in Disneyland Paris, take a swim in salty water, drinking stars and always sun, and then we cross America. Looking back about 20 years or so, when I close my eyes I see how we all were tripping with beliefs. Ooh, and our hearts were young and free. We had set our minds to leave, face the world on wheels, cross the borders of Morocco, take a journey to Dubai, fight the pirates stuck in Disneyland Paris, take a swim in salty water, drinking stars and holy sun, and then we cross America. Cross the borders of Morocco, take a journey to Dubai, fight the pirates stuck in Disneyland Paris, then we cross America. Swim in salty water, drinking stars and holy sun, and then we cross America. We had set our minds to leave, face the world on wheels, cross the borders of Morocco, take a journey to Dubai, fight the pirates stuck in Disneyland Paris, take a swim in salty water to this crazy melody. Oh, and then we cross America.
Say something meaningful, say something I don't know. I wanna know you better. The way that you talk to me, the way that you make me feel, I don't know if you're real. I wanna put you in that spotlight, looking at you all night. Put you in that spotlight. Oh, you make me feel right. Wanna look at you all night. Put you in that spotlight. Oh, you know you're beautiful. You know you're beautiful. And it's like you're untouchable. Like you're untouchable. Don't you know? You know you're beautiful. You know you're beautiful. I'll sing until my lungs give out. You're beautiful. Gone crazy. Oh, I just want you now.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, with FDA and everything, we would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but we'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through.
You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape. And Kenny will be here with us shortly. He's having some technical difficulties on his side. Not sure if he got himself a bug on his computer, but it crashed. OBS wasn't working. It wasn't connecting with everything else. So we'll move the TV off the way and get started for today. And he'll join us once he gets everything situated and fixed up over there. I guess he's doing a system restore. And he'll try and connect up with us later. But I hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. Today's episode is dedicated to, obviously, it's election day. So I want to make sure that, you know, I'm sure you've heard this more this election cycle than any other in the past. Go vote. I voted. Lots of people in the chat have already said that they voted. They actually had stickers for us. I was so happy. Last time I went actually there to vote, they didn't have any stickers. I'm like, all right, well, you know, I know I did my civic duty. Now make sure you guys do your civic duty and put your vote in. It is the epitome of free speech for you to be able to cast a ballot and pick which leader you want to have for the upcoming election cycle. And thank goodness Orphan Annie was there to save us, because tomorrow, it's only a day away. And all of these crazy campaign commercials are going to be gone. Thank goodness. And then we'll be stuck watching pharmaceutical commercials for the latest, greatest pill to prevent, I don't know, anal leakage. God only knows what. They have pills for everything nowadays. What they don't have is a cure for things. Or heaven forbid we actually, I don't know, prevent people from getting sick in the first place? Maybe prevent harm from damaging their body to the point where now we need to treat it with pharmaceutical products, or heaven forbid surgery? Wow, what a thought. What a concept. Wonder why nobody bothered to pursue something like that. It just seems so obvious. I don't know. Kind of like my beautiful Voopoo Drag 4 soldering iron. Oh, have you guys seen this latest, greatest soldering iron? It's fantastic. And the software inside of here automatically recognizes the correct resistance and sets it at 10 watts, and you can use it as a soldering iron. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they can't prohibit soldering irons. We will always have these things that are disposable. And if you have somebody that lives in the country that has ridiculous laws and, well, their mod is all busted up, you feel bad for them, and you got a dozen of them laying around, you want to, help the brother out or help a sister out, well, let me tell you, you can jump on Amazon and you can buy these soldering iron tips. I think of this 3-pack cost me like, I don't know, 15, 18 bucks, something like that. Beautiful 510 connection on there. And you can legally put this onto your product that you have to help a brother out. And once you put this in the package, now on the customs form, you can legally and truthfully tell them you're sending a brother a soldering iron for their hobby of electronics and repairing the technology that they have in their home. A beautiful functioning soldering iron. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? Look, beautiful Voopoo screen. Automatically sets it at 10 watts. I could, sit there and fire it, and it's going to get hot. Don't burn yourself. Be careful. This stays hot for a long time, as soldering irons do. Piece of cake. Job done. How did that prohibition work for him? Did it really stop anything? I don't think so. And I resurrected an old beauty. Used to be my all-day vape for the longest time. That's the Aspire Odan. With the beautiful, blue screen's trying to cut it out. Hold on, let's get out of here. Look at that. This is the only time I used a straight glass. Now, it doesn't look like a straight glass. It looks like a bubble glass. But that's because of the facets that they carved into the glass. Okay? But inside of there, this is the straight glass. Now, the bubble glass, ironically enough, flares out on the top and flares out on the bottom and is straight on the sides. So it's opposite. But, I remember why this ended up getting put on the shelf. You got to fill this thing up like 15, 20 times a day because it only holds like 3 or 4 mils of juice. Whereas the other one, the straight-sided bubble glass, that holds more like 7 or 8 mils. But it works fantastic. Pulled out an old set of stock coils. I forgot how the simplicity of having stock coils sometimes is just so much nicer than having to fiddle fart every week, clean your coils, tear it down, dry burn them, new cotton. This one, the original Voopoo tank, I ran out of PMP coils. I know I got another box of them here somewhere, but I don't know where. So I resurrected this thing. And look at my beautiful light show from the Maxis Solo. Single 21700 battery, transparent cover, lets you see the electronics inside. Perfect combination. Delicious. And yes, I'm still on Wayne's watermelon. It's like my 5th bottle I've made from that. Craig D, hello and welcome. Vaping Heat, Chad dropping in chat, hello and welcome while his computer's working. Cheryl Demers, William Dobson, Michael Redfern, Mallory Gates, Happy Hippie, Andy C, Neil Pitts, Al Ben, and Brett Whitney. Hello and welcome to the show. Wonderful to have all of you guys here today. We have got some vape mail today. Neil Pitts sent me a package. So we're going to take a look at that today. We're going to open and unbox that. I placed an order, a Halloween order from Bull City Flavors. So we've got that to unbox today. And come on now. I'm discombobulated not having my mate here, but we'll truck on. So here is a retro vape I pulled out of the box. This is an antique by today's standards. How many of you guys have seen recently Joytech? Have you seen Joytech recently in any of your shops? Even the online shops? Nobody carries Joytech anymore. Do they even make any more products? Or are they gone? Have they been sucked up by China Tobacco under the monopoly administration of theirs? Regardless, before us today, we have the ESPION mod to take a look at. Plus, Neil Pitt sent me a retro vape, so we're going to take a look at that. We're going to unbox that when we do our adult beverage review. I've got a beautiful pounder for Election Day for us to enjoy and consume. We've got some dad jokes. We've got some pet stuff that we found, funny stuff. My one dog's outside because the weather's so beautiful over here. My wife even cut the grass yesterday, and I was outside finally finishing up one of the projects that, my wife says I never finish up, and replace the floodlight around the back of the house, motion sensor and everything. When it was on there, it's like 15 years old. Swapped all that out. Then last night we come home and holy cow, is that thing bright. It's got 3 little tiny panels like this and 2 side panels that you can adjust them and up and down or left and right. This one light now lights up the entire backyard. And the way that I have it angled, because, the property line's pretty close, it literally comes all the way out to the side porch, the back porch entrance to the house. It's amazing. And the thing only uses 7 watts of electricity when it's on. I think in standby mode, it only uses like 1 or 2 watts or whatever. But what an amazing improvement. Cost me like $18 or something. Light bulbs cost more than that whole light fixture. So always something going on. Always some kind of improvements. Matter of fact, the computer that's here. I realized last week I did some analysis and I was running out of memory. How the heck you run out of memory? I had 96 gigabytes before, but I was like 86% utilization of that. I'm like, I got some special effects I want to do for you guys. Instant replay I want to enable so that you can type it in chat and do an instant replay. In order to do that, it's got to like constantly buffer like the last, 30 minutes or minute of video. So that got upgraded to 128 gigabytes. We're trucking along. We're constantly making improvements, trying to get things better for all of you out there. And I hope you guys are all having a fantastic day today. Hope you all had a chance to go out and vote, or you have plans to go vote this afternoon. Because I don't want to hear you complaining next week when somebody gets elected and you didn't put your vote in. I don't feel you have a right to complain if you don't participate in the system. Well, if you participate in the system, by all means, complain all you want about how it's rigged or how this is bad or how that doesn't work or how some things never change or some things are constantly changing. You don't know who you're going to offend today just by saying something you've been saying your entire life. That's why you have the power of free speech, to say what you want, to express your opinions on it, and to try and convince other people that their opinions need to change. Anyway, we got a wonderful show scheduled for today. And despite my mate not being here, we're already 25 minutes into the stream. So I guess it's time for us to roll the news bumper and see what kind of carnage we've all experienced this past week, but we're totally oblivious of. So without further ado,
good news, everyone!
Look who's here.
I'm sorry, but I'm about to start early. This is doing me head in.
Hold on. I need to turn up your microphone a little bit.
Hang on a minute.
It's just a simple dial.
Hello. 1 2 1 2.
No more.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello.
Nice and
Perfect.
loud. I love it.
Dangle clacks galore, mate.
That's all right. That happens. Dangle clocks galore everywhere, mate. Look at this ridiculousness. No smoking includes vaping and e-cigarettes. Hey, morons! Vaping is not smoking. It's both not smoking and vaping is not smoking. There's no combustion, therefore there's no smoke, therefore it's not smoking. That's fundamental science that you cannot change. We're not getting into the whole conversation whether it's water vapor or not.
Tell our government that. Really? God, I'm poor.
I warned you. For 3 years now, I've been warning you. I look like a freaking lunatic out there saying this is a global situation. It's not just happening in your country or your neighborhood or your county or your state or your town. This is a global movement. Bloomberg and Gates are at the heart of the whole situation. It's part of their whole, whatever they want to call it, philanthrocapitalism. More like philanthrocolonialism. They want to colonize the entire world in their ideology. Like we don't matter.
The stuff they've come out with, they reckon it's going to be another consultation. So my message to all UK vapers out there is get onto that consultation and voice, scream loud, scream the rooftops. Because at the moment, it's kind of contradicting, right? They're talking about the licensing scheme, right? Which everybody in the vaping community is welcomed, right? Like a proper license for vaping. We're fine with that, right? But the majority of the illegal sales are not from bricks and mortar vape shops. They're from your little corner shops, your little, what we call paggies, excuse me, but they're called Indian shops, right? The little Indians, they sell all the fucking shit to the kids, these little corner shops, garages, all that. They're the people that's selling the illegal vapes. Brick and mortars that I know of will not sell to underage people because that's their business, that's what they solely do. Not like a little shop that's got a shelf full of disposables and just some kid comes in, oh, here you are, mate. That's the problem. So, and the contradictory thing is, these corner shops have already got a license to sell tobacco and alcohol. So, unless they bring in a separate license in for selling vape products, they've already got a license. So they're still going to do what they're doing.
Listen, mate, the whole idea behind the licensing scheme isn't to create a license where there was none prior. We all know that if they create a licensing scheme, well, the same places that have tobacco licenses are going to get the vape licenses. But
that's the problem.
It is a way for them to generate income from the people that are profiting from the sale of these things in order to fund the policing of those shops.
The problem being is vaping is classed as a tobacco product, so therefore the existing tobacco license may cover it like it does now. Shops are selling them now under that tobacco license. So unless it's a totally separate or new license for vape products, they're not gaining anything.
That's the whole reason why the governments have shot themselves in the foot the whole time. There is no tobacco in these products. Therefore, it should not have been put under the tobacco regulations that already existed. It should have been a brand new set of regulations that are appropriate for the product and the harm potential that they have, which, to my research, is all but non-existent. Once you remove the combustion, where is the actual harm? Please, somebody out there, show me an actual harm proven in a scientific paper where it is not looking at smokers. I hate to say it.
Fucking Stone Age.
We've got a story later on. I know you guys are in the Stone Age. We're in the Stone Age too.
Because, like, they know the benefits of these things. Like nicotine, there are a lot of benefits from it, just like there is from cannabis. But we still ban it. And the thing is, when you ban something, you know yourself, the black market thrives. Cannabis and drugs, they're all banned all over the UK. I can walk out my door now and go and get a fucking deal. No problem. So how is it going to stop vaping? It isn't. Same with this disposable ban, it's not going to stop it. The only thing that in the other one is where, like, they say you can't smoke on hospital grounds. They've already got that regulation in. You're not allowed to smoke on hospital grounds. It's not the public that's smoking on the hospital grounds. It's the patients that's nipping out for a quick fag.
Listen, mate. I already had this. We're going to cover this later, but it is so appropriate to talk about it now. Okay? Because I keep asking everybody, especially the scientists and the researchers, where is the harm? You're all being alarmists about, oh, there's a whole generation of people that are picking this up that never picked up a fag, never picked up a pack of cigarettes, never took a drag on something they lit on fire. So my question is, where is the harm? It's true that a percent of adults who vape or smoke has increased, and this increase has been the largest among younger adults. No, it hasn't. Look at the absolute numbers. The number of people, the number of life years added surpasses any potential harm that may come from whatever other numbers you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong. Anybody, prove me wrong. The number of life years added far surpasses any potential harm that may result from these people picking it up that never picked up a cigarette. So I straight up asked her. So vaping is probably diverting some young people away from ever taking up smoking, but it's also probably recruiting some people to use nicotine who would have never otherwise smoked. Okay, yeah, probably correct. But where is the harm? What harm will befall them for this choice? I mean, other than the harm of, well, cognitive improvements are going to be exhibited over the people that use these nicotine vapes compared to their mates that don't. They're going to have reduced anxiety. They're going to have modulated moods because, when they get frustrated and stressed out, well, they're just going to do like we did when we had a fag. We took our break. We separate ourselves from the situation. We took a drag. We felt better. And then we went back on and conducted our business. Anxiety and depression, yes, there are going to be changes there, but the overwhelming for the public as a whole, as a population, is going to be much less depression, much less anxiety, because this is a coping mechanism for that. I don't want to see your poster child that purposely misused this, is a 14-year-old, is already doing it illegally. They should be punished for what they did, not stood up in front of an audience as a poster child to ban this and remove the rights of adults from having access to the thing that keeps them from using a deadly combustible product. So yes, because they're sitting there and huffing on a 50 milligram disposable, and they're doing it to the point where they get high, and as your body adapts to it, it's no longer enough, so you keep doing more and more until it makes you sick. Because that's the one thing. You can't overuse nicotine. You'll get a headache. You'll feel nauseated. You will naturally want to be repelled from touching it. And if you quit cold turkey like they tell you to, well, guess what? It's going to be the same disastrous effect if I were to quit cold turkey with my coffee. You're going to feel depressed and moody and irritable, just like when we tried to quit smoking without a vape. So what other harm we're going to have? Potential weight loss? They're not going to be as fat as I am? That's a harm? Maybe it's the harm of less diagnosable ulcerative colitis. There'll be a whole generation of kids that won't get ulcerative colitis. Or their symptoms will be manageable and won't have to take all these pharmaceutical products. Oh my goodness. That's horrible. We need to prevent that harm. Or maybe the reduction of Parkinson's disease rates, or the reduction of Tourette's disease rates, or the reduction of Alzheimer's disease rates. Less sleep apnea diagnosis, less alcohol use disorder, less environmental allergies exhibited because they chose to self-medicate with nicotine. Less arthritis, or potentially delaying the onset of arthritis, which someday is going to be proven back to some chemical in our food supply that they're going to get rid of, and then there won't be an issue anymore. How about schizophrenia patients? Less exacerbations of their schizophrenia? Less crazy behavior from them because they have a nicotine product to regulate their mood? To regulate their outbursts? Oh my God, that's such horrible harm. We need to stand up against this. It's ridiculous.
It's fucking horse shit, man. Like I said, I think it's just another way that your government's just fucking milking money out of you. It's the same across the board with everything, you know. I mean, a comparison, right? And it's the same. A legal motorist driving his car, he's doing 5 mile over the speed limit. Policeman will pull him over, fine him, etc. Points on his license, and then you get some little young twat on a fucking motorbike, no insurance, no tax, no helmet, no nothing, illegal. Gets a slap on the wrist and scot-free. No financial gain from them. And it's the same with the vape. And the legitimate people that have used vaping to quit smoking are getting punished for the little shits who are abusing it.
And if you want to look at the situation as a whole, the vape shops, the honest-to-goodness vape shops that were former smokers that decided to open up a shop to sell the miracle product that got them and empowered them to quit smoking, they're doing age checks. They're not selling it to the minors. It's like all these corner shops, like you say, that are the bad actors. Yeah. And the legitimate vape shops are being driven out of business because of these flavor bans and taxes and everything else. The taxes drive people to online sales because they can't afford it. So they go and they purchase from a place that doesn't have a monthly cost for the brick and mortar building that they're selling their products out of. So all the local corner shops and local vape shops, well, the corner shops stay in existence because they sell everything. Anything you want, they'll have for you. I got one right next door to me. And I can get a vape next door. But I can also get soda. I can get beer and alcohol. Whatever I want, except for, the common things that, you run out of, like a stick of butter or a loaf of bread, or they don't have that. You got to go to a gas station to get those kind of things. No dairy products, no sour cream, no milk.
The thing is, when they're catching them, the punishment is shit. I've got a shop here over the corner, right? He keeps getting shut down for 3 months at a time, right? Because he's selling snidey cigarettes, under-the-counter cigarettes. They shut him down. He's selling them outside the shop with his car. Then he opens up, and they do the same thing again. They shut him down. He said, it's just a revolving door. He keeps coming back. But they should be actually kicking him out of the whole blinging premises and sending the bugger to jail, but all they're doing is shutting him down. He says, all right, 3 months, I'll sell him my car. Then they open his shop again. It's crazy. Absolutely
crazy.
Nuts.
It is absolutely ridiculous.
What they need to invest in is proper regulation and heavier fines and punishments for these people that's selling this stuff, illegal stuff to underage minors, whatever. They should be nailing them to the cross for it if they're that concerned about it.
They're not.
It's as simple as that.
They need something to complain about. They need reasons for you to vote for them. It's like this whole illegal immigration situation. They could have already been solved. But when it's being used by a political party for them to guarantee the next election cycle is going to be more favorable for them, because they're going to create a situation where you have a whole mass population of people that didn't exist prior that are only going to vote for that party because they were so generous in letting them come into the country. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them all at once. Anyway.
But the ironic thing of it all, I was watching the news this morning, the ironic thing of it all, because they've done a big spread on the news, as always, they've always spread negative shit about vaping. And the thing is, right, they're saying all this stuff like about not smoking in near hospital grounds. That also included schools, playgrounds, and all that for children, right? Which was anybody with any common sense wouldn't do that anyway in front of kids, but you do get the arseholes. But then there was a hint of, flavour bans and all that. So to me, if they get their way, this is the first domino, because it's like you said, bans will come in place, bans of flavour. It's on the cards. They've hinted to it. They've literally sat there in the news.
Yes, and this is why we all need to stand up, and I'm sick and tired of us always bending over backwards to accommodate these assholes that lie through their teeth to scare the public into allowing adults' rights and freedoms of choice to be removed. So I said it right in here. Holy cow, are we afraid of a whole generation of people who make a conscious or unconscious choice to seek self-medication and, well, maybe in a decade or two, might actually reveal the true reasons why people are seeking electronic nicotine delivery systems? Are we afraid of a whole generation of people that are going to reveal the true risks and benefits of nicotine consumption? Without the 7,000 additional compounds and chemicals that are created in the combustion of tobacco, so they can get their nicotine in the body? Huh? Will this inevitable shift, which is going to happen no matter what fucking prohibitions or taxes they do, no matter how miserable they make our lives, combustion is dead. Vaping is the future, and the future will continue unabated regardless of restrictions. All the restrictions and consequences and taxes do is make people's lives miserable with no demonstrable benefit. So will this inevitable shift to safer use result in researchers having to fucking eat their words or reverse their stance to fully embrace harm reduction, not just for nicotine, but for every drug out there that's been banned? Whether it's cannabis or cocaine or whatever people want to use. Will autoimmune disease have a brand new ally that's going to mitigate lifelong pharmaceutical dependency to take a fucking pill 3 or 4 times a day for the rest of their life? Simply by choosing a little bit of nicotine, huh? Are you afraid of that? Will researchers one day advocate for some people that for a certain percentage of the population, nicotine might actually be an essential nutrient to stave off the inevitable genetically predisposed disease progression of a list of diseases we have yet to identify? We don't know how nicotine without combustion affects aging, do we? Because all the studies were done with smokers lighting cigarettes. Or maybe how nicotine affects the cytokine storm, the inflammatory syndromes that exacerbate cancer and exacerbate a whole host of other medical conditions. Or affects regulation mechanisms of our hormones in our bodies, or affects expression of other signaling mechanisms. The potential benefits are clearly palpable. But what is the real harm? And if there is no harm, why do you constantly treat us like second-class citizens and constantly reverse our ability to make an educated, informed choice and go purchase these things everywhere? Meanwhile, you allow cigarettes to be sold every fucking place.
I was watching, it was the same with alcohol as well. I was watching Nigel Farage. He's like our UK version of Trump. He's very outspoken, all this stuff. And he was commenting on the budget, how this is how stupid the government is, right? They've took 1p off a pint of beer, right? That's alcohol. They've slashed the pint of beer by a penny. And Nigel Farage went, "Oh well, I've saved a tenner a week." I was fucking buckled. That's fucking crazy, mate.
And they know the truth.
Cigarettes to vapes. And I believe them when they say if vapes didn't exist, they'd be smoking. We know in the UK there is a focus on vaping as an alternative to smoking. So I don't think it's incongruous. I think most of us probably know people who now vape, and certainly the clinical evidence we have is that smoking is far more damaging to an adult than vaping. Now I know people who have moved from cigarettes to vapes.
We all do. And they can't hide us.
Everybody does.
They can't shun us into closets. Despite all their, bans of use on public grounds and bans here and bans there. We exist, and we will not stand idle by while our rights to have access to these products constantly get dwindled away. Right now in Canada, we're talking about a national flavor ban. Is that actually going to get rid of all the flavors? No. You're going to do like the United States did when they banned all the vaping products that applied for PMTA. You are essentially going to hand over the entire industry to the black market, where there are no regulations, there are no safety checks in place, there are no guidelines for what's appropriate and what's inappropriate in a product.
Yep.
And people, when they realize that they may no longer access the thing that miraculously enabled them to quit smoking without even having to really try, is now being banned. You're going to get protests.
Let flavor stay! Let flavor stay! Let flavor stay! Let flavor stay!
Flavors are what makes it work without effort. When you reduce it to tobacco, mint, and menthol, now people really have to want to quit smoking for it to fucking work. You hand them, a strawberry cheesecake vape and say, hey, man, I want you to suck on this every time before you go to light up a cigarette. And if you really stick with it, I guarantee you'll never light that cigarette again.
Right.
Maybe the first day or two you're going to want to still do it just by instinct and habit, but eventually you're going to reach for your vape by instinct instead of reaching for your pack of fags and your lighter, and you're going to go, I don't need to light a cigarette. And the next thing you know, you're an exclusive vapor and you're done with the dual use.
Oh shit, the whole lot.
You should never be punished for using coffee or any other drug. Period.
Combustible cigarettes, or to force them to buy. Within that, by banning disposables and flavors, we are risking pushing a great amount of vapors back into combustible cigarettes, or to force them to buy products in the black markets, products that we don't know which ingredients they exactly contain, whether they are safe or not, where they are produced. They have no traceability. So we think in general, there is a lot of evidence from similar bans in the United States and in other European countries showing that this leads to higher smoking rates, especially among the youth. So we think that both measures are very negative and that they should be put back. What we defend is a well-regulated vaping market that allows for easy access to all consumers and where flavor products are available for adults to quit. That's what we
want. That's what we need. That's what public health authorities should do if they actually care about, public health. If they actually care about the public. Won't someone please think of the fucking adults? Think of the lives saved. Think of the parents and the grandparents that are going to be around for an extra 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 years if we allow the harm reduction products to flourish unabated and be sold at least everywhere you can buy a pack of cigarettes. I don't hear them talking about how they're going to restrict the sales of cigarettes to pharmacies only. You want to restrict something, go restrict the thing that's actually killing people. Not the stuff we use that isn't going to kill anybody.
The thing is, though, they keep bleating on about the stress it's causing the NHS. And NHS is not under stress from vaping. NHS is under stress from smoking-related injury. smoke-related injuries, diseases, etc. It's got fuck all to do with vaping. So why the fucking then saving the NHS has got something to do with it? I will never fucking
Because
know.
they continuously conflate the two and lump them together as one. It's not just a combination or comparison between apples and oranges. You're talking about ashes versus people being alive. Oh, and then we go down in Australia. It looks like you guys are about out of your last drop of ages since we know we moved everything to the pharmacies, and only 1% of the pharmacies said, yeah, we'll sell those. So we got a perfect product here for you that'll fucking get you to quit smoking or quit vaping. Sorry. Pack of fags. Only cost you about 60 bucks. And then they wonder come election time while they're all getting voted out of office. People have had enough of their shit.
I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online.
Scotland's new hate crime laws have come into force. Some people could be investigated by police if they misgender someone online.
How many people do you think were arrested in Britain for things they said on social media last year?
I have no idea.
3,300.
Really?
Police will be the source of truth and not social media.
The U.S. is a tough one because, we have the notion of the First Amendment.
There are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda, and whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrence.
If people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block. It's really hard to govern today.
So my biggest concern is that your view has the First Amendment hamstringing the government in significant ways.
The First Amendment is not absolute. It does not protect any single thing anyone says. And there are limits, and that's important. And what this committee has been trying to do for the last year and a half is to chill the federal government from monitoring what is going on social media.
And pretend that they know what our founding fathers meant when they drafted the Constitution.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? That's why I made a nice little fucking slideshow last night. All right? And you guys might have seen it in the beginning because I didn't give you a fucking choice. I played it right off the bat. So anybody that clicks on this video is going to get exposed to this because this is a fact. And it's not just the United States. It's not just the United States. Open them with the right program, would you please? Is that possible? Yes, thank you. Shall we take a look at Eleanor Roosevelt holding a simple poster from the United Nations when they determined and established the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This isn't just in the United States Constitution. This is in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression of that opinion. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. It doesn't matter whether we're doing it online. It doesn't matter whether we start a publication and create a newspaper with subscribers or whether we hand out flyers with our statement, we vape, we vote, we are tired of our rights being taken away from us. You have a right to do that. It's an inalienable right, not just in the United States, but all around the world. And you want to talk about founding fathers? You want to talk about founding fathers? Fine. Let's start with George Washington, shall we? Come on. Why does Windows keep changing my default app? So annoying. I don't want to edit it. They're constantly changing the options available to us. I don't want to edit it with photos. I just want to look at it. Whatever. There's George Washington. Statement on the issue. If freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent may we be led like sheep to the slaughter. I think that's pretty fucking clear how George felt about freedom of speech.
Exactly. Oh, God.
Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. How about Benjamin Franklin? What did Ben have to say about this whole situation? Huh? Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me? Go read the book, Silence Dogwood, The Busybody, and Early Writings by Benjamin Franklin. How about Harry S. Truman? What did he have to say about the subject? Once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures, trying to enforce that suppression of free speech until it becomes a source of terror to every single one of its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear.
Yeah. It's like
see the special message to Congress
well,
on the internal security of the United States, August 8th, 1950, if you don't believe me. How about James Madison? Want to go back to founding fathers and what they say about the subject? There are more instances of the abridgment of freedom of the people by gradual and silent encroachment of those in power than by violent and sudden usurpations.
Yeah.
Little by little, our rights are being whittled away. Our freedoms of choosing to use this or use that or have access to this or have access to that, whether it be information or products that we use to improve our health outcome, little by little, they're being whittled away, made increasingly more inconvenient to make that choice. It needs to end, and it needs to end now. Let's take a look at good old Teddy Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th President of the United States, to announce that there must be no criticism of the president or that we are to stand by the president, right or wrong, is not only unpatriotic and servile, but is morally treasonable to the American public.
Yep.
You have a right to diss anybody for whatever reason you choose to have, because freedom of expression and free speech doesn't just protect the speech you'd like to fucking hear. It protects the speech you don't want to hear because it might challenge your opinion on something. And that's a good thing. But go ahead, lecture me about how free speech is so bad.
I use the word pretend because who the heck would know?
Choices that were made in adopting the Constitution have come to haunt us. Isn't it time to start thinking of a new Constitution?
Founders in 1787, if they came back in 2024, the first thing they would say, I think, is, you know, our system did not work. What happened?
And how do you balance free speech and versus crazy stuff that, you know, got people not to take vaccines, for example?
Right. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation.
Musk is sort of trying to pretend sort of freedom of speech is an absolute right. It's never been an absolute right.
Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
They want Elon Musk gone, X turned off, and freedom of speech stamped out.
Brazilian Supreme Court Justice Alexandre de Moraes instructed X to crack down on users accused of spreading misinformation. In his decision, Moraes said, quote, X shall refrain from disobeying any court order already issued.
Elon Musk really showing contempt for the government and its approach on this issue. What's your
your take?
He has absolutely no social conscience. Someone like that should be in jail and the key be thrown away. That bloke should...
You need to go to jail. You have no right to oppress freedom of expression anywhere on this fucking planet. I don't give a shit who you are.
Wow. Really?
This takes Karen to a whole new level. Look at that face. That looks worse than Meredith Berkman. I bet if you put a picture side by side of them and you just asked 100 people of it, what is this facial expression? Every single one of them is going to be able to identify disgust.
Yep.
Someone on a power trip using disgust to get their way.
not have a right to be out there on his own ideology.
It's not his own ideology, you stupid cunt. My wife's going to yell at me for saying that word, and I'm sure I offended a bunch of people, but my apologies out there. I say it in the Australian slang. The fact is, the entire world has freedom of speech. It is an inalienable right. It is a guaranteed human right. And anyone that says otherwise has a fucking agenda to control the shit out of you.
Platform.
This bloke thinks he's above the law and above common decency. This shouldn't be a matter of the law.
Bullshit.
It should be a matter of people doing the right thing.
To provide users with corrections to disinformation and misinformation. And Mr. Musk, you obviously don't know what I'm made of.
The privilege of using those words in that way should probably be taken from him.
Because some people in your crowd thought they might have been shadow banned by Facebook. I mean, for God's sakes.
Might have been?
Might have, I
uploaded my thumbnail for my channel to Instagram. Insta-ban! Go fuck off.
Hey.
Yes.
Wow.
I've been shadow banned the entire fucking time. How about this latest video I uploaded, this disposable review, right? I spent weeks on this thing, trying to get the audio to match up exactly right and get the right feel and the right vibe. Because I checkmarked it for 18 and older only. It's not included in any algorithm. They push a couple notifications out to the people that are subs. And if the majority of them don't click on it, then it dies. Unless somebody actually searches for some of the keywords and then it comes up as a, actual legitimate search result. Because nobody else has done a review on it.
This is the third election in a row in which Russia has tried to interfere to try to get Trump into the White House.
He's also got a brand new...
Oh, we got to pick a boogeyman for you to pay attention to and forget about the fact that we're the boogeymen. Because we don't want you to say what you want to say. And if you think this doesn't apply to you because you're not a vape reviewer, well, guess what? Give them some time. Because when they get done with me, they're coming after you next.
New very, very powerful tool, which is Elon Musk and X. We have Elon Musk talking directly to the Kremlin.
This is a matter of corporate responsibility. Twitter should be held accountable and shut down that site. It is a matter of safety and corporate accountability.
Deep fakes and manipulation of elections. That hurts democracy, and we think this law is sound and will be upheld in the courts.
It is much better to vaccinate so that the body is inoculated. Pre-banking is the same approach. Because disinformation relies on people passing it on to others.
So we're regularly making sure social media platforms are aware of the latest narratives. You shouldn't be banned from one platform and not others for providing misinformation out there.
Information isn't truth. Most information in the world is junk. Most information is lies and fantasies and fictions. This is why you need institutions like newspapers, like
institutions like the corporate oligarchy of Google and YouTube, that we post the actual scientific study where we are getting our information that we are trying to pass on to other people so they can improve their health outcomes, and our channels and our content get removed because people might find out that it's actually fucking true.
Yep.
And all the lies about brain worms and dinosaurs breaking into your fucking room because you choose to use nicotine is actually a load of horse shit.
Good, right.
Like universities, like courts, who specialize in sifting through.
No right given to the people of the United States is absolute, and that includes the right to free speech.
We do have dedicated police officers who are scouring social media. Their job is to look for this material and then follow up with identification arrests and
We
so
are not
forth.
trying to censor speech. We are simply trying to create factually correct information.
Bullshit. How much of your bullshit that you fed us over the last 2 years has proved to be a fucking lie?
Exactly. Information.
To try to correct the facts is to infringe on my right of free speech. Protective measures were taken to take down disinformation about vaccines and about the nature of the virus and about protective measures we could take, including masks. Again, something should be celebrated.
The government is now even relaunching a secretive pandemic-era spy agency to monitor social media.
We need some regulation on social media. That's the bottom line. They haven't done anything in 30 years.
We see this fight against social media
That's
platforms
bullshit.
doing content moderation, and we see it empowered by Congress and people who are, powerful people, Elon Musk, et cetera. And what does that do? That makes our nation less safe.
I think that we can't be afraid of putting controls on social media in the name of First Amendment free speech.
You're going to pull something off the internet and collude with a social media platform to make sure Americans don't see it. Who determines what's false?
Congressman, we don't do that.
That's not true. That is not true. That is not what.
That is definitely not true. And it came out that it was not true. And even our little buddy at Facebook came out and said, well, yeah, the government told us to take all these people down. Take all their content down, ban it. Label is wrong and is a lie. Boy, time doesn't age well for you fuckers, does it?
I think it's just saying that, we should censor it, we should take control of it, monitor it. You already are. You're censoring fucking everything on the twats, so,
You've been monitoring it for years. Perhaps decades. But as time and technology has gotten better and better, and AI has gotten better, and these graphics cards have gotten faster and faster, I refuse to update to the 40 series cards. I would love to, because I'm already pushing the limits of this 3060. But in order for me to upgrade, I have to spend twice as much to get a 30% improvement. The 5000 series cards, when they come out, are literally going to be double what these ones are, because Moore's Law still holds true for most part. Every, 2.5 years, you're doubling the number of transistors on a chip. That's Moore's Law, which means that your computer's twice as fast, essentially. But
What the court has found, this is not a Republican talking point. This is what the documents show.
So what the documents show, and that's what history has already proven in just the last few years. Stand up for your rights, people, because once they're gone, it's near impossible for us to get them back.
But we notice, though, they're all attacking X because Elon Musk is not allowing the government to fucking try and censor it. And he's the bad man. Really?
Yeah. And the thing is, most people don't even know the differentiation between misinformation and disinformation. People cannot accept the fact that they're going to label something and actually have a fucking word to describe it when what you're saying is actually 100% true, but it's inconvenient for the powers that be in their agenda to accomplish their agenda. So we don't want the people to find the truth, because then they're going to reject and resist our ideology because they have a right to, because it's true. They can't find out that it's true.
I was just reminded of something there. I know you guys in America are sick of all the rallies and all that shit with the election, but I think Trump mentioned in one of his speeches, which I thought was fantastic, and it's like, I don't know where he was. I think he was over your part of the world, but he had the screens up. He was talking about I'm safe behind the screens, but he says But if anybody took a shot at me, they've got to get through all this fake news before they hit the screen. So I said, I'm pretty safe. I thought that was brilliant.
251 Performance, hello and welcome. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. And Dusty and Mallory, your package was picked up by the mailman yesterday, so you ought to have it in your hands or your designated person's hand probably Wednesday or Thursday at the latest. Anyway, Michael Redfern, I want to thank you for posting this, because this is what happens when people are taught there is no safe tobacco products. How many times have we heard Brian say, there's no safe tobacco products, when vapes don't even contain tobacco? But you label it as tobacco, you lump it together as tobacco, and hence this is the problem in its essence. Stop treating it like tobacco, because it's not. Doesn't have any tobacco in it. If my vape is a fucking tobacco product, then a potassium pill is a fucking banana. And this is what happens when you allow them to lump it together. Here comes a £2.20 per 10 mil of liquid tax, and it doesn't matter whether it has any tobacco in it or not. It doesn't matter whether there's any nicotine in it or not. Here you have a 100 mil bottle of 0 milligram nothing. It's just VG and PG. Doesn't even have any fucking flavorings in it. Guess what? This bottle now costs you an extra 22 pounds in tax. For what? There's no fucking harm in this. This is fog juice that every DJ puts in their fog machine for school dances and weddings and all kinds of things. You go to a rock concert, you go to a football game, and they're blowing it all over the place. It's the same fucking thing. But simply because we want to put it inside something we use to not smoke cigarettes, now all of a sudden you're entitled to take something that cost £5 and is now going to cost 27 pounds? Fuck right off. I flipped out at the e-cigarette summit on Deborah Arnott because she was talking about this tax coming because Ash has been in partnership with the government to try and get this tax to go through. How would you like it if your steak that, you ate a small piece of steak and it only cost you $5 to buy that. And now, because the government says, oh, well, we don't want people eating steaks, it's not going to cost you $27.50 for that same $5 steak. It's no bother, she said. It's perfectly appropriate to protect the kids. We got to add protect the kids at the end so that, the most of the people just buy it, bite it, hook, line, and sinker.
The ironic thing out of all that, right? They want to tax e-liquid. The kids aren't using fucking e-liquid, they're using fucking disposables. Whoa!
No, they're not using them. They're using fucking disposables. Yeah. But Pippa Star is right. We need to get louder. Everybody needs to fucking hear from us. Realize that we're human beings and we're using this so that we don't kill ourselves with a fucking cigarette.
And she hung on, up until the last day of life.
Stephen L., hello and welcome.
Hasn't fucking killed me yet. No, honestly, God love her. She was everything to me.
Yes, sure. That worked, and I stopped smoking.
She said, I've got x-rays here, I've got everything on paper, and what I'm seeing, I can't understand this. She said, you've got lungs of an 80-year-old 12 months ago, and now you've got lungs of a 30-year-old.
Yeah. And my doctor said, Pip, if you don't give up smoking, I can't even give you this medication to keep you alive anymore.
It's the same as if you just quit cigarettes. You have the same effects. Your taste buds start to come back. Your sense of smell starts to come back. Like that's undeniable.
How many of y'all remember that? How many of y'all remember when you first started vaping and you finally gave up the fags, you finally gave up the duries, you finally gave up the cigarettes, and all of a sudden, everything you ate just tasted different?
Mm-hmm.
The most shocking thing for me was I loved Permanis ever since I found out about it here in Pittsburgh, right? and I get the Pittsburgher, which is essentially a meatloaf patty, and then you have the typical Permanis coleslaw and fries on top of it, and your tomato and the celery, seeds in it, and the whole 9 yards, right? And I thought that was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Meanwhile, the whole time I was here in Pittsburgh, I was a smoker, so, you never really tasted what it was like. But once I was a vapor and I tasted it, I'm like, this is good, but it ain't all that. The meatloaf the meatloaf patty they use on it is bland as fuck. But I couldn't tell that when I was a smoker. How many of you out there remember what it was like when you first got your taste buds back?
I was eating everything. Oh, that's nice. Whoa, oh, that's nice.
Oh, this is so fantastic. I never really enjoyed this before. And then things that you used to love, like, like say an apple pie or a cherry pie is like, that's okay. It's not that great. It's just sweet.
Being still a smoker.
It was like...
would you...
Good.
It was like that effect, like, I don't know if you've done it, but like, say you haven't had a curry for a month, and then all of a sudden you have one, and you think, God, I remember how good this tastes. That was the kind of effect, wasn't it? Like, when you think, oh, God, why have I not bought more of these? I didn't realize it tasted. Something you haven't had for ages, and you just dismissed, and then all of a sudden you had it. And like I said, it's like, wow, it's the best thing since sliced bread. There's a lot
like
more.
Cheryl says, she's like, I think I gained 20 pounds when I started vaping. And it wasn't like all the other times that when you quit smoking, when they gave you the Champix or the patch or the pills or any of that other stuff, and you gained weight because you quit smoking, and it was because you weren't taking in nicotine, so your metabolism slowed down, and then you got sick, and you got sinus infections and all this other shit. It was completely different. When you stopped smoking because of vaping, your taste buds came back and everything tasted so different. And some of the things tasted so fantastic, you just couldn't get enough of it. And then other things that you thought was really fantastic, like Mallory says, McDonald's went to shit for me. I'm like, what the fuck is this crap? It's all tastes like the fried oil. And the funny thing is, when they used to cook the fish sandwiches fresh all the time, every once in a while, you'd get a fucking order of fries that tasted like the fish that they just done cooking. Wow. I wanted a fish sandwich, but not today. Not in my French fries. Not in my chips.
Riding the same
And
aisle.
here comes the election shenanigans already. Bomb threats just called in Georgia polling stations, and it's being blamed on Russia. Listen, we live in a global society. We live in a global world, global economic trade. You don't know what products come from Russia. You have no idea. They're just another country on the planet.
But do you really think with what's going on in Russia is really giving monkeys about the fucking elections in America? You know what I mean?
They don't give a shit.
Exactly.
Would you have been able to... Would you have been able to ride 70 kilometres?
No.
Gave up smoking, we struggled to do that. But since I gave up smoking, we had money galore. So we even ended up going to America.
I flicked my last cigarette. Wow, that's cool. I'm done. Because this is shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was amazing.
William Dobson's like, McDonald's went from cardboard to cardboard.
Cardboard.
It was shit to begin with, and it's still shit. But now I can definitely say it tastes like shit.
I'll tell you what was one of my eureka moments, Burger King. God, I went to that one. My God, that's so good.
Yes, I love Burger King, and I loved it 10 times more after I quit smoking.
God. Like when you're looking at McDonald's, you're looking at Burger King, you're like, there's no comparison, is there? Like,
no.
Give me that.
A flame-broiled burger, and you get to taste the pickles, the lettuce, the onions, the tomato, the bread is just, and the mayonnaise, it ties it all together. It's just,
it's tremendous. The friggin', we've got our virtual McDonald's here. We use real Angus beef. No, you fucking don't, mate. That's not Angus beef. Trust us. Angus beef is a prime, expensive cut.
It might be Angus beef hoofs.
Yeah, it's
brains,
you've got the ass. You've got
and
the ass, mate.
the tail.
That's not Angus beef.
So what's it going to look like if this bullshit in Canada goes through? What's it going to look like? What are the vape stores and the shops going to look like if they get this flavor ban? We all know
empty.
That between 90 and 100% of all sales in every single vape store anywhere on the planet is because of fruity and desserts and all these other flavors besides tobacco, mint, and menthol. Only a brand new vapor and a few people stick with tobacco, mint, and menthol. Here's what it looks like.
The thing
in
is,
Newfoundland,
I think they
already passed it.
A lot of shops will just shut up. They'll not even bother with it. They'll just shut. They'll just call it a day.
That's what it looks like. Out of that entire freaking store, not even a full shelf is dedicated to tobacco, mint, and menthol. The rest of it is all other delicious flavors that everybody picks and chooses from.
That's not going to pay for his overheads, is it?
No, you can't survive. And then your little Habib corner store is going to get all the business. And they're going to have flavors too, because they don't give a shit about your regulations. Most people don't even know about them. Here's a perfect example, okay? I went into vote today, and I carried my vape in with me. And nobody questioned it. Nobody bothered to say, hey, dude, that's a vape. You're not allowed to have it in a school because you're voting in a school today. Nobody even knew what it was. They have no clue.
Wow.
None. Meanwhile, in Australia, the firebombings are still marching along. We're up to 140.
Wow.
New definition of ram rape.
Yeah, drove a burning car into it.
You drove a car into it, and then you sell it off a Molotov cocktail inside the car to light up the tobacco shop. So the car's stolen, that car owner's fucked. The shop owner's fucked. The people living in an apartment above it are screwed. Their housing is all gone and everything that they own. The neighboring shops are screwed because of the fire damage. There's so much of this firebombing happening right now that she nearly missed this one from yesterday. Car smashed into a shop and it was set on fire in a suspicious Norland blaze early on Saturday morning. Go on. You were saying?
Fire location. No, it's just
Who's
like
the other one.
They say like everybody's got like a way of like coping with the pressures of life, but it's the pressures of the governments. I mean, we've gone through austerity, we've gone through this COVID shit, so people are fucking absolutely pissed off and they need an escape, whether it be drugs, drink, whatever. So, you know, the part of the problems where people need to escape from are caused by your government. You know what I mean? It's the root of all evil, isn't it?
Number 139, another Melbourne tobacco store, has been set on fire this time in Campbellfield, where arsonists smashed through the front of the shop before setting it ablaze. I thought it was bad the next door neighbor, corner store here, got smashed in the one night. Bunch of teenagers smashed in and they took the display off of the front counter of the vapes. And they took off. And they left a display stand in our yard.
Okay, now.
This wasn't a problem before the ridiculous taxes and the prohibitions and all the hoopla that they're making about it. Fortunately, we do have some scientists that go, hey, man, we can use this for the benefit of society. Renegade Research, the nicotine test, they're using it to treat long COVID. Study's been going on for a long time, and every once in a while I come across somebody suffering from long COVID and in total despair of what to do. They've tried everything the doctor said. Doctor ran out of ideas on how to get the person to go and, you know, try and find some semblance of a normal life. And I'm like, hello, let me introduce you to Renegade Research. Renegade Research, would you like to fill them in on how you may be able to help them? And they jump right in and they have conversations, and people are like, I heard about that, but I didn't know how true it was. He's like, listen, these are all the people. Come and follow us, and you'll see all the people commenting that are going through the process now. You can communicate with them. You can find out what their experiences are, how to deal with little things like, you know, you get a little nauseated or whatever. That's because you used too big of a patch. Cut a little smaller and use that next time. You'll get acclimated to it. And guess what? In a couple weeks, you'll be a whole new self. May not be what you originally were. Maybe it will be better than what you originally were. We don't know yet. Just give it a try. It won't harm you. And this is the misinformation that they wanted to block us from talking to people about. That they're chastising Elon Musk for letting it happen on his platform. Glad to see plans for a tiered vaping duty revised to a flat duty. Wait a minute. In other words, the little bullshit tobacco product 2 milliliter pods were going to have a certain tax, and then we were going to have a smaller tax on, you know, something like this bottle of Vape-Tasia e-liquid, so that this didn't cost 5 times as much in tax as the actual product does. And you want to champion the fact that we fucked everybody. Now there's a flat £2.20 for every 10 mils. Oh, and just to make it even, you know, with the cigarettes, so that people, you know, might be encouraged to quit, we're going to give an extra pack of cigarettes, you know, £2.20 as well. What?
It's horseshit, isn't it?
How much suffering do you want to impart on another fucking human being, you stupid? I'll refrain from the cursing as much as possible. Because it's not worth the offending the people out there that are in the choir. But seriously, you've already got these people hamstrung, and they're still not complying with your ridiculous requirements. So you're going to make their life even more miserable, and you think that's going to work even better?
Next, I can confirm that the government will renew the tobacco duty escalator for the remainder of this Parliament at RPI plus 2%. Increase duty by a further 10% on hand-rolling tobacco this year. Introduce a flat rate duty on all vaping liquid from October 2026. Alongside an additional one-off increase in tobacco duty to maintain the incentive to give up smoking.
How about the incentive to give
There's
up
no
you?
Incentive. Yeah.
Can we give up you?
There's no incentive.
Because all you're doing is making people's lives miserable, and you're not actually accomplishing any benefits? I read the fucking article. Stop telling me. Do you want to read the article? Disposable vapes are banned in Australia, yet they're still filling up the waste containers and the public street corners, and we don't know what's going on. We banned it.
Hello, where they come from?
Because bans don't work, do they? Ridiculous. Qnova received FDA clearance for its new drug delivery application, Respit RX nicotine inhaler, an innovative nicotine replacement therapy, which delivers nicotine in an aerosol, allowing it to be inhaled in the lung. So fucking innovative. It's called a vape.
Wow. Wow.
Care to guess who's associated with this lovely shenanigans over here?
Oh, I wonder. I wonder.
After leaving the FDA, Mitch Zeller became a company advisor to help them through the regulatory hurdles of the FDA. Lovely.
Oh, there's a surprise.
revolving door between government and the entities that they regulate.
The ironic thing of it all, right? When they tried to ban smoking in pubs, outside pubs and gardens, the hospitality business were up in arms, and then they done a U-turn on it. What?
I had an interesting social interaction recently. Was talking to a non-smoker about vaping during a rare night out, and he was adamant that flavors were directly marketed at kids. Other people were listening in, so I asked him if he would take a taste for me, a single puff from my vape without inhaling. Amazingly, he said yes. It was later that night, and libations had been enjoyed by all there. He fully understands how dangerous tobacco is due to combustion, and arguably in his eyes, vaping is less harmful. Anyway, he took a puff of the cigarette and then a puff of somebody's vape, certainly not mine. He looked at us and he laughed. He said, that answers the question, doesn't it? Flavors must be a huge part of the attraction for everyone, adults included, no question. Now, he won't smoke or vape, and good on him, but he now truly understands that safer, more enjoyable alternatives are a very essentially important part of giving up combustible tobacco, and will now stop trash-talking people who vape. The little wins eventually add up.
They do.
Like this shenanigan. Did you see this? Did this make its way over to the UK? Biden, in his typical stupor of whatever, dementia he may have, for whatever form of dementia he may have, is essentially called all Trump supporters garbage. It was a slip of the tongue.
Yeah.
Misspoken word. It's like the essential, we forgot to fucking pause for that comma, so now it sounds like we were calling all Trump supporters garbage when we were actually going to change the topic. And, well, Trump saw it as a perfect opportunity. He's like, you want to call my people garbage? Well, I'm going to be the garbage driver. Let me go on the garbage truck. And then the memes started going nuts. There were people out there saying, the Biden economy is so bad, people have to work 2 fucking jobs, and they have a picture of Trump at McDonald's and a picture of Trump in a garbage truck to highlight how bad the economics are in the situation nowadays. Little political theater.
That's the ironic thing about it, right? Whether you love him or hate him, when he was in power, the economy was better than what it is with these lot.
Already quit smoking.
Yeah. The economy was better.
Basically, if you're voting for Harris, just Biden's next puppet in line. So what's going to change? Nothing. Same fucking political party, for fuck's sake.
Introduce a flat rate duty on all vaping liquid from October 2026. Alongside an additional one-off increase in tobacco duty to maintain the incentive to give up smoking.
This is a bad idea for so many reasons, not including the illicit market. The UK already has an out-of-control illicit market for disposables, and I imagine this is just going to make everything worse. Not to mention, this is kind of a big middle finger to everybody who's already quit smoking with vaping. Why should they get taxed uniquely for quitting? I'm having a hard time making this one make sense.
Introduce a flat rate duty on all vape.
It makes no sense whatsoever. And I called it out at the e-cigarette summit when Deborah Arnott was pushing for this crap in the first place. Nobody gave two shits.
They're going to make vaping. They're going to turn vaping more expensive than smoking. So where's the incentive to give up smoking? You're getting a pack of cigarettes for 15, 16 quid. Mate. Yeah, but you get a pack of cigarettes now for 15, 16 quid, right? After tax, because they're about 13, 14 now. Maybe some more expensive brands are up there. But say 17, 18 quid for a pack of cigarettes. 2 million you know, the £2 2 millilitre, so it's going to be nearly 30 quid for a bottle of e-juice. So who's going to give up fucking smoking? No one.
Nobody. And they know it. Their own fucking research proved it and showed it. And they implemented it anyway because they don't give a fuck about people, despite what they constantly say. Just like here we got somebody using oral nicotine product. There's nothing in here besides a little nicotine juice and a little bit of flavoring. Right? Now this guy, this football player, is being chastised for not smoking. He did nothing wrong. Last week, the NFL sent a warning letter to the Bucs quarterback for using Zyme on the sidelines, an addictive nicotine product. Come on now.
What would you rather do?
Why
Just
can't
spark
you
a cigarette
let
on the
fucking people?
touchline?
Meanwhile, you've got people that are drinking on the sidelines and they don't give two fucks about it. Or doing lines of coke or who knows what else. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's getting that utterly ridiculous. The
So
title
much
is perfectly
hypocrisy.
nauseating. The text is even worse. If I had $1 for every time I read a scientific study and I got nauseated from it because of how pathetic it was, I would never have to ask you guys to give me super chats or, you know, to send a super thanks or buy me a coffee. Because the channel could be fully monetized just in nausea compensation.
Funded
The
by
Irish
nausea.
smoking ban legislation. Astride the Celtic Tiger trailblazed a can-do tobacco control attitude in culture.
Mm-hmm.
We've numbed the public to the pain we inflict and the suffering we inflict on a percentage of our population in order for them to do what we tell them to do. Fuck right off.
Oh, shit.
Not sure how to recycle your vapes? It's great to see this initiative by the Mary Burke City Council. Bins are now at the Mary Burke City Civil Center in Coburg, Brunswick Customer Service Center in Brunswick, and the Glenroy Customer Service Center. You want to see
environment?
You want to see how to
sorted.
You want to see how to recycle vapes? Or if you're interested, let me show you. Okay. This right here is the review I just did, right? And because I had some questions about, you know, it reads 0% and it still functioned perfectly fine. I'm like, the only way to find out why it still works, even though it says it's been 0 for the last 48 hours, is to tear the thing apart. And this isn't the first thing I've torn apart. You pull out the battery, snip the wires off, you recycle this with your lithium batteries, and guess what? This is all plastic. You throw in your plastic recycling container. Perfectly safe. Nobody's going to get harmed. If you have electronics recycling, this can be pulled out and done separately. And this is metal that can get recycled. Perfectly recyclable. These things do come apart. There's really nothing to it. Just takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah. Very good.
That's how you recycle stuff. If you don't have a bin like that. You already have a recycling container to put all your plastics in. You know, when your bottles are empty, you wash them out and you throw them in your plastic recycling thing. Do the same thing with your disposable vapes. Piece of cake. Anyway, there's a bunch more here, but we're going to go on to the actual news because we're already an hour and 40 minutes into it, and I haven't even talked about the actual despicable news. Is vaping bad for you? And how are the rules changing? from your lovely BBC. Updated 2 hours ago. God only knows what they changed. The government is tightening up the rules about how vapes are marketed and sold, alongside wider plans to tackle health issues caused by smoking, a.k.a. the disposable vape ban and the lovely £2 20 pence per 10 mil tax. And they're saying that it's not disproportionately being charged on people that quit smoking because we also increased the pack of cigarettes. The same £2 20. So we're fucking everybody equally. Congratulations. I know you're probably sick of hearing about it. That's all your news has been this past week. Vape tax and tobacco duty rise set out in budget. I know you're upset. You've heard enough of this. Major tax changes announced in budget as dates for new price rise confirmed. Flat rate, £2 20 per 10 mils of vaping liquid. They couldn't possibly have done something, I don't know, fucking scientifically logical, like, I don't know, maybe charge you 1 pence per milligram. We couldn't possibly do that. You know, that would make fucking sense. So a 0 milligram bottle of e-liquid that has no nicotine in it, well, it would cost you no tax because it has no nicotine, has no tobacco in it whatsoever, and is no different than fog juice.
Personally, I thought if they were going to tax anything, it would have been taxed on the amount of nicotine you were using. Or taxed nicotine by, 10 mil bottles or whatever it is. Not the actual e-liquid because there's fuck all in it.
But then your short fills wouldn't get taxed, and we can't have that. We must inflict the maximum suffering on the maximum number of people out there.
Yeah.
Our tax coffers depend on it.
Exactly.
Oh, and let's not forget that, we're also banning disposables. What is going on here? Come on. Over here.
I mean, apparently it is still supposed to be up for consultation. So whether that is a public consultation or a consultation within the walls of power is another matter. But they should have a public consultation, I think.
Ban vapes that protect the children. Because it's not already illegal for the children to access these things, and we don't already have people out there trying to, catch the people selling it. We need to ban it, because bans are going to work so much better than age gating.
Nope. History has proven that does not work.
Nope. All it does is drive people back to smoking.
Or the black market, which will thrive.
Yes, where there are no controls, no safety standards.
Basically, what they've done with that, right, is just thrown the red carpet and the welcome mat out for the old black market to go swanning down it and make loads of money.
And just think, mate, in about a year or so, you're going to have tobacconist fire bombings there too when the cartels start fighting over territory and where they can get their black market stuff sold.
It wouldn't surprise us.
You thought your ram raids were done? Those Ballards are nothing compared to a Molotov cocktail. DEFRA report warns there could be health disbenefits. In other words, 29% of vapors are going to relapse back to cigarettes. The rest of them are going to the black market. So your laws are actually giving up control of the situation, because that really works.
And heaven forbid, if anybody does get a black market device, you don't know what's in it, and it does do them serious harm, vaping's going to be right under the spotlight again.
Yeah. Illicit market thriving after flavor ban. 1 year after Quebec banned non-tobacco flavored vapes, most vapors are buying such products illegally in the province, according to the Imperial Tobacco Canada. In a survey carried out by Ledger, 61% of vapors said that they purchased non-tobacco flavored vaping products in the past 12 months, breaking the law. 40% of those respondents said that they purchased illegal flavored vaping products from a vape shop that said, fuck off, you're not telling us what to do. And 33% of those respondents said they purchased flavored vaping products online. Oh my God. In a global economy, we can buy shit online from a country that hasn't gotten retarded? Imagine that.
Pretty much. Imagine
you wonder
that.
why they want to censor online content. Well, how can we enforce these ridiculous laws if nobody wants to follow them? They'll just buy them from some place that sells everything. It's kind of like, back in World War II when Switzerland was a safe haven for anybody that wanted to stockpile their money and not pay taxes. They just send it to Switzerland, who doesn't give a tosser what other countries wanted. They were the safe haven for money. All right. Enough international stuff. Time to talk about some United States shenanigans. San Antonio, Texas, voted unanimously to ban vaping in public areas.
Hey, there you go. There's another. They're carrying on from our idea.
YouTuber, do you want to
unless we
save
got it
hours
from you.
managing your
Yep.
Unless we got the idea from you to ban it in public places, or vice versa.
It all stems back to Bloomberg and Gates. Let's be honest.
New at 6, how to stop students from vaping is a question school districts are trying to answer, especially.
You don't want to try accountability? Huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't want to try punishing the ones that are caught with them? No, you're just going to go after people that have nothing to fucking do with schools, don't even have kids in schools anymore. We're going to just ban it from everybody because bans work.
Especially as vapes disguised as everyday items become more common among younger users. Joining the conversation is one San Antonio councilman who believes he has an idea that could help.
Kind of like soldering irons. Vapes are now soldering irons. Oh, we're fucked. Yeah. Now we got to ban soldering irons. You must have a license to purchase a soldering iron.
Do you know what it is? I'm going to send you a box of soldering irons, mate. You're going to be well pissed off with soldering irons.
I've already got some professional ones. I've got heat stations to reflow solder and graphics chips. But you can never have enough soldering irons. It's kind of like my mods. Just never have enough of them.
5's Rania Kaur explains.
You may have to be over 21 to buy a vape in Texas, but finding a vape in a classroom, Northeast ISD says, is becoming more common.
So you can be wearing a hoodie and it's just the drawstring and you wouldn't know that that's a vape. There are school supplies vapes.
At least 2 schools in the district sit right next to a vape shop. In March, Smokers Paradise opened right next to Madison High School. And right in front of Thousand Oaks Elementary School is the entrance to Vape Monkey.
It's hard to tell students one thing and try to educate them on how dangerous this really.
How dangerous these are. Please tell me how dangerous they are. What will befall these young children if they actually pick one of these up?
I need a battery. Hang on, I'm going to get a battery for my drawstring. Hang on.
A battery for your drawstring? Don't you have another one on the other side?
It works. Hang on.
That's kind of like, remember the 80s when you had those ball caps and they had the cup holders that you had from your car that was like riveted to the cap, and then they had these straws in it. You put 2 cans of beer in it, and then the straw comes down and you just drink from the
I need another one.
The tube.
Oh yeah, that's the strawberry. That's the strawberry one, and that one's cherry. I've got a strawberry and a cherry. There you go.
until some bloke walks up behind you and tries to give you a nice shoulder massage, and he squeezes all the e-liquid out of your jersey. Oops!
Yeah, you flew to me.
You found where the tank is.
You flew
and
to
then,
me drawstring,
and then
you
you can apply it directly to your skin, like the prescription in Australia did. Take 100 milliliter concoction of this with 100 milligrams and spread it over your entire body. You don't need to vape anymore. You have transdermal nicotine content now. It's better than a patch because you don't even have to have anything other than the juice.
Is for them and their health, and then to see the shop.
New at 6, how to stop students from vaping is a question school districts are
These people really are crazy, man. They just don't get it. And the thing is, the more they crack down on it, does it actually stop things? Or do kids actually say, well, I don't care. I can't go and con the guy at the counter to sell it to me. So I'll just wait till he leaves for the night and go get him anyway. This is lovely.
Yeah, just burgle the shop.
Yeah. Did you stop the kids from accessing it? What? What do you mean no? What do you mean you didn't stop the kids from... What do you mean they broke into this store at night when there was nobody there?
Well, let's begin with your nonstop news. A smoke shop owner in Lakeview so fed up after a group of burglars smashed their way right into their store.
And it's the third time in just 6 weeks. You can see where they smashed the front window, leaving a glass all over the ground near Irving Park in Southport. Inside, there are products left on the floor. Surveillance video shows the thieves getting out of a white car and possibly using a bat to break in. And once inside, you can see them going through the store.
We need bat control. We're banning all bats so kids can't break into stores at night.
Yep, you're going to ban the bats. Not allowed to bat.
There, they got away with a lot of products and even the cash register.
And while we're at it, for good measure, we're taking pickaxes and including them in the list. No pickaxes, no hammers, no pipes. All of it's banned. You can't buy anything anymore. Fuck it. Problem solved.
Sure.
We cannot handle that loss all the time. We've been here for 3 years. It was safe, after a year ago, I've been always this problems around, everywhere.
Yeah, that's got to be so frustrating. The owner also tells us he has been dropped by one insurance company because of the losses.
Batman will now be known as Toothpick Man. Because toothpicks can't be used to break into shops.
I'd pick a lock.
I didn't think about that one. Ain't the only place, dude. It's becoming more and more commonplace. I never thought I'd see this. I mean, I've reported on it for years now, off and on. It was in Kansas when Kansas cracked down on a bunch of things. Now, it's all over the place. Loading ad.
Republicans damage.
Thank God these commercials will be gone after tomorrow. Batman's opening up a GoFundMe.
I need a new bat. I need to bring it into a vape shop. Jesus, that quick.
Parents met with school leaders.
That quick.
Where was his alarm? Where was his burglar alarm?
Oh, it went off. But they were long gone by the time the cops got there. And now this guy is out $25,000. Those 3 schmucks took $25,000 in a matter of minutes. Oh, $15,000 worth of cigarettes and $9,000 from their safe.
Wow.
It's not just Australia that has the tobacconist shop problems. This shit's going on in our country now, too. And just, like the war on drugs. Oh, look, we caught some of them. Kiss off.
Yeah, a fraction.
2 teens identified in vape store robbery. Tobacco and vape. 2 teenagers face several juvenile felony charges, which are going to be off their record when they turn 18. Face juvenile felony charges after being identified by Lenore County deputies as the alleged robbers at Lyons Tobacco and Vape Shop.
Let's get a slap on the wrist, man.
Listen, the free press will let you read the first sentence of their articles, and after that, you got to pay because it's not actually free.
The free press, really, that's a bit high. Okay.
You can fuck right off. That's my posture on the situation.
The free press. Read this for free. 1 sentence. Okay.
Now you got to pay if you want to read the rest of it.
Fucking bullshit. I don't know.
I couldn't do any more, dude. I set a limit for myself today. I says at the 2-hour mark, we are done with the news. I don't care if we get through it all or not.
Because it's so bloody depressing, that's why.
Because you see it coming. It's the exact same thing. And I don't care what country you're in. It's the exact same progression. The more they crack down on it, the more the crime wave shows up. The more the crime wave shows up, the more the black market products are going to be available. And then you end up with ram raids and fire bombings and turf wars between cartels and... It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see the pattern and go, shit,
organized
that's what's
crime.
coming for us? Maybe we should stop these politicians from enacting these ridiculous rules. When you could go into a shop for $5 and get yourself a bottle of liquid... There was none of this. None.
No.
And you didn't really have too many DIYers either. Because why would you bother with buying all this stuff and trying to figure out the recipe that you enjoy when you could just go into a shop and spend $20, buy 4 bottles? Who cares if you didn't love all 4 of them? You could vape your way through it. And if it was really bad, you just gave it to a friend. It was $5. Here. You like lemon? Try this lemon tart cake. You might like it more than I do.
It's I don't know. It's just wow. Unbelievable.
It's hard not to get depressed about it. It really is. Because nobody wants to fucking listen to you. Nobody wants to stand and fight. There's only a handful of people out there that are doing it on a regular basis. And none of them are tied with the industry. That's the best part.
It's not so much getting depressed. It's more frustration than anything else. Because, the facts are there, the science is there. There's, and just people choose to ignore it. We're all blinkered just for the case of, well, I think it's profit, to be honest with you. They want to make profit out of it by...
Or careers. How many tobacco control people are going to be out of a career in the next decade?
Exactly.
What are you going to fucking ban? It's all gone. Everybody's vaping now, and there's no harm.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do with yourself? We caught on to the fact that you're already on mission creep. You realize that combustible cigarette sales are done, smoking's dead, so that's why you're attacking vaping? You're shooting yourself in the foot from your original mission.
I do think it was a matter of time before they did tax it, because at the end of the day, if they want to eradicate smoking and cigarettes, the amount of tax they're making off that, they're going to want to recoup it from something else, and obviously vaping's the next target.
And the sad reality is even the doctors are starting to catch on to it, because I keep hearing more and more people tell me that their doctor, their pulmonologist, their allergist told them the best thing you can do for your lungs or for your allergies is to stop smoking. Switch to vaping.
Yeah.
If you switch to vaping, then you won't need to come see me every month to get evaluated to see if your medications are working. In a year or two, you might actually be able to get off your medications.
Exactly. Oh no, Big Pharma will not have that. But get them up me drugs. No. Hell no. Can't be doing that.
All right. Enough of the bullshit out there. It's time for us to have some fun. Time for a nice flavor explosion. And time for some vape mail. I'm curious to see what kind of retro vape I got sent. I'm curious to see all the new flavors are going to get added to my repertoire. The shelf still hasn't shipped from my wall. Amazon said they'll email me. They got tired of sending me notifications. Do you sure you really want this order? We can't get it to you like we told you in 2 days. They asked me that like 8 times before they finally said, you know what? We'll just send you an email when we actually get the thing and send it to you. Was that cool? Yes.
For a shelf, though. You know what I mean? For a shelf.
But see, the problem is I found other shelves, but they're not wide enough. I can squeeze 100 or 120 ml bottle in there, but then what am I going to do with my big bottles? And what am I going to do with like my mods? I want to put it on there because I'm only using like 2 rows of them for the 120 ml bottles. The rest of them are going to be a display stand for all my vapes and my mods. And some of these are way wider than a bottle. I mean, I could turn them sideways, but I want to use the shelf. So there is one, cost about the same, and it's actually 3 inches wide, not 2 inches wide. Or deep, I should say. Same size. If there was another one that was the same size, I would have bought it already, but there isn't. There's only one person making a 3-inch deep shelf that's that size that I need to fit between the monitor and the window. So I'll wait. If I got to wait until end of November, I don't care.
By the time they come, you could have fucking made yourself some fucking shelves.
Listen, the problem is Amazon shot themselves in the foot, right? Their inventory system screwed up somewhere along the way because they said that they had so many of them in stock in their warehouse. Now, the company that manufactures these, I could purchase it directly from them for $70. But I bought it from Amazon for like $58 or something.
Yeah, you got cheaper.
And now Amazon's stuck waiting for their original purchase rather than shipping something from one of their sellers because they don't want to take the loss. And I'm certainly not going to want to pay, you know, an extra 12 or 15 bucks or whatever to get this other one.
Yeah.
Because it's not coming from Amazon, so who knows who's going to ship it and how long it's going to take. I may not get it till the end of November anyway. I'll wait for Amazon to get their shit in order.
Fucking need they? They're useless. They're useless.
You got a flavor explosion for today? You got something to try out, something to drink? You want to go first?
Already started with this computer depressing us.
All right, mate. What you got?
Today I've got another lager, and it's the Belgium lager by the name of De La Artois. Oh, well, it's probably back to front, but there you go. It is Belgium lager, premium lager beer, Le Bier Fin Deluxe. It is made from 50% recycled aluminium can there, so there is some recycling going on here. It is 4.6% volume as a 568 milliliter, so that's roughly an English pint in there. And yeah, it's just a Belgian lager. I've had it before. It's not too bad. So there you go. It's ingredients of water, barley malt, maize, hops. Even though it's Belgium, it's still brewed in the UK, but never mind. I love that.
So, mate, what's that taste like compared to the other beers that you've had, like Coors and Bud Light and Budweiser?
It's a little bit fresher. It's a little bit crisper.
More of like a summer beer.
Yeah, it's like fresher. It's
not as much hops.
It's more refreshing, but it's not like thirst quenching. It's like, you know, you like suck on a lemon. You know, the lemon flavor's lovely, but it leaves you that dryness. That's kind of where it is a bit. You know what I mean? Like, not when you actually drink it, but it's like in the dryness after effect of it. You know, so it's still all right. It's, you know, it's pretty good. It's a bit fresher, a bit clearer.
I'll have to give me some of that. I've never had Stella Artois. I see it all the time.
It's very nice. It's nice. It's a nice.
Hey,
lager,
Bastard,
you know,
hello and welcome. Buta Squad, hello and welcome. Wonderful to have all yins here. And for your entertainment today, hey man, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yes, please.
For your entertainment today, I have a beautiful pounder. Arnold Palmer spiked strawberry half and half iced tea lemonade. 710 milliliters. 1 pound, 8 ounces. It's a struggle. Believe me, it's a struggle to try and drink this before it gets piss warm. 5% alcohol by volume. But that strawberry is fantastic. Oh, I love it. Almost as much as I love this beautiful package from Neil Pitts. I'm not even talking to the right microphone. So what do we got here? What do we got here? He said he was sending a retro vape. We got some vape mail to open up. And I need to sharpen this knife. Actually, what I need to do is use a good knife. And then the problem solved.
While you're opening that, I found a product, right? You know how I told you I bought all that old stock from a vape shop?
Yes.
And I bought like a load of coils and stuff. So I've digged through the bag and I've come through I've made a discovery. And I'm wondering why it never ever took off. Why didn't this thing take off? What you've got here...
What might that be?
It's called... It's from Dr. Vape. Is it Dr. Vapes? It's from Dr. Vapes and it's called The Drip. Right? It's a 3-pack. And what it is a goddamn disposable tank. And I think that's an awesome idea. And why did it not take on? It's a brilliant idea because
not that particular brand.
But this is what you get in the pack. You get like 2 tanks, and you get the main tank, which has got on the bottom, if you excuse me, it's got a 510 adapter on it, and all you do is you unscrew the plastic tank when you finish with it. There you go, there's the plastic tank. When you finish with it, you just put it in the bin, and you're left with the base, the 510 base. Ready to screw another one in. And I think it's a genius idea. And the thing is, it's universal because you can have direct to lung there, you've got a slot there, and you've got a slot there. And then if you swing it round, you've got some little slots there where you can have a very restricted type direct to lung, or you can mouth to lung it. All in this little screw-on tap. And I've been trying one. It's been on here. There, it's on this guy from the SX Mini. It's got, I'll just give you some specs. Its size is 46 by 24 millimeters. It's a 2 mil, you know, it's TPD compliant. but it's got 0.15 coils in it. Recommended wattage is 40 to 50 watts. Best at 50 watts. And they are the mesh coils. There's mesh coils in it. And the flavour of it's not too bad. And I mean, I've got that one there, just sitting at like 50 watts there with that coil in. And the clouds and the flavours, didn't it? It's not brilliant, but it's not bad. But it's a chucker with the clouds.
That's nice.
Like that. At 50 watts.
Apathy Miller, hello and welcome.
It's mint, and I thought, why did these not take off? You know what I mean? They'd be such a good idea. But, you know,
I've seen other manufacturers try that.
I think
that
it's
whole
just
idea of replaceable tanks.
Yeah. I just think it's went under the radar, and I think it's a bloody good idea, because when I first looked, I thought, oh, it's just pods. And obviously when I looked in, I said, no, it's not pods. That's what I thought it was at first. I thought it was pods, until I actually took one out and started fanning about with it. And like I say, I've dropped one on there.
Holy moly, Batman!
I've been it.
Look, the mate sent me some popettes. I got some here. But that's awesome, dude.
I'll tell you what else I've rediscovered as well, mate. And I'm going to stick with it from now on.
What's that?
Alien wire. Oh my God, I forgot how good that is. Alien wire. Oh my God, it's awesome.
How about the original Kylin RTA from VandyVape?
Oh, I've got one of them.
I don't. I've had the Kylin M, but not the original Kylin. So that's going to be really cool as a retro vape.
And I'll give you a fair warning now. You don't wick it, it's going to piss all over you. Because that was the infamous, famous, leaky Kylin.
And the Quad Flex Survival Kit.
Oh,
now, I've got the Quad Flex Survival Kit, but I don't remember it being this big of a box. Because, see, wow. I have the kit that has all these parts in it, but not the original tank. So you had to have the tank, and then you bought the thing on the side of it. I'll show you it next week. We'll do these as the retro vape for next week. It is so fucking cool. But you could, who was it? Twisted 420 did one of his only outside reviews. He was acting like a survivalist, you know, when it was Man versus Wild or whatever, and you had the guy that would walking out. He was doing this out in the park and running through the bush, and he built this thing on a picnic table out in the park the one day. But that's going to be awesome for us to do as a retro vape. Thank you. And we got a Pocket X coil, a set of coils for the Pocket X. I have a Pocket X, so we're going to do that as well. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate that. Where's the other cardboard? I throw it on the floor? Yes. I got to keep my trash all in one place. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate all this stuff. Awesome. I'll have to prep a package and send it to you. All right. Here's my Bull City flavor order. Boy, is it nice having a knife that's actually got an edge to it. Just a couple more flavors for my collection there. Because I don't have enough of them. And a couple of these are refills. What do you think?
Also, in my coil collection, I found loads of smoke coils, and guess what I got working again? I found a coil. Ta-da! The Prince tank. I got it apart, and I got a new coil in, on the original, that is the original mag. That was the first one that came out with the Prince Prince.
Yeah,
tank
mine's
on it,
a
I believe
rainbow
it is.
one. Yours is a purple one. It looks nicer than mine.
Oh. I mean,
But that's something I don't give enough love to in the retro vape section. I've got pretty much all of the original smock stuff. The TFV8, the TFV9 when they transitioned to that, the Baby Beast, the Prince
Baby Beast,
Tank.
yeah.
I got them all. So we're going to start working through those, despite the fact nobody really watches or likes smock stuff. I've got a bunch of those that we're going to rotate through the retro vapes once we get past all this lovely stuff I got from Neil.
There was nothing ever wrong with the mods. The tanks were leaky. That was the downside. But the mods were mint. Well, the mods worked. As that's proof, that's still working today. It must be about, what, 10-year-old now, if that, if not more?
Yeah, it has been.
The original mag?
Apathy says, I'll send you a link on EM, for EM on Facebook. Cool. So what flavors did I get? What flavors did I get and add to the collection? How about cantaloupe? You like cantaloupe?
That was our baby antelope, is it?
No, you don't know what a cantaloupe is?
Is that an antelope to go with your musk?
No. I got cantaloupe flavor. It's kind of like Flavora's wild melon. So we'll see what this one is like. How is it different than wild melon? They're both Flavora flavors. I also got eggnog from Flavora because I got Flavor West eggnog, but I'm not happy with it. It's just all spice, no custardy notes to it, no creaminess, nothing like that. So we'll try out, Flavora's eggnog. I got graham cracker clear from TFA. We'll see how that's different than the graham cracker from TFA. And I also got the DX, the diacetyl removed graham cracker flavor from TFA. Crunchy cereal with berries. Who doesn't love Captain Crunch?
Yeah.
Irish cream. Here's one for you. Jamaican rum. From Flavor Art.
Get that rum
and to go
raisin
with that, you got to have some lime Tahiti. I've got the one lime Tahiti here. Now I ordered the distilled one, and now I can compare the two of them to see what it's like. I also have some raw nutmeg flavor from Wonder Flavor. I got another watermelon from Flavora, butterscotch, milky caramel fudge from SSA, ripe coconut, cappuccino coffee from SSA, dulce de leche from SSA, shortbread cookie, SSA, banana cream, sweet peach from SSA, strong strawberry. How's that different from regular strawberry? I guess we're going to have to find out.
Strawberry. The strawberry on steroids?
Yeah. From the reviews, it was more of a realistic strawberry that's not macerated and it's not raw. It's kind of like what a prepared strawberry would be like in a strawberry dessert. So we'll see how that fares with the other strawberries. And then obviously I had creme de la creme from SSA as well. Added to the collection. Needs to be labeled and added to the inventory for our random recipes, but should be approaching 650 now.
Oh, Jesus.
Which is great because I want to do a live mixing show. I want to do a weekly show, or we do flavor testing and we come up with a good recipe and we get some of the other mixers out there to jump on the chat. And if they don't want to get on camera, well, then they can just, I want to set the computer up so that you can call in.
Yeah.
And just your audio will be there.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So for those people that are camera shy and don't want their face out there,
you would be like a proper radio DJ then. That would be the icing on the cake for you.
That's the whole idea. It could be a regular call-in mixing show.
I can just see it. On line one, we have Dave from Massachusetts. Fire away, Dave. What's your question?
Well, see, the thing is, I don't have somebody that's going to take the call ahead of time to monitor it and censor it and stuff. So I'm going to have to put a link somewhere where, I can put the number for people to call. Or I'll maybe have them reach out to me and send me an email, and then I'll send them the number. That way the number's not published in the world for the world to see. And then actual people can get on the show and they can have conversations about mixing. And what do you think about this? And what do you think about this? And, what do you want me to mix up today? Let's see if we can develop one together.
Yeah.
I'll pick the first ingredient. You pick a complementary ingredient. And then what do we need to add to it to make it a beautiful vape that anybody can enjoy?
Mm.
And Happy Hippies like, that'll work for me, man, because I still have dial-up.
Jesus, dial-up modem. Fucking hell.
That's all right.
Do they still exist? Do they still exist?
Yes. Some places around town, DSL is the only internet you can get.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, imagine that.
Damn.
I'm so excited for this. This is cool.
There you go. That's the dial-up. I remember them days. It took for fucking ever.
Sure did. Then you had community bulletin boards that you could share files and pictures and stuff with.
And then when you finally got through, your mum or your dad, who's on the phone? I want to use the phone. Shit. Damn. It just took us half hour to get through. Please, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know why this was my daily drag for a long time. The coils Aspire coils have always been immaculate. He's still watching the show from 3 weeks ago. His internet connection's so fast. Man, you ought to look into Starlink. It costs a little bit to get it set up, but once you get it set up, you got high-speed internet, and even during the storms, that people say it's pretty reliable, consistent.
Really? Wow.
And the satellite dishes have gotten pretty small. They're only like this big around. The size of your router.
It's satellite internet. Cool.
Yeah, you stick it out your window, facing up towards the sky, and it picks up a connection and sets up your internet connection. And you have Wi-Fi to your computer.
Yeah, you'll probably have to point it at the satellite, just like you did with the old sky dishes, I would imagine.
Nope. No, you don't.
No, really?
There's like 4,000 satellites up there, and they're in low orbit, and the beam covers wide swatches of land.
Pretty cool, eh?
So you can fine tune it, but like even campers say that you just set the thing out there, and it'll pick up a satellite. And most of the time the connection's good enough so you don't even have to fiddle fart with the dish. If you want to optimize your connection, you can aim it so make it less rain resistant. So if you get a bad thunderstorm move through or something, you can still pick up the signal. But,
is that the one that Elon Musk has done? Is that the one that Elon Musk come up with?
Yep. That he sent down to all those hurricane victims down there. Speaking of which, we have something in the dad joke section I caught on to. It was only a month ago that we had all those hurricanes come through, and 2 major interstates got shut down through Tennessee, through the mountains, the Appalachian Mountains and stuff. 50 roads in Tennessee were closed because of the storm damage.
Really? Wow.
In less than 30 days, the Tennessee workers for the road system have already opened up 30 of those roads. And the interstate was finally opened up last week. One of the 2 interstates.
That's still good. Oh, still good.
Clean the debris off, fix the bridges in 1 month. They deserve a round of applause for that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, them poor buggers in Spain aren't so lucky. Did you see there, looking flash floods? Jesus.
No. We don't get notified of that stuff.
It's major stuff. They had a year's worth of rain in about 10 hours. And the flash floods have literally destroyed. There's 200 dead. But the carnage it's caused, it's just gathered cars up and just dumped them. There's mountains of cars and debris there. It's just dumped it. In the aftermath, all the mud and the sludge. The king and the queen of Spain went down and they got bombarded with mud balls because they said they were too late. They hadn't done enough. Nobody told them what was happening. They actually jolly high in mud at the king and queen who were walking down the street looking at her. There's hell on over it, honestly. Really, really bad. Valencia, that's where it is. Look it up, Google it, Valencia. I'll tell you, the state of it.
I will.
Jesus Christ.
I will, because I just got done watching a couple episodes of Highway Through Hell. It's about the tow truck companies in Alberta, Canada, British Columbia, Canada. And they had a massive flood there. Worst they've ever seen. And that was, 3 years ago? I think it was in 21. They had these floods, and it shut down the Coquihalla Highway and destroyed like half of it, and a bunch of the bridges were washed out because of how bad the flooding was. There were towns that have never flooded before that were completely washed out.
Yeah, it's the same over there. I mean, we're showing you footage. There's loads and loads of bridges gone. And it showed you this big, it looked like a heavy fortified bridge. It just smashed it up like it was cardboard. It just was gone in seconds. That's how powerful it was. Like, really bad.
My wife and I were even talking about it. It's like, we didn't even know that this happened.
Yeah, it's, ooh. It was
We only had like two or three seasons of it that was available on Netflix, and then once that was gone, we didn't get to watch the show anymore. And I happened to catch Amazon Prime had it again. They had the first 2 seasons and then like season 8 or something. So I'm like, I never saw season 8, so I watched season 8, and then we ended up subscribing to the Weather Channel for their streaming app. It only works on the streaming TVs and stuff and Roku. But it was $30 for the whole year, and you got to watch the Weather Channel anytime you wanted live, or any of their on-demand content that they had, and that they obviously have every single episode of Highway Through Hell. I'm like,
right.
Perfect.
Right up your alley. Right up your alley.
Yeah, it was only $30 for the whole year. It was like, it's $5 or $6 a month or something. And then I told the wife it's $30 for the whole year. She's like, just get the whole year and be done with it.
Yeah, that's quite good, actually. Value for money.
Yeah. So we got another channel to watch on. Fantastic.
Another one of many.
Listen, I have a satellite dish out back that I used to originally put up so I could watch Hungarian channel. That's the only reason for that satellite. So I could pick up the free broadcast from Hungary. Duna TV.
I remember years ago when we first came out, everybody was into the motorized discs, so you could the dishes, so you could point it to every. You sat there online, you got all the coordinates and all that shit for a satellite that's broadcast in this country. And you motorized your dish and you aimed it out, and everything was fucking great.
Yeah, I had one up on the roof at one point, but it was hard to find free stuff that you could get with a small dish. You needed at least a 1 meter dish to be able to do that effectively.
Oh god, when the old ones were these big 1.5 meter metal things, which was fucking massive.
And then the thing is, if you don't have the right tools, trying to actually find the Clark belt, which is the belt that all the satellites reside in, so that when you set the motor up, like I could nail in and fine tune one satellite, but when you move the arc, if your arc was off anyway, you get shit signal on the other ones. You wouldn't be able to lock into the transponder, and you wouldn't be able to watch nothing.
Yeah,
but
that was
a whole different fiasco.
I had a little tool that you put in the tool, like you got your angles and the tool sorted the angles so you could do it. It was quite a nifty little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to watch all the freebie shit.
It was more of a hobby. It wasn't actually to watch anything other than, my Hungarian channel that I wanted to watch. And then they got to the point where, I just started streaming it. Why would I use the satellite dish when I could just get on the computer and stream it from their website?
That's the thing now. Everything's streaming now, isn't it? Well, even Sky Sky now have kind of obliterated the dish because they've got like the smart TVs now where they just stream straight to this TV now. So there's no need for a dish. It must come through fiber optic.
Well, I always did say that the internet was going to become the next utility, the necessity for society. You need the internet just as much as you need electricity and water and gas and electric. It's a utility. We live in an information society, and cell phones pretty much took up most of that, so people didn't realize it right away. But there's still a lot of people that have dial-up at home because they live in a rural area and they can't get ready access to high-speed internet.
Yeah, like broadband, etc. What we call broadband. I mean, like I say, I've seen it evolve over the last decade because the first internet came, like you said, down your telephone line. And then obviously now we're upgrading to fiber optic cables, and they've been doing a lot of upgrades in a lot of areas now, laying fiber optic cables, you know. So
how about they spent millions, like $82 million to expand high-speed internet to rural areas in this country, and they connected 0 people after spending that money because Comcast and NBC Universal and all these major corporations, Cox and all these other ones, took the money and they claimed that they expanded their coverage by upgrading their equipment, but not one house that wasn't previously connected and available got added to who got served because of this money that they got.
Wow. It just goes to show.
And Elon Musk made a big deal about it because he was supposed to get like 30% of that money to distribute, you know, these Starlink satellite dishes to rural people that lived out in the farmlands that don't even have lucky to have a phone line running down the street anymore. And they would have had high-speed internet. But because of politics, his contract was denied.
I think the government's kind of against him now anyway because of his shit he's doing, you know what I mean? He doesn't give a fuck about them. He just does what he wants to do now, doesn't he?
He always did.
Yeah.
Nothing really new there. All right. So let's switch over. Let's take a look at hand checks. I've got a bumper started for this. I need to finish that this week too. In addition to the review of the Hellray, the Fat Rabbit Solo 2 RTA, I've got the separate disposable thingy to finish off, and there's another one here sitting in my bedroom. Anyway, there's 3 videos that are going to get finished off in the next week or so and get published. Hopefully they'll get a little more views than the disposable one did. Whatever. Hand checks.
I'm really impressed with that.
William Dobson posted the Stubby 21 in a trade for some juice and so far liking it.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Is that the Bora device, is it?
It's an all-in-one. Looks like stainless steel wicking rods.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Cheryl says she got new Vape Mail. Ooh, look at that. That is gorgeous.
Nice. Yeah. That's the...
I love the steampunk look to that mech mod.
Yeah.
It's not even a mech mod. It's got buttons on the bottom to adjust the wattage and stuff.
It's, what do you call them, man? I've got the box mod of it, man. What the fuck do they call them again? Oh, the name escapes me. But it is, it's a regulated, like, mod. What the fuck are they again?
Pen style. Tesla SIGs.
Tesla SIGs, that's them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I have a pacemaker in, but it doesn't work very well because every time I fart, the garage door opens. I only have this one.
Oh, now you're talking. What's that? I'm trying to make out the name. What the fuck's that? I'll make it out. It looks gorgeous, whatever it is.
I don't know, but I like it.
Piccancini or something like that, isn't it? Nice, very nice.
Having to polish that sucker. Bloody fantastic, mate. What else? What else we got? That's all the hand checks. So I guess it's time for us to move on to our dad jokes. You ready for a little humor?
Bogan's just bringing you, well, another, he's getting cohoot with Vapors Cloud with this side-by-side mod. I could never get away with them because you're limited to your tank size. You know what I mean?
The Dreamer.
Oh, that's
William Dobson
right,
was right.
The Dreamer. Yeah, the Dreamer. I was thinking, like, because I was going, oh, God, it looks familiar, but yeah, the Dreamer. Good mod. Awesome bit of kit.
There's so many, at least there used to be so many of them out there. They were coming out week after week after week. 5 new ones here, 5 new ones there.
Yeah,
that's why there were so many
that's right.
vapor viewers.
Yeah, that's right, Brett. He's called it the Parsons. His new side-by-side mod's called the Parsons. I think that's Bogan's surname. I think that's why they've named it after his second name, the Parsons. Hey, pass me the Parsons, would you, old boy? It's the old Parsons nose. Pop, 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 pop. You can tell he's gone British.
When I hear Parsons, I get reminded of Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Don't know why. All right.
Just something there, innit? Something there.
Time for a little bit of humor, some dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I own. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Life hack for you out there, folks. If you're ever worried about going out shopping with the missus and you're worried about losing her, let me show you a little life hack to make your life so much better. Now you know where she's at all the time. Simple. Anybody can do it. Oh, look at this beautiful situation here.
My best.
Poor lady can't parallel park. I know plenty of guys that can't parallel park either. But isn't that rude? She tried so hard to parallel park. And the person that decided to help her out could have simply moved their car. Look, that lady with the dog could have helped her out. Didn't even bother. How many of you out there can't parallel park? It's really not that hard. Here, I'll help you, lady. Come on, right this way. A little bit back. No. Come back this way. A little bit. Turn the other way. Turn the other way. Oh, look, you're on the curb. Come on, right this way. Come on, right this way. Right this way. Perfect. Now stop.
Oh.
Now go forward. There you go. You did a great job. All right, see you later.
My apologies. I had to go and I got to go, and then obviously with the lights being out, now with dog being black, I'm just nearly set me neck tripping over the dog.
Ain't that horrible, dude?
What?
Okay, so here, you know that Trump has said that if he gets elected, Elon Musk is going to be heading the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, right?
Yeah.
How many of y'all seen Office Space, the movie? What exactly would you say you do here?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I asked you this last week, but we didn't actually, get into it. How many of you did this as kids? Teenagers?
I remember it well.
Taco Bell was voted the best Mexican restaurant in America. Folks, this is why we have the Electoral College. Taco Bell ain't even a real Mexican restaurant. Once you go to one, you'll know exactly what I mean. 90% of most people have no idea who this is. I'd be willing to bet that probably all of you out there that watch this show on a regular basis know who that person is.
No idea.
You never watched Leave It to Beaver? That's Beaver's mom. Leave It to Beaver.
Nope.
All right. So if you don't know that one, I'm sure you know this one. Might not have watched it 41 years ago. That was the final episode of MASH. See, the tent walls are all still standing there, but the actual tents are gone. The very last episode of MASH. Yep. Mallory Gates got it. Leave It to Beaver. Hippie Vape got that one.
I don't even think I ever did see the last one of that. To be honest with you.
It's a great episode. Well worth watching it. Still have it on Amazon. I bought them all on VCR, then I bought them all on DVD, and then I ended up buying them all on Amazon to stream.
Jesus.
Tell me the truth, I'm ready to hear it. Project 2025 is just QAnon for lefties. Karen's McTriggered. What are we gonna do?
McTriggered.
Oh, I don't drink alcohol or do drugs. I like my suffering raw. When you realize that the two most profitable businesses are war and illness, it's quite easy to understand what's been going on.
How true is that statement? Jesus. Really?
Bill Gates then, let's infect computers with viruses and then sell everybody antivirus software. Versus now.
Yeah, he's upped his game a bit, hasn't he?
Oh, we did this one already. When you help your dog find their toy and 2 minutes later, they got it right back where they had it before.
Oh, that's so true.
And they're staring at you like, are you going to get it for me again?
Yep. Nope. You put it there, you get it. Come on.
Okay, we already did those ones. So let's get to the real dad jokes. All right, ready? This is going to be a little crude for you. Ready? Not to be in a man's business, but what the fuck is number 5? What is the tip color? What's the color of your tip look like, dude?
If it was fucking green, I'd be very worried.
You go see a funeral
Holy
director.
shit.
Can I see your ID? No, sir. I'm voting today.
I love it. Very good.
Introducing the amazing anti-vaping toolkit. Select a body part, choose your funding amount, pick a commentator, and make a buzz.
Yeah.
And a free gift for anybody that chooses to partake in this lovely game of ruining society. We have included a free book for you. It's called Tobacco Control for Dummies. How to make people's lives
remember
miserable.
them? You don't see them now, do you?
Operation.
Such and such
Hell yeah.
The books, you don't see them, the such and such for dummies books anymore, do you? Remember, they had them for everything, didn't they?
They still do.
Really?
Yeah. The thing is, you need a license to call it that. Because I was going to make a vaping for dummies book, but you need to use for dummies is trademarked. All right. Do you know what this is?
Yep.
How many of you used it out there?
It's one of them things we're doing the ribbon tape, dip, 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 and just to make a sticky name down
The
there.
original label maker.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to make swear words and stick them all over the school.
Mallory Gates says, I used it. If you give me 5 minutes, I'll go find it. I still have one probably in a drawer somewhere. Don't have any more tape for it, but I know I probably do.
Wow.
And here I go. This is what I was telling you about before. The Harris economy is so bad, everyone needs 2 jobs just to get by.
I love it.
Hey, just because you're trash doesn't mean that you can't do great things. It's called garbage can, not garbage cannot. Direct quote from Oscar
like
the
it.
Grouch.
Very clever.
Mallory's like, Hunky, you're not lying. I know exactly where it is. And here's exactly what I was talking about. They did the data, they did the study before they come up with this stupid UK vape tax bill, right? And they said, if we ban disposables, how many people are going to go back to smoking? 26% of current smokers are going to go back to smoking if they ban disposables. Recent ex-smokers, 3% are going to go back to smoking.
Wow.
Meanwhile, here in the United States, where the FDA guarantees you're getting fucked, they have introduced and authorized 3,232 brand new fucking cigars, 1,291 brand new pipe tobacco products, 1,073 brand new hookah tobacco products, 973 brand new brands of cigarettes, and only 34 vaping products that only produce 3 choices to choose from, all owned by Big Tobacco.
So at the end of the day, who's in Big Tobacco's back pocket? The FDA.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Friday night is spaghetti wrestling. Saturday morning is all you can eat spaghetti for $1.
Oh, after the wrestling. Very nice.
Juicy. And how many of y'all had one of these lovely devices back in high school?
Oh, yeah. Ghetto Blaster. Wow.
I loved it, man. I had the dual tape design so you could dub tapes. You could make mixed tapes with them.
Mine was a twin tape deck. Yeah. Mine was a Goodman's was the brand in our day. Goodman's.
I don't even remember what the brand was on mine. It was a big black one.
Yeah. Goodman's twin tape deck. Brilliant.
And for all you Star Trek folks out there, here's a beautiful picture.
Wow.
Robert sent us a picture where he was standing next to William Shatner. So I figured, well, let's drop another picture in here. The cast and crew from the Star Trek movie, The Wrath of Khan. How can you tell? because Kirk's son is in here, or the guy that played his son.
Oh, wow.
Nostalgia. We love nostalgia on here. How many of you remember when Thanksgiving looked like this?
Never had it, mate. Not in this country, we never had it.
Thanksgiving is going to be so big in this family because of people dying off and grudges held against siblings and whatnot. We're not even cooking a turkey this year. I think I'm going to roast a chicken because it's just me and my wife. Kids are grown and gone.
Just get a small cut of turkey, like a crown, you know. Just get a turkey crown for yourselves. You don't need a big turkey to yourself, do you? Just get a crown or something.
We thought about it, but last year was the first year. Normally we love like turkey sandwiches the day after. But it's like, we just didn't really get into it. So this year we're going to try something different. I'm just going to roast a turkey. I had something, roast a chicken. It's something I can't tell you the last time I roasted a chicken. When the kids were here. I used to do it like once a week. It used to be like the Sunday dinner. You just pop a chicken in the oven at noon and pull it out. Let it sit there for half an hour ready while you're making the mashed potatoes and the veggie and dinner rolls. And
yeah,
the entire family clan used to all sit together for Thanksgiving dinners. That's becoming a rarity nowadays. I mean, when you got kids in the house, it's different. But once the kids are grown and gone, it's like, why make a whole turkey for two of us? Eat turkey for a week? Nah.
Turkey soup.
Here we go. Back to the shenanigans of this frickin' cat again. I'm not ugly. When you went to the beach, the tide refused to come in because of you being there.
Oh, that's cruel.
Oh, if medicine worked, you wouldn't need to refill your prescription ever. Have you noticed that when women get to a certain age, they start accumulating cats? Yeah, it's known as the menopause.
Oh, God almighty. You had to get one to scrape the bottle, didn't you? Gee, amazing.
Our neighbor has just bought a dog that can do magic tricks. What breed of dog is that? It's a Labracadabrador.
Oh, my God.
You know, as it turns out, folks, they were prepping us for self-checkout the whole time.
It certainly were.
I had that as a kid. I bought my kids ones. It did look a little more modern than that. I love chocolate. If your brain were chocolate, it wouldn't fill an M&M. Stop being mean to that lady. Mind your own business, asshole.
An M&M.
I like to maintain a well-rounded diet. I know donuts, pizza, hamburgers, definitely a well-rounded diet. Quit making fun of my food. I don't need therapy. You're arguing with a talking cat, Karen.
Well.
For those who still wash dishes by hand, I salute you for creating a skyscraper every time all the dishes get cleaned.
We did that, I remember them days. It just be bad enough.
And then as you get older, one of your life goals is to have a dishwasher. Even if you don't have one built in your cabinet, you get one that rolls around. And then you just pull it up to the sink and you put up a little faucet, hook the thing up, you turn the thing on, and you walk back and you come back 3 hours later and it's all done. All you gotta do is put them away. Dishwasher Jenga. Want to try and get sassy with me? No, ma'am. I ain't fucking with you.
Fair enough.
I don't like you. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of your memes. Take a seat with all the others waiting for me to give a fuck what you think. Ladies and gentlemen, here's your public service message for today. We all just changed our clocks. In the UK, they did it last week. In the United States, we did it this week. If you change your clocks, please, for the love of God, change the batteries in your smoke detectors. Don't forget about them. And check your fire extinguishers while you're at it. Make sure that the gauge is in the green. If it's in the red, just go buy a new one. It's way cheaper to buy a new one than it is to get somebody to fix the old one and certify it again. Meanwhile, electricity bills these days are like energy usage, $40.47. Delivery charges, $261.76. Processing charge, $75. Access fee, $45. Transmission charge, $34. How is it a transmission? You only get electricity at one speed. Administrative fee, miscellaneous fee, why not fee? Here's another one. What can you do fee? We're going to charge it. You're going to have to pay it. And a just because fee, since we like to slap you in the face one more time.
It's all right.
Hello, sweetheart. My grandma has passed away. Oh, I'm so sorry. May her soul rest in peace. Chicken, 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 chicken. What? Okay. What's up with the chicken emoji? My Android has no doves. I'm sorry.
Chicken emoji. Oh, fucking hell.
This is the next thing they're going to ban, ladies and gentlemen, because Reese's is coming out with a brand new elf bar. And I guarantee you that's worse for you than if you actually had a real elf bar.
Will be, I.
Way worse for your health. Here we go. Revenge of the Dogs. Now, let's see how you like it when two play this game. You're definitely not going to be playing with your balls for the next week.
Doggy
what
revenge.
Are you saying, dog? I am Wendy's years old. Yellow Wendy's years old. That's when Wendy's was actually quality food, man.
Wendy's.
Now they try to be gourmet and it just, it's a burger. What the fuck? Burger King's better than Wendy's. Wendy's had the shit going whenever they had the French fries that were just like homemade fries. Like you go to the county fair and get fresh cut fries. Now they're back to their old crap fries. Dave did it right. Happy Hippie's 100% right. The founder of Wendy's. You know they called it Wendy's because that was his daughter's name. And you were king shit if this is what your entertainment stand looked like in the 80s.
Oh, wow. Remember the days.
Stereo VCR and Atari 2600. You had the Nintendo, you had the Sega, you had all the game systems. And hooked up to a standard separate TV away from the family. So you didn't have to fight over what was going to be on the boob tube.
Wow.
Hey, brand new announcement. IKEA has started making cars. Vehicles come with 812 pages of assembly instructions.
Oh my God. The size of that wrench. Fucking Alan. Fucking ouch.
And despite what the radio stations would like us to think, Christmas is not right around the corner. We got to get through Thanksgiving first. My wife was so freaking happy this week. She had a dog that she had set up, a blow-up dog in her yard, and she even named him in the whole 9 yards. She was so excited to set this up for Halloween, and she's like, Halloween's over. I got to take my buddy down. So I'm like, yeah, where's that Amazon? Her favorite things are gnomes, right? So I ordered her the 7 foot wide, 5 foot tall, 3 gnome setup. It says Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh.
She was so freaking happy to set that thing up on Sunday. It was like, she was like a kid on Christmas morning setting that thing up for Thanksgiving.
Well,
meanwhile, we've got naughty or nice Tic Tacs. The naughty ones are lumps of coal that are sour cherry flavored. Meanwhile, the nice Tic Tacs are candy cane flavored.
Cool.
Life's short. Buy those shoes. Miss a month's rent. Lose your job. Get evicted. Lose your friends. Ruin your life. Treat yourself. Come on. Treat yourself. You enjoy it. You will deserve it. Kermie?
Yep.
What? Oh. No. No. Be responsible. Okay, how many kids are in a kid's meal? What? Highway officials are searching for the mystery motorist who filled this huge pothole with concrete. We want to file charges on them.
What the fuck?
Listen, man, when you get sick and tired of potholes that the city or the state never get around to fixing, and you just happen to have a couple bags laying around in your yard, well, that and a bucket of water is all it takes, and problem solved. They can go pound salt. How many of you go around and do this when you're getting ready to donate something to Goodwill, but you first drive around with it in your trunk for a couple months before you get around to stopping to drop it off?
Yeah, been there, done that.
Shit, we gotta go Christmas shopping. Not till we stop at Goodwill, drop off that shit we've been driving around since summer. Why does a chicken coop have 2 doors? Dad, please, no. Because if it had 4, it'd be a chicken sedan.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Hey, Harrison Ford! What's next, Liam Neeson? Huh?
Okay, now.
You know, I was singing in the shower when some soap got in my mouth. Now it's a soap opera.
Oh, God almighty. Oh.
Hey, never tell your electrical engineer parent that you want to be a transformer for Halloween, or you're going to end up going like this.
Oh, Jesus. You want to be one? Oh, there you go.
You're a transformer.
That's
not what I meant, Dad. What room can't a skeleton go in? What? The living room. That's bottom of the barrel. Okay, so we got 3 windmills here. What's your favorite 3 movies? Blade 1, 2, and 3. Man, I'm not a fan.
Oh, Lord, do. Blade, Wesley Snipes.
Doctor, what can I do to get healthier? Please, doctor, tell me what I can do. Oh, use a bicycle and cut the carbs. Okay, I hope this works.
Well, yeah, that's what the man said.
Took it literally. You know, the inventor of the throat lozenge recently died. There will be no coffin at his funeral.
Oh my God. Okay, now.
I hate making spelling errors. You mix up 2 letters and your whole point is urine. Whenever I think of the 80s, my first thought of a boombox. Well, that's just a stereotype.
Really?
I told my doctor I felt like a pair of curtains. Did he tell you to pull yourself together? No, he told me I should open up more. This fly landed here and started telling jokes. I wanted to stop him, but, you know, he was on a roll.
Okay, now.
Window or aisle? Window or you'll what? This farmer isn't just good at his job, he's now outstanding in his field.
Oh, okay, now.
All right, let's get a little complex here. Ready? Problem-solving flowchart. Does the damn thing work? Yes or no? If yes, don't fuck with it. If no, did you fuck with it already? Yes or no? Yes? You dumb shit. Does anybody know? Yes or no? Well, if nobody knows, then just hide it. Not your problem. If yes, man, you're such a fucking poor ass bastard. Can you blame somebody else for it? Yes or no? No? You're still a poor ass bastard. I got no help for you. If yes, no problem. Meanwhile,
very interesting.
If you start the flowchart out and you ask yourself, does the damn thing work? And you said no. And you say, did you fuck with it? And you said no. Will you catch hell if it's busted? If the answer is no, then just shit can the fucking thing and now you got no problem. I love these realistic flowcharts, man. Makes life so much easier. All right, how many of y'all had one of these things? I think everybody did. This wood grain masterpiece of the 80s and 90s to store all your lovely VCR tapes.
Yep. We were posh. We had two, had them stacked.
Mallory Gates, I still do. Cheryl's like, yo.
Mallory Wood, wouldn't it? But fucking everything. Proper Horde.
I was a dumbass. I got rid of all my VCR tapes and stuff. When you hit a pothole going down the road at 60 and it sounds expensive, that's the look on your face. Oh, I can't afford to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't you get that feeling in the back of your brand new shirt when that tag starts just barely touching the back of your neck and then your brain goes, oh my God, what the fuck is that me? That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And this is what I was talking about. Remember, we showed the pictures of all the roads that were flooded out and destroyed. Interstate 26 has reopened. One lane of traffic in each direction in Irwin, Tennessee right now, while longer repairs continue. It remains closed to wide loads over 12 feet, but who gives a fuck about that? They can go around. However, this does provide another route to Tennessee for drivers who had been having to detour on I-81 and I-77 all the way around the mountains. I-40 remains closed to traffic between North Carolina and Tennessee for now. Plans to reopen one lane of that are underway.
Wow.
But I do want to congratulate the Tennessee Department of Transportation, who has opened 40 of 49 closed roads from Hurricane Milton in 30 days. They deserve a round of applause.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And if you're a redneck and you need flood insurance, fuck the insurance company. Just move your house up higher. That's all. Job done.
That doesn't look very safe.
Oh, look, they actually, put it in concrete. Underground pylons. They're good.
It just looks top heavy. Not like if a gust of wind is going to blow that van. It looks like the whole lot's kind of gone.
Nah, redneck engineering holds up pretty good. They use plenty of duct tape. They'll be all right. Gentlemen, let me assure you that you are all treasured members of this crew. But you probably won't be for very long. We all know what happens to red shirts. Hey, what's going on with this thermostat? And why does it have a 23-band EQ on it?
That's awesome.
We want to talk about an old-ass thermostat. I was so freaking happy. One of the suggestions my wife made was to get a Google thermostat or an Amazon thermostat, a smart thermostat, right? And it's so perfect because our little boxes can control it. And I was so surprised when I did the research and bought the thing that our utility company had a $50 rebate for it. So the thing only ended up costing me $5.
Wow. That's awesome.
And it is so nice. We're laying in the bedroom the other night, and I'm like, oh, it feels a little warm in here. What's going on? I don't care. Open the app. Drop it 2 degrees. Within 10 minutes, I'm out cold because I feel that cool air kick in and out. Unlike this programmable thermostat.
Holy moly. This
was actually not an equalizer. This was a 24-hour programmable thermostat. You could dial each of these to a certain temperature from hours 1 through 24 and adjust the thermostat temperature that you wanted the house to move through the day. I thought that was pretty cool.
Still a fucking lot of dials.
And since Thanksgiving's right around the corner, I know most of you people don't know how to frickin' bake a pumpkin pie from scratch or from even a can. Talk about lazy. You go to Walmart, you buy a can of pumpkin pie. It's already got the seasonings, the sugar, and everything in it. All you got to do is get a pie shell, pour it in there, and throw it in the oven for an hour. You're done. So you're too cheap to do that, too lazy to do that, so you're going to go and buy a store-bought pie. Please make sure you check the ingredients because this one has finger in the ingredient. We don't know whose finger it is. We don't even know what species the finger came from. But you might want to be careful and read the ingredients on these store-bought desserts. Might not be all that good for you. And some more life hacking tips for you due to the rising cost of medical tests. And we know you can't afford the insurance companies offer to cover you when they don't really cover you. They're going to deny you, even if you pay that $6,000 a month to them. We've got a brand new test for you. Do the rising cost of medical test. All you can do right now is, and all you need to do right now is go outside and pee under a tree. And then you just got to wait a little bit. If the grass dries up, well, you should probably hydrate more because your salts are high. And if it smells like barbecue, your cholesterol is probably sky high. And if you forgot to pull up your pants after going out there and peeing under the tree, well, you can join those of us that have Alzheimer's.
Clever.
Job done.
Very clever.
And for the poochies in our life, Night of the Living Nail Clippers is their horror story to watch for Halloween. How many of your poochies go running and try and hide when the nail clippers come out?
Mine goes running when you try to bat him. He does not want to know. He's gone.
Meanwhile, when we go camping, Jester's be the first one to dive into a creek or a river or a lake.
Wow.
But he doesn't want to have a bath at home.
Nah.
And for those of you that don't know or don't have an old house, this is what new houses do. Please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
True.
Meanwhile, old houses with the old plaster and wood lath walls. Try it again, motherfucker, and I'll break your other hand as well.
That's so true.
Fishing licenses are so stupid. You can't even drive a fish.
Oh, gosh.
Meanwhile, in other parts of the world where they're not as well off as we are, they're still using the same TV wall mounts. I don't know how long that's going to work.
That's not going to end well, is it?
No. What the hell?
I noticed that them Croc shoes, Jason's mask.
You know, life's a series of ups and downs. Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh my God, yo-yo.
First one home wins deal. Shit. Good morning, world. What are we offended by today?
That's a fucking true statement now.
New turkey loads pack a punch. Kind of like Taco
Holy
Bell.
Shit. Holy moly.
This is the perfect garage to house ratio. What do you say, mate?
Fully agree. Yeah. Oh, yes. I could definitely fill the garage quicker than I could the house.
That'd be perfect, man. The right side could be my wife's crafting room, and the left side could be my studio.
Hell no. Not a car garage, mate. Classic cars.
Well, I didn't say what the channel was going to be.
All right,
What's the difference between toilet paper and curtain? Oh, I don't know, honey. So it was you.
You dirty bitch.
Pickup truck behind me. Me going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit already.
Yeah.
Bro, can you get off my ass?
Nope, it's a super rod.
And I have seen this so many times. People are using this beautiful picture to depict what happens when they ban vaping. Oh, look, they banned vaping. It's only available in pharmacies. Fuck your restrictions. I am going to just go to the black market and get whatever the fuck I want.
Hell yeah.
I love old school. When I joined the fire company, that's how we went to the call. None of this fucking posh interior compartment seats to sit in. You're on your way to a call. It's time to work. There's no reason to sit down. Get in a truck, stand on a dovetail. You're off and running. Literally.
Hanging on the back for sheer life.
Well, it's not like those trucks can actually move that fast. I know we had a contest, what gear could you possibly in before you cross the railroad tracks? And I was one of the few that could get in the third by the time we got there, but...
Well, it's not surprising
those trucks did not move fast.
That's the only thing. if you chuck around a corner, that's the thing, way off.
Yeah, but it was fun. That was when firefighting was real.
Not bad. Oh, it looks like it was fun.
All right, how many of y'all did this? Return bottles for cash.
Yes, grew up doing it.
Don't tell me that we didn't recycle when we were young. We recycled more when we were young than people do nowadays.
Plus, glass is not like microplastics. It didn't pollute everything. Glass was washed and reused. So
they smash them, they remelt them, made new glass. 100% recyclable. And guess what? If it got smashed in your yard, no big deal. It's just sand. Bury it in some dirt. No problem. Is this a real breakfast,
plastic
dude?
Crap. Brunch. We'll call it a brunch. Breakfast, lunch. You can have for tea as well. Bacon, egg, and beans. Lovely. You need to try it, mate. It's gorgeous.
I'm all about that.
Chips, egg, and beans. Chips, egg, and beans. It is a simple but most satisfying meal you'll ever have. Brilliant.
I'm all about that.
But you need to have some bread and butter with it. That's what you need. A bit of bread and butter on the side. Gorgeous.
Okay. I wasn't sure if this was real or this was somebody just trying to pull my leg.
Yeah. Chips, egg, and beans. I mean, that's our English baked beans. I don't know if they're the same in the US.
I'm going to have to send you some pork and beans and some of our traditional beans that we have with meals. I'll send you those cans in your Christmas package.
Like that. We have baked beans like that. It's basically baked beans in a tomato sauce.
Okay, but we call that pork and beans here. That's not the baked beans that we have.
I'll tell you what's even better. 2 slices of bread, toasted, put on lashings of butter, beans. Beans on toast is an absolute amazing snack over here. Beans on toast, then baked beans on toast. Brilliant. And if you want, you can stick an egg on the top as well. That's our snacks. Lovely.
Here's a beautiful map. You guys know how much I love maps, right? Here's what happens if you were to take the Mediterranean Sea and overlay it on Australia.
That's a big old sea.
You know, here's Italy. The Bay. Strait of Gibraltar, or Strait of, what they call it? My geography over in the Mediterranean sucks. But you can make out what it is, the whole Mediterranean Sea here. That is cool as shit.
Yeah.
Size comparison.
That's clever. Well, you kind of miss Italy because it's got the boot on the end, you know what I mean? So, you know.
Yeah, you can't miss Italy. Greece. But that puts things into a whole new perspective on what sizes different things are on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah.
And I love maps and I love comparing things. Let's compare California to Japan, okay? Here's Japan's economy versus California's economy. Area, 424,000 square kilometers versus 378,000 square kilometers in Japan. Population in California is 39 million versus 124.4 million in Japan. Which means the population density is 93 per kilometer squared versus 330 per kilometer squared. Gross domestic product of California, where Hollywood is located and all your movies get made, is $3.7 trillion versus Japan of $4.4 trillion.
Jesus.
Meanwhile, the gross domestic product per capita is $94,000 in California versus $35,000 in Japan. I would have never thought the two of them are that close. My friend Joyce learned how to clone herself. Really? Now she's rejoiced.
Oh, fucking hell.
All right, how many of y'all had a burn barrel growing up? And what trash you could burn, you'd burn, not put out for the garbage man.
Yeah, but there's no holes in the side of it for the air to fan the flames.
Yep.
We used to put holes in. We used to have ours full of holes.
My wife's life goal was to get one for our yard. And ever since the new mayor took over and they stopped cracking down on people having yard fires, she's out there all the time when the weather's nice.
Believe it or not, at the moment, they're a big thing, them in the UK, because people make barbecues with them or smokers. Put them off.
Mm-hmm.
You can smoke with them. That's the big kind of craze over here with them. Making smokers with them or barbecues.
Mallory's like, you still do, but we use an old barbecue grill. Wait your turn, fat boy. Thanksgiving's not over yet. Can anybody tell me what this is a map of?
It's this. What, the red outline, I take it, yeah?
Yep. No idea. There's a simple enough answer. Mallory's got it. Shit.
No way.
Forrest Gump's home in Alabama. Forrest Gump.
Oh, he's run.
One day I decided to start running. I hit the state line and I kept on running. And I got to my first stop in San Diego. And then I decided, since I went this far, might as well turn around and run the other way. So I ran the other way. And then when I got to the other side, I decided to turn around and run again the other way.
How the hell did you get that, Barry? How on earth did you get that?
It was posted somewhere.
Fuck. Holy, where the fuck did you get that?
The 6 stop, the 7 stop. And then one day I decided I ran enough.
He just stopped, didn't he? That's enough, right? I'm going home now.
Ain't that cool? I thought it was cool as shit.
It's cool, but I would never guess what it was.
Hard to believe at one point in time this is all we ever needed. And we were very happy to have it.
A video recorder, a TV, and a games console. Happy days.
Now we got so much fucking shit we don't even have any space for it to store it, let alone closet space to put it away. We just got shit piled up on top of shit that we don't want to get rid of because there's nothing wrong with it. We only used it a couple times, but, you know, we had to get it when we had to get it.
Yeah.
All right. How many of you were frustrated because you had to get this stupid thing off of the cassette tape when you bought it?
Oh, was that not the anti-theft device thing or something?
Yeah.
Was it stuff like that? Yeah.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm old school. I have good manners most of the time. I show others respect when they deserve it. And I will always help those who need me, even when they don't want it. It's not because I'm old-fashioned. It's because I was raised properly. Respect, manners, and kindness
so weird.
Never go out of style.
Weird. That's so weird. You're having a picture of Morgan Freeman. You know what I watched last night?
What?
The Shawshank Redemption. I watched that last night. What a movie that is.
Yep.
You ever watched
another good one?
Shawshank Redemption.
You're gonna love, if you haven't already seen it, The Bucket List.
The Bucket List?
With him and Jack
I haven't seen
Nicholson.
that one.
You gotta see it, man.
Oh, Jack Nicholson. I like him enough. Speaking of people, old school people, God rest his soul, R.I.P. Quincy Jones passed away. And a legend in the music industry.
He was truly a legend in the music industry.
He was 91, I believe. He had a good innings, 91, but wow. But when you see the people he worked with over the years, worked with Frank Sinatra, Michael Jackson, all them people he worked, and then he done movie music.
We Are the World. Didn't he have a part in that too?
Yeah, he done that. He was the one that told Michael Jackson, he said, just shut up and do as you're told. I reckon that's what he said to him. He tried to have a bit of input, and he turned and said, shut up and do as you're told. But he done movies. Remember The Colour Purple? That was a good film.
Yeah.
Oh, Black Sea, he done all the music stuff for the movies. He had a very colourful and busy fucking talented life, you know. But yeah, he died yesterday, I think, 91. Quincy Jones.
Wow. How many of y'all remember this?
I thought. Oh, God, no.
The funny thing is, I spotted this right away because of the Tang. I had that. That was the instant breakfast drink that we were all told to freaking have, right? Meanwhile, little we know is actually nothing but sugar and flavoring. But this is the quintessential 80s picture.
It is.
You had your Tang drink, you had your McDonald's glass, and you had your Tupperware container pitchers.
Yep.
Every single house had Tupperware.
God. Everybody had Tupperware. It was tremendous.
Love Tang.
What a fantastic invention. Tupperware. It was fantastic.
My favorite store. Shit you don't need. I'll be shopping there all the time.
Yeah, fantastic shops.
I wasn't drunk last night. Karen, you almost got run over by a parked car, and then you tried to withdraw money from a microwave oven. You want to think about that a little more? I just saw a vampire. Commander, vampires are not real. Well, unless you count Dracula.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we did Oscar already. All right, folks, what do you call that end piece of bread?
Crust. Here we call it the crust.
I want to see what the audience says. The heel of the bread? Okay, I heard that called before. My wife and I are simplistic. We just call it the end of the bread.
It's the crust.
You want an end piece?
Crust. We used to fight over the crust because the crust of the bread is, it's the best slice in the Pac-Man.
Unless you like soft bread.
See. Nope, we used to love crust, especially brown loaves, like whole grain loaves and all that. The crust on them smeared with butter. Oh, my God.
Listen, the end pieces made the shittiest peanut butter and jelly sandwiches ever. Because sometimes these things would be like paper thin. You'd hardly ever get one that was a full width slice.
Oh, it's regular here. We make sure they get a nice thick crust. Normally here the crust is thicker, about twice as thick as the slice.
And when you toasted them, they were like, they had no softness to it. It was just all crispy, and it would just, when you bit into it, it just practically fell apart. All the crumbs fall off. Whatever you're eating, or your shirts are covered in stuff.
You've done it. You've done it all wrong. You can perfectly toast a crust under a grill. Perfect. Not in a toaster.
In America, we're lazy. We do everything instant. If it doesn't fit in a toaster, we don't want it.
No, you don't put a crust in a toaster. You put a crust under the grill.
Is it them again, Yogi? It's always them arguing, boo-boo. Arguing over what's the better way of doing it, the English way or the American way?
That
was my
such a lot
favorite.
from us guys.
Yogi and boo-boo.
Yogi Bear Boo Boo. I used to like the Hair Bear Bunch. Remember them? The Hair Bear Bunch.
Cheryl said the best thing to do with the heels is to soak it in tuna water and give it to the cats.
Hell no. Don't be silly. Don't be stupid. Fuck, send them to me. I'll have your heels.
So, when the first little pig asked the man for straw to build his house, what do you all think that the man would have said?
Fuck off.
Fuck me, a talking pig?
I knew the word fuck was in it.
Free hugs! Just for you, Kenny.
Oh, no. No. No, hell no.
There's your 50s horror films.
No, hell no.
And that's the end of the dad jokes. We already covered that.
Already, yeah. That went quick.
Bada bing, bada boom. Done. I know I overdid them last week, so I had to keep it reasonable this week.
Aww. Still good, though. Still good. You're doing very well, sir. You're doing very well.
Cob houses are very efficient. They sure are. Hey, speaking of which, I remember Mallory left us something on the Discord. So you're going to check them out, because she likes to put live links in for the dad jokes.
Oh, no.
Here, Mama can read the dad joke from the Discord server.
I've got a joke for you.
Hold on, we're going to switch to the pet time first.
This is cheap. No, this is very cheesy and very quick.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Very cheesy. What color socks do bears wear?
What color socks do bears wear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
None, because they've got bare feet.
None, because they got bare feet. She's like, shut the fuck up.
It can't be no worse than your dad jokes.
She's like, it's no worse than your dad jokes. Yeah, definitely true.
Oh, the doggies are getting the bones.
Where'd Lucy go?
Yes. Is it here?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh hell no.
Oh. Poochie, poochie, poochies.
Let's have a look. I'm gonna search for.
You want to see my nails?
There's Mama's nails.
Yeah. Oh, very Halloweeny. Very Halloweeny.
Happy,
Very
happy
good.
poochies.
And gee, let's have a look. Fucking hell, man, it's 248 pages. Can't be done with that. Let's have a look at that one. And G, there you go. Uh-huh.
How you like the poochie, mate?
Good thinking. Good thinking.
Yeah?
I'll check that out, William. That'll be probably some more bad
Like
news
it?
for next week.
Good. My wife's in a mood.
Yeah, William-
She was almost inappropriate on stream for you. How many of your
So
dogs do
what?
this?
I don't mind it all the time. All belly up.
Drama
and paws up
queen
and
when
all
it
that
comes to getting their nails clipped.
Oh, don't, no. Mine would just probably let you do it. As long as you're tickling his belly, you wouldn't bother.
Not my Jester. He'd be the first one to take off running.
I would just lay back there.
George
tickle
isn't
his belly.
saying anything until he's had a chance to talk to his lawyer.
Mom, George. Hey.
Oh.
George. Come here. George.
I did not take
Nope.
the gingerbread house apart. It wasn't me. I want to speak to
I
my
didn't
lawyer
do it.
first.
It was not me.
Can I speak to my lawyer? Play with me. I want to play. Are you ready to play? Here's my toy. Come on.
Oh.
Throw it. Throw it.
60 feet straight to your love. Ooh, come here. Give me that.
And if you needed something to smile at, here's two gorgeous little poochies.
Oh,
Come on, smile for the picture.
There he is. There he is on that one. Oh.
Look like Mickey Mouse ears.
Yeah, that's just cute. Cute.
Adorableness at its fullest.
It is.
And I miss our buddies Mark and Bernie. Do you miss Mark and Bernie? It's 35 degrees with rain and snow mix, and the little yoppers are out trick-or-treating in full force. Bernie is on high alert and has tried to leave with every single kid that has come to the door.
I love it.
I don't get to see too much
I
of
love
Bernie. There you go, folks. That wraps up our pet section and our dad jokes. I guess it's time for us to do a little retro vape. And a long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, Joytech created this beautiful mod, the ESPION. And Neil Pitt sent us the beautiful VandyVape Kylin RTA, which I think will perfectly match up with this. Because if I remember correctly, this is just a mod. But we'll see. Time to get this thing open and unboxed.
Ooh. Oh, shit.
Don't want to get a channel strike for displaying a website for a company that doesn't even exist anymore. Because that's how much sense YouTube makes. Look at that.
It's a smart looking device, isn't it?
Wow. What is on that screen?
Holy shit.
Wow. The brushed stainless on this. Look at the quality of that. Air-fed 510 connection on the top.
Oh, damn.
That looks like a molded one piece for the 510 threads. Wow. When's the last time you saw batteries marked A and B with clearly marked positive and negative?
A long time ago with that.
And look, they even color-coded the inside.
That's right, your plus and your minus.
Holy moly.
Wow. Thanks for that, William. Fucking hell.
Look at that screen.
I don't know if you'll be able to open that link, but I might send you it.
Okay. 200 watts. Does not round robin. 0.1 watt increments. Has a calendar function, which is ridiculous because I don't remember any of these having a memory. So when you swap batteries out, it would lose. You'd have to reset the time, the date and time. Nice, solid, clicky fire button.
Yep, just had a quick gander there, William. It's not good reading, mate. Look at that, man! An original clock on the front of it, man. For fuck's sake, that's proper quality.
Right, even the USB cables are proper quality, despite them being micro USB. I mean, that is quality cable, not the El Cheapo
Thick,
stuff
nice
that they give you
thick.
nowadays. Yeah,
Yeah, the nice thick stuff.
warranty card. Please be careful not to use batteries with torn casings.
Don't see much of that anymore.
Old map style fold out user manual.
ESPION.
Quality box, quality packaging, nice mod. But in order to find out how good this mod is, we're going to jump into the beautiful Kylin RTA that we got sent from Neil Pitts.
Good luck with that.
Look at that! Wow! Look at this glass. Talk about a huge improvement in e-liquid capacity. And as Kenny said earlier, warned me earlier, he's like, if you wick it wrong, that's more e-liquid for you to dump onto your mod.
Yep.
But in order to use that super tall tank, you got to have a chimney extension added onto there, which may reduce the flavor, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh, the threads on that is beautiful. Big, massive opening here on the side. And on the side there. Definitely do not want to thin the cotton on this one. It's going to piss juice all over the place.
You've got it.
All right.
You've got to go easy on it, like.
I'm excited to give this thing a try. Conical shaped top. And a screw-on cap. O-rings on the inside that seals it. Interesting. All right. Let's get a little
see when this was out.
Tool out. We'll loosen up these screws.
When was that out?
How big are these coils going to look in there?
When was that out?
So the airflow is going to come up from these side chambers and across the bottom. That should be enough airflow to cool this coil.
It looks like the ESPION. It looks like that ESPION came out in 2017. What I'm getting, or 2018, 27. Maybe it's 2017 back in. Maybe it's into 2018. That's probably what I'm getting roughly. It did come out with
I was
a kit
looking to
as
see
well.
if they had any dates on the box, but they don't.
It did come out with a kit. It had the Pro Core X tank in the kit.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're looking about 2018, 2017, 2018ish. That's probably when that came around.
That's cool. The tool to get the tank apart if it gets stuck, multicolored O-rings.
Yeah, it's like, say, don't thin your cotton out too much because it'll just fucking leak all over.
I'm just looking to see what to cut the coil leads length to.
Probably about 5 mils, roughly where most people can, 4 or 5 mil.
Yeah,
5
that's what I was going to start with. The thing is, some of these ones had really deep wells for the coiling.
Deep pockets, yeah.
All right, where's my cold cutting tool? Haven't needed that for quite some time.
It was easy enough to build, but I think the wicking was a bit of a challenge.
I'm going to use the Rebirth. And then the other thing that you have to consider is the fact that, you know, when you're using Clapton coils, you'll notice that the screw holes come in from this way. So you got to give them a twist if you want them to not get mangled and deformed when you put them in.
That doesn't look like the... Is that the Kylin V? Are you sure that's the Kylin V one?
It's Kylin RTA.
I don't think it's the first one, mind. The first one, you had them little channels where you had to drop the. It had little side channels where you had to drop the cotton in. That one, I think that could be a newer one.
All right, that one's cut. My coiling rod.
Could be the 2.
No, I got the 2 and the 3.
Who the fucking Kylin be? One of channels down the side for wicking. Almost certain.
All right, let's drop these suckers in. Yeah, that's way too long. That's all right. I'm not worried about the fact that it's too long to drop in, because the nice thing is it gives me just enough coil lead length to be able to give it a nice twist, and then I can always cut it back more.
You're right, you know.
Coil Factory, if anybody's interested, for this coiling rod. This one is an individual sized one. This is specifically just for a 3mm rod. He makes them in an individual ones, or you can buy the multi one where you can change out the pin. All right. Now, like, I know I have my coily tool around here somewhere.
I don't think it was too bad of I think it was too bad a tamperage, dear.
I love the way that the airflow is set up on there. All right, so what are these right now? These are like 6. Way more than 6. These things are like, are they 8mm in length already? Yeah, they're almost 8. So we'll drop down to 6. See what it looks like in there.
What's a millimeter between friends?
I already voted. Leave me alone.
Who's pestering you about voting? The better half.
No. You get all kinds of phone calls and text messages. This is probably going to be the highest voter turnout in history. United States. Maybe not in history, but... All right, so if that's there, that should be fine. Obviously, the positive side is going to be taller than the negative side. But that should be good. Drop it in, tighten the screw up, and we'll adjust it.
Yeah, I always like to cut them, like I say, a tad. Even if somebody says cut them 6mm, I always cut them to 5, so you've got room to stretch it out. It brings it up. That's my kind of philosophy behind it.
Oh, I'm not even on camera.
Oh, it's a pain in the tits in it building on camera.
I think that's just fine.
you might get away with it.
Because if you take a look at the way this channel is for the airflow, it's not like it jets it in that way. It's almost like it's just like
it's like a 45
deceptive.
degree angle,
It's coming straight up. It's not like it's tipped in. So, all right.
Just go with that. Do what you think.
I'm going to go with that for now, and can always play with it more. I can always, take it apart and tear it down, make it a little shorter.
Exactamundo.
Beautiful.
You go with a happy medium. That's the main thing. A happy medium. Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yes, and you definitely have airflow from underneath very clearly.
Yeah. Left a bit, right a bit, right a bit, left a bit. There you go.
That's the nice thing about having a camera. All right.
Left a bit, right a bit, up a bit, down a bit. Ah,
The deck almost seems too wide. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Dual 3mm coils, and it's still like that.
Oh, you could put
0.08.
some meaty ones. You could put some meaty ones in there. Them 3 milli. You got 4.5. Easy.
How the hell
Get
is
them
that
in.
0.08? Do I have a short in it somewhere? See if it'll fire.
It'll come down.
Could be
if it
shorty
fires.
got on the Clapton on the top.
Play it like a guitar, my friend. Play it like a guitar.
It's crying the blues.
Fresh battery.
0.09? Still not. Why is that so low?
It'll come down when you fire it in, man. Or up, I should say. It'll come in. Ooh, one little hot spot in there, a little buggy. Yeah. That's not looking too bad.
She's fine. She's fine.
Yeah. Ain't looking too bad. That was the easy bit, mate.
She'll be fine. Where's my good? Guess what somebody's getting in their Christmas box.
Ooh. What's that? Oh. Hello.
Got a box of 100 coils coming your way.
Ooh, damn.
I sent you some last year. I think I sent you a 10 or something.
Yes, you did.
Now you're getting a box of 100. You're set for a long time. Years.
Sometimes we are chain vape. I sometimes wonder.
Yeah, but these are good coils. They last a long time. And I love the fact that it's NI80 inner and NI90 wrap. The flavor is so much better on this than especially... The only one that's even come close to flavor is the stainless steel ones. But I honestly think Nichrome gives it a little bit more.
I think I've still got some in the arbiter. I think I've still got set in the arbiter. They're still going.
They lasted me about 6 months in the arbiter, give or take.
Like you see, if you look after them, man, they're spot on. But I bought a roll of that alien wire because it was like pretty cheap on a sale. And I forgot how good alien coils are. Really nice coils.
Oh yeah, the extra crevices definitely.
Oh, they're awesome coils. I tried to make them once, but when I'd done that little curly bit of wire, I just could not get it right. It was awful. I made it, got it fine, but trying to actually wrap it, oh my god, I made a right pig's ear of it. I straightened it up again practically.
All right, let's take a look at the length. I'm going to do something I haven't done in a while. I'm going to do an inverted cut. Because it's going to be a shorter distance on the inner part of the cotton than it is on the outer part of the cotton. This one's actually a little long, so...
Did you I thought I'd wanted that. I just remembered dawned to. Did any of you guys see Mike Vape's latest video that he lost his wife?
Oh yeah, bless him.
A couple of weeks ago, he dropped a video in. He says he's moving, like he's stripping the house down in New York or something, moving to Florida. And he wants to come back and do it, but people are just trying to take his time, You've got to let things sink in and see how you feel.
Too tight. So despite what everybody says, my lovely cotton is thick enough. I can thin it out.
Just take a little out of it. Just find that happy medium, like not too thin and obviously not too stuffed down. If you know what I mean.
This is something I wasn't on camera again. This is something that old tanks I found. I just thin the one side. I don't even do the other side. As Mike says, little under tickle action. And I don't touch the top. Action. And the reason I did this is because it's thinning out how much is fitting into that hole, but it's not thinning the whole thickness of the thing down because you're only taking down just the inner portion of it. Little tiny haircut on the bottom. And then we'll see if we can comfortably put this all down in there. So that's nice and loose.
It is a surprisingly... It's deceiving, like the hole on the side, but it's not really a very big juice well, so to speak, for your cotton by the time you've dropped
the well itself is deceptively it looks like it's bigger than it is. The problem is this opening here is so large that I'm actually glad that it's doing this now that I did that with that little floofiness. See how it's just puffing out? That's all loose.
Yeah, you want to make sure that hole is definitely covered.
When that swells, being that these are the ends of the cotton, it's actually going to capillary action pull it in there. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah.
I've never done this one before, so. And knowing that this cotton is very consistent in its density, what I did on the one side, I'm going to repeat on the other.
Yeah, William, totally agree. Still needs to sort his cell out a bit. I think he's trying to use the video and YouTube stuff as a distraction, but that doesn't always work. But people grieve in different ways, mate. People grieve in different ways.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine I ran ambulance with get killed in a head-on collision with a water truck on his 9th wedding anniversary.
Ouch. That's not good.
The guy's younger than me. He was the EMT and I was the medic on the truck.
Really? Wow.
Right in North Apollo. Plenty of midnight shifts over there. I know they say never to just jam it down in there, and that's not technically what I'm doing. I'm also moving it around to wiggle it around, make sure that there's no ends. And as you see, as I'm wiggling it around, it's actually starting to pop those ends out in here. So that should be good.
Go on, now try it, sir.
I might end up eating my words. And if I do, so be it. It's a learning experience. But that's the joy of having a little hobby where you try all kinds of different things out.
Well, that was the fun of a new tank. You know, you try it, and if it didn't work, you'd have another go. You
figure out what the intricacies are of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you play about with it.
What the hell just dropped back there?
I have no idea, mate.
And I don't know if that was inside or outside. There shouldn't be inside. There's nothing there. All right. 0.11.
That's perfect. That's 0.11. Get up there. Get the wattage in it.
It's a little low for where these coils normally come in at.
Get the power on it. I got the power. Yeah.
It's like this one here isn't making good contact. They glowed evenly.
Yeah. It don't look too bad, man.
It's legit coming off with just the one coil. I'm trying to get in this place where you guys can see it. It's primarily coming off of this coil, not this one. Yeah, that coil is definitely hotter than this one. Let me do a cardinal sin and fuck with this cotton after it's already wet.
The cardinal sin.
Let's tighten there. Yeah, because you don't want to mat up your wicking material where it's damned the hole. Still 0.11. Okay, it's coming off of both now.
This could be where the wick's sitting, man.
All right, do that. Let's restore this.
Tuck back in.
Make sure it fills that whole opening. Same here.
Oh, that's nice.
I don't want to flutter out.
Damn.
All right. Where's the top of this? I love the threads on that.
Hey. One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you got juice flow control.
You'd have.
Yeah, and the whole idea behind the juice flow control is if you had the juice flow control closed and you put this screw on top on, that, well, it's going to prevent your coils from flooding. But the problem is if you fill this the whole way to the top, and that's the advantage of this arbiter. Where is it? I know you're sitting here somewhere. If you look at the design of the top of this, you notice how that's beveled down?
Yeah.
That's because you will instinctively only fill it to the inner rim of that tank and go, oh, the tank's full. Not only was there room in the top of this, but there was also room carved out in the cap. So you always had airflow, air gap on the top of this. So even with this quarter turn, you never really created any pressure in your tank.
No.
Whereas this one, notice it protrudes downward, so it's actually going to fill this all the way to the bottom of that thing, theoretically, eliminating all the air in it. So juice will not compress. The simple solution is just don't fill it the whole way.
Yeah, just leave a little bit of a gap at the top.
Fill it just to the top of the dome. And you'll see there's a bunch of e-liquid that is only filling the sides. You don't need this juice flow control. And in fact, with that open, there. That's the most I dare put in it.
Tap it up a bit and tap it up a bit. You just tap it up a bit.
This is really, really loose. I should have took this thing apart instead of just doing it on the willy-nilly here on the show. Because I bet the O-ring underneath here needs swapped out. Because that is really loose. And it doesn't protrude any lower than the base. So it's not like if you tighten this all the way down, it's going to put some resistance against it to keep from that airflow opening and closing. Maybe the lip on this ESPION will be enough to mitigate that. Make sure our juice flow is open because this turns 365 degrees. Oh, that's just like breathing right through it.
Oh, the shitloads of airflow off them. The old tanks, that's what they're like. But I noticed with that old smoke tank, I went, bloody hell. How the hell did I have a vape that fully open?
All right, 0.12 ohms. We'll go 60 watts to start. Look at this gorgeous screen.
Nice mod, like, isn't it? It's a nice looking mod.
Sharon Gotcho, hello and welcome. Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome. Today,
hello everybody.
Compliments of Neil Pitt, we have the Kylin RTA. And that's sitting on the Joytech ESPION.
Yeah, we've seen you might be a little low at 60 watts without resistance.
Yeah, but the reason I started off that low is because I wanted to see if the coils are different. Like if there's like significantly more resistance on one coil than the other one, you're going to get a very sickeningly saturated vape when there shouldn't be because you're running it at pretty low wattage.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Go up to 70, see what she's like.
I think a lot of the old tanks did like a bit of heat through them, like.
Close that airflow down some.
Heavy breathing.
Kind of throaty. A lot of those old tanks were like that, though. But it's not like it's killing the sweetness in the flavor. That is a beautiful vape. I could see why this would have been really popular when it first came out. That's not half bad. Definitely not as good as the modern Kylin.
It was a popular tank. No, obviously not, but
for a rebuildable, that's fantastic.
A popular tank that's dear. Yeah, it was a popular tank that's dear.
The flavor is probably only about a 7 out of 10. Maybe 6.5. Compared to modern equivalents. I can't believe I didn't have the Solo 2 out here. Night and day compared to that one.
Oh, hello. I remember modern tanks for all the heady honeycomb airflow and all that shit in now, so there's a huge difference.
Yeah, because they legit over-control the airflow nowadays.
Yeah.
You can't get a bad vape on it because that's how much control they have on the airflow.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it's not as good as a stock coil mesh tank. That Odin is way better in flavor than this.
Mm.
I am getting that heat taste to it, those coils. After the show today, I'm going to pull the cotton out of there. I'm going to actually take the ohm meter out and compare those two coils, make sure that they're right. And then I might actually tear this whole tank apart and give it a good cleaning and try and swap out the O-ring, because that airflow ring is so loose.
Yeah.
And if you pull this apart, there is an O-ring inside there, and it's the tension on that air. Yeah, about halfway down is definitely delicious.
Maybe
halfway might be a little too much. It's more like if you cut it halfway down, you're like in Mike Vape's territory for his older tanks. Restricted, direct to lung.
I always try dropping the coils down a bit lower because you've got that bottom airflow, haven't you?
The problem is if you drop them down too far, then the side airflow. See, there's so much space in there. They should have made it like 1.5 millimeters thinner. The base of it at least.
Yeah.
And if they would have done that, they would have moved the coils equidistantly even all the way around it. Right now, the space is just like 0.5 millimeter too much. Too much between the coils, about a millimeter too much between the coils, and about 0.5 millimeter on the sides too much. And then you could drop it down. But in order for you to drop it down, you'd have to make sure that those airflow channels coming out the sides angled the airflow towards your coil. Because right now, they just shoot straight up. So you have to place the coils
welcome,
higher.
6-pack kid. Yeah, 6-pack kid, welcome. You did make it.
Awesome. Welcome. Appreciate having you here. We're looking at the original Kylin RTA, or maybe the Kylin V1. And that's on the Joytech ESPION.
Nice looking. It's a nice looking mod. That I like that mod. Nice looking mod. The brush steel top's nice.
And the bluer looks darker on camera than it does in person.
It's a
this
lighter
is more
blue.
of a, not quite teal, but it is a lighter shade of blue.
So the mod's nice. The mod's good. We're happy with the mod.
I'm going to be honest with you. I want to try 3.5mm coils in this.
Yeah, like I said.
Because if I did 3.5mm coils, that's going to make it wider and reduce the airflow potential of the whole tank. So your coils are going to regulate it as much as this airflow ring does. Mallory's like, go straight to 4mm. Fuck it.
Yeah.
The problem is when you do the math, you have the rod diameter as 4mm. Then you're going to be starving the tank for liquid because those holes aren't as big as they look they are. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to try them both. I'll try both the 3.5. I'll try 4mm coils in this, and I'll report back next week and let you guys know what I think of it.
Yeah. It's a one you've got to play about with a bit, you know. Like I say, raise them up, raise them down, bigger diameters, have it play about with your coil position. You never know.
But for something as old as that is, 10 years old, ain't nothing wrong with it. It still works. Give you something to tinker with.
They were popular tank in the day, you know, definitely.
And back in the day, they were cloud chucking. That was the goal more than the flavor. And if you're cloud chucking, you will get enough flavor out of this to consider it a flavor banger too. Yes, I have the solo too. It's in the other room. It's good, but you got to be careful with your coils. You can't push too much heat to it because it destroys the flavor. But right around 68 to 68 watts. Oh, it's fucking delicious.
I bumping that one up to 80. See what it's like.
This one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to open airflow to contend with that much heat because the tank itself is still starting to heat up. And then again, you know, this mod, you don't know if it's actually truly putting out what you set it to.
Well,
but there's your 80 watts you wanted.
Give it a go. So that's about round where you want for that resistance. That's where I'll probably be sitting at.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's sweeter now. The flavor's more present. The watermelon's really forefront, but the wild melon aspect is now, I don't want to say hidden, but it's not equally balanced like it is in this one.
Yeah.
I should probably turn the water.
The thing I remember, like I said, with the older tanks, obviously they were going for cloud, and that meant a bit more power, a bit more heat through them, so you could produce them clouds. That's how
more heat, more airflow. The whole envelope is shifted towards the increased airflow side, increased watered side.
Yeah, that's kind of how the old tanks. I mean, that's the Spock. You know, I've got the fucking thingy there. The point. I can't remember what coil it is, but I'm running it at its happy medium.
That's
100
good.
fucking watts. 100 watts. That's an old, you know, that's the old Prince, 100 watts.
And the thing is now you got the classic coil crackle that everybody loved back in the day.
I think this one's got the 6 coils in it. You know, the coil head? This has got the 6 coils in it. So it's running 100 watts and it's not even hot. I could probably push it more, but
no. But see, the thing is, I never really cared for like when they did the septuple and the 8 coil deals. First off, the coils never lasted in them.
Well,
you crank the wattage, you get like 3 days out of a set of coils, and it's like, ooh, I already got a burnt taste out of at least one of them.
Well, I'm not worried because I've got about 10 boxes The 5.
Yeah, I know. I got the same thing. I got. Anybody needs Aspire coils for the Atlantis? Let me know. I probably got 10 boxes of them.
When you've got loads of spares, you don't give a shit, do you?
No, especially when you mainly use rebuildable stuff. Your stock coils are just kept for nostalgic purposes.
The coils I was hoping I had, which I haven't, were for the last tank that done. There was the Smok King, the big fucking massive thing where the coil was the size of an RGA. I thought I might have had some of them coils, but I haven't. Unfortunately.
Is there an RBA for the Prince tank? I don't know.
I think there was.
I'm going to have to look and see. I tried to buy RBAs for all the ones I could.
I think there was, but the decks were tiny, you know. They just I didn't think they worked that well. The decks were just too small. Probably all right for a single coil, but not a dual. I just thought they were just, nah. I probably got an RBA for that. I've definitely have, but I thought that once at times you put your RBA in, you got to remember it's got to be the same size as the stock coil, so you had a very small deck to build on, you know. So yeah, I wasn't a big fan of them.
You know, I think it's kind of ironic. Now that you told me to do it at 80, the throatiness is diminished in it now. Yeah. It's more juicy, it's more flavorful, it's got more sweetness to it. And I like that turbulence from the crackle of the coil.
It's like you said, you know, by the time you get your coil position, your wicking, then you've got to play with your heat. Like you said, start low and work your way up until that's how you find your sweet spot, and you hold high, you know, and
that's
that resistance point. Like I said, when I was looking at that resistance 0.11 to 0.12, I normally run about 80 watts. That's probably my sweet spot with them.
Yeah, I see
why.
If
you want a bit warm, if I wanted a bit warm, I'd probably push it to 90, but it gets a bit warm. Sometimes
it's got enough airflow. You could do 90, but then you're gonna. It's not gonna take you very long to get this tank to the point where you can't touch it anymore.
That's right. Yeah, it just gets a bit warm, I must admit.
That is beautiful. I see why people love that tank.
They were good in the day, really good in the day. It was like groundbreaking. That part in the day, it was really good.
I'm really excited to get these videos edited. All the initial stuff has been filmed. Now it's just time for my final thoughts. I got the Hellvape Solo 2. I've got the dripper comparison between the Solo and the Drop Dead, the original one. So there's a comparison video for that. I got the other disposable one.
I forgot to ask you. You might have mentioned before, but I forgot to ask you what camera you're running. Where your face is the Canon.
Mm-hmm.
So the M50 M20 or something. M50.
M50 Mark II for this one and for that one, and then my corner one is the original M50. The difference is the original M50 can only get clean HDMI out if you disable the autofocus.
Right, yeah.
Whereas the M2 has clean HDMI and still retains autofocus.
Autofocus, yeah. Got you.
So as a corner camera, when I'm at a fixed distance away, when I'm intimately talking into the microphone, or as a, hey man, here's the corner view of my whole room in the intro, that's perfectly fine where it is.
Well, it is. Good pick. Good, nice, sharp, tough picture.
But my plan is that one there, because of what it is, I'm going to actually replace it. The room camera you see now is the Elgato Mark II, Facecam Mark II.
All right.
And there are certain things that are way better than the original Facecam, but overall, I kind of like the original Facecam. That one is more trying to mimic a DSLR image.
Yeah.
But in doing so, it blurs things that should be forefront instead of background.
Yeah.
And the ironic part is when I first got it and plugged it in, it was perfect. I loved it. I was in love with it. And then I did a firmware update on it, and I think it made it worse. because it changed the angle, the default angle, so that, you know, it would be more like right at the top of your head instead of like your camera looks.
They did exactly the same with the C920s when you first got them out of the box. Or mint, tack sharp, everything. And so when they start pissing on with the firmware, the crap.
It made it worse
on it now. The autofocus is terrible on it now. It was never like that. You used to do that, bang, it was tack sharp. Now
it was right on.
Yeah.
Same with the Facecam Mark II. When I first got it, I plugged it in. I'm like, holy shit, that is DSLR quality. And then it was like, oh, you got a firmware update. Let me do the firmware update. I'm like, okay, fine, do the firmware update. Well, the firmware update enables a feature of it where you can zoom in to reduce the field of view, but then you had the ability to pick what part of that field of view full you got to actually visualize. But you're downscaling. So no wonder it's blurry. Give me the whole fucking thing.
Personally, I would stick one of your M50s out as your overhead and put that one in it like as your room camera. That's what I would probably do.
My goal is to release that from that corner duty because it really hardly ever gets used, and use that for my B-roll. Because then I don't need to clean HDMI, which means I get the autofocus, which means I can use my... I've got this original thing that I bought where you mount your camera to it, and it's a sliding track. There's only like 1 or 2 reviews I used it on, where I was talking about history on the slider, and it was nice because you could hit start, and I lined up all the Freemax products over time, and it was legit the camera just moving past this one, and it was cool because it would focus on what the main thing was. And then in DaVinci, I adjusted the time to match up with my dialogue. And it was pretty cool because the old one would get blurry as the new one would all of a sudden pop into focus.
Yeah.
And it would stay in focus as it was moving closer to it. Yeah. And then all of a sudden it got blurry and moved out of the way. And the next one popped into focus.
That's
cool. I need to do more of that, but I need a free camera that's not mounted permanently to enable me to do that.
I was thinking the slider more of zoom, and you know, like when you put on, you wanted to bring it in. Your zooms would be fucking mint on the slider. Not so much the side.
Because you can aim it directly at the end of the thing, and reduce your focal image so that it stays in, and then it just zooms in.
It zooms in, which is nice. I like to put that. Like I nearly bought one, but I thought, will it get used? I probably wouldn't use as much.
I got one as a Christmas present. My wife didn't know the specs of it or anything. Didn't realize that, you know, for $50 more, she could have got one that would have kept in focus. Kept at a aimed at a target.
Locked on.
This one, you set it at an angle and it just travels the track. That's all it does.
Yeah.
So it has its purposes, but it's very limited.
But I think I thought we'd get one. But like I say, with me layout, space is a premium.
Yeah, mine's getting that way now. I've got so much stuff in here. James R. Hello and welcome. And Six-Pack Kid.
I would try and get a DSLR as your overhead. I want to try and utilize one of the ones you've got. Just use the webcam as a room view.
That's the nice thing about this one. I can move this one around.
Because your webcam has got a wild field. It's got a wide field of vision anyway. So, like for the one say behind you, boom. I mean, get the whole room in. You can see literally most of behind you now as well.
It's fantastic, and I've got different lenses on them too. My wife bought me the closer lens. It's like 12 to 18, whereas these ones start, they're 15 to 35, I think.
When overhead one, get a nice zoom. Something like got them now. 20 to 70, something like that, and then you just go boom straight down.
Wayne started doing his own coil building, and he got a beautiful telephoto lens that he can do for his overhead one.
I mean, my kit lens is what the fuck's the kit lens on this? It is 26 to 70, and that's spot on for zooming.
Yeah.
I mean, I can like, I go, hang on, that's me focus ring. Where am I? There you go. Oh, you fucker. That's 70 mil. Hello.
Yeah, but look how clear the picture is.
Oh, you can see me zits. You can see me spots. Zoom out. And they are perfect. It's perfect for your overheads.
Yeah.
And if you've got it fixed.
You trim.
If you've got it fixed, all you got to do is just turn that dial. You don't have to fuck about moving it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the nice thing about Vic's setup that he had. He had his fixed overhead, and he could just, adjust the zoom. And
mine overhead's a fucking nightmare because I've got like a shelf here, and I've got a clamp. So I've got to take the whole camera off there, put it on the clamp, point it down. And obviously, when it's open, it's wide, and I've got to zoom it in to get it in the thing. You know what I mean? It's a pain in the fucking wahoozy.
yeah, I always loved using microphone arms, the good quality microphone arms as camera mounts. The problem is if you use the really long ones, you have to be very careful of how you have it mounted, because any movement in the table and the whole camera is shaking. So like the overhead one I have for the side view now is mounted to the wall because the wall never moves.
I've got one of them big thick ones, that's all right. One I had for this light set, I've got one of them, and that's pretty sturdy when you set it up. Like, it's not too bad. I never thought I could use that. I could get a ball head for it. Good.
That's what I did.
Jobs are good.
Job done.
All right. Yeah.
And then the thing with the ball head is you could technically take one that goes towards your face, and you can take that and turn it 90 degrees so it's straight overhead. That's your overhead cam, and then you use your webcam as your mini face. Because as a mini face, nobody's going to notice the fact that it's a webcam.
Nah.
And once you set it up in OBS, it's just a matter of just switching scenes. And it always is going to be the same.
There you go. There's food for thought for you, mate. Get one of them cameras overhead. Brilliant. No fucking around.
All right. I guess it's time for a random recipe. We've got 20 minutes left. We'll crank through one.
I can't even think of a decent webcam now. They're all shite. And that was the 4K Brie or something, but I reckon that's crap.
There's a bunch of new 4K ones coming out, mate. But they're like $200 to $250.
Oh, fuck that. No, I'm not paying that for one. Yeah. I'd rather get another lens. Nice cheap lens for that.
I love all the webcams I got now.
I've got one in my basket the minute I'm hinting for Christmas. I've got an anamorphic lens adapter. I'm going to go anamorphic.
My next upgrade for the studio, like I said, is going to be the video card. But I don't know whether it's going to be now or next year or whenever. I still got to pay off these microphones and stuff.
Yeah.
And all the incidentals I've been buying little here and there.
It's future. It's just things for the future and at the end of the day.
All right, random recipe. Sherlock Holmes, what can we make today? What can we make today? What can we make today without all these new flavors? La Concha de la Lola. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Bavarian cream, sweet strawberry, and vanilla custard. So simple. So traditional. Knights Templar Unicorn Blood V2. Bavarian Cream, Strawberry Ripe, Super Sweet, Vanilla Custard, Vanilla Swirl, and some WS23. Blah, +1. Not exciting, sorry. Golden Clawn Ticket. Double chocolate clear, marshmallow, super sweet. And sweetener, TPA sweetener. Vanilla custard and vanilla swirl. Okay, so 0.83 of the sucralose ethyl maltol is adding like a cotton candy characteristic to this chocolate marshmallow treat.
Oh, sorry, man.
Chocolate marshmallow custard.
Oh, did somebody say custard?
4.17% of double chocolate clear.
Oh my God.
I don't ever recall mixing it at that percentage. I've gone much lower and I've gone much higher.
Marshmallow TB 1.25. It's obviously the prominent flavor, isn't it? Holy moly.
That's correct. Super sweetener TPA. But the name is correct. What it contains for the sweetener characteristics is true. It's ethyl maltol and sucralose. I think it's 50-50 in there. But we're going to give this a try.
We're happy with that one?
I'm happy enough to give it a shot. We'll make a little 30 ml bottle because it's going to be a steeper. We'll do 6. It's already got all the sweetness and everything to it. We'll just hit save. And there's our recipe. Bada bing, bada boom.
Before you go on, right? Click on the link that Mallory's put in chat and have a look. Just a quick look. I don't know if you agree with it.
Hold on.
I'll just say the way it's laid out.
Right in vote. Cowboys suck.
I don't know if you agree with that. Like, I don't know if you're a football fan.
My wife would stranglehold you.
Oh, shit,
and
Cowboys
probably
fan.
shit down your throat. I am impartial to the whole subject matter.
You know, American football fan, like, no?
Listen, I was a fan when I was growing up as a kid of the original Cleveland Browns. Then the fuckers got sold to Baltimore. And then somebody tried to resurrect the Browns, but it was never the same. It's kind of like the Steelers of the 70s, comparing them to the Steelers of today. They're not the same. Completely different.
More of you're a baseball man then.
I'm not. I never really had a whole lot of time for sports.
No.
I would love going to baseball games in the summertime. You know, sitting out in the beautiful sun, watching the game, and enjoying a nice hot dog and drinking a beer. And I love the classic Americana characteristics of American baseball. Hockey. Now, you want to talk about hockey? I can get into hockey.
I think you're kind of a man who, when you're there, you appreciate the moment and all that, but you're not like a fan, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't have the craving to like go see all the games, watch all of them on TV and whatever.
I know where you're coming from. There's nothing.
You know what I was? You know what I was a fan of? This is what I was a fan of. When I was growing up as a kid, how many of y'all had these things?
Oh, gliders, the polystyrene gliders. Oh my God. We had polystyrene ones. Ours were cheap.
And the problem is, I never, hardly ever, got to open one that didn't end up broken because it's just El Cheapo balsa wood.
Just smash it when you open it.
I didn't even open this one, and it's already busted. Fortunately, nowadays, we have this thing called super glue, and I can fix that. But as a kid, you were fucked.
I was with this cheap polystyrene. You let it go, and as soon as the wind goes, that was it. You never see it again.
Oh, this is balsa wood. And see, the problem is when you get a little thing like this is broke as a kid, you still put it together anyway, and you threw it, and you wonder why it spiraled out of control and crashed every time you threw it. Now, as an adult, understanding the fundamentals of aerodynamics and the essential need to balance the right and the left wing so they both do the same thing, you're better off breaking the other side of the wing, or if you can't fix this side of the wing. But once you get them balanced, and you understand that if I glue this side, I need to put a drop of glue on the other side of the wing so that the weight is balanced. And then when I throw it, it's going to fly straight as an arrow. But this is the kind of shit I was into. This and model building. I built all the classic cars of the 50s and 60s in models. I built the space shuttle numerous times. I built the Enterprise. I built a bunch of different, Star Trek spacecraft. Fire trucks, garbage trucks.
Ours was like the Airfix kits, which were planes, famous jet fighters or biplanes. It was all planes. Remember when I used to finish them, I used to hang them up on the ceiling with thread.
Yeah. So what do we need?
What do we need, sir?
Double chocolate clear, vanilla swirl, marshmallow, and double chocolate.
Looks nice, like. I think it's going to be a steeper.
Definitely. There's our TPA. Vanilla custard from Capella.
There's the magic word for me, like. That is the magic word.
I gotta place another flavor order. I'm out. Almost.
You need to get some more of that, matey.
I missed that one on the list of make sure you get some for later before you run out. And then we got the sweeteners. We got the TFA sweetener and super sweet, right? There's some Purellum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Done.
Oh, God.
30 ml bottle and a scale. And I got to put all this disposable vapes in the recycle bin.
I love it. Neil Pitts has stated his vacuum cleaner stopped working, so he put a cowboy sticker on it and now it sucks.
Hey, there you go.
I love it. I like it.
I need to find out from Neil Pitts what kind of retro vape he'd like to have sent to him. Since I have so many of them. I even got a mod I'm going to send you. One I actually sent to Kenny. But since I already have a yellow one, and I sent you the purple one that you called pink.
Pink.
I'm going to send it to Neil Pitts.
That was not purple. That was pink.
It's purple.
It was rinky dinky, pinky, pinky, tinky, pinky.
If you say so, mate.
Yeah. Well, look at my lights on purple. That's purple. What's behind you?
Right there.
Pink. See? That's purple. You sent us pink.
Beggars can't be choosy.
Exactly. Beggars cannot be choosers. Not complaining.
I know you're not. I just pulling your leg, busting your balls. Close enough. Supposed to be 1.86. I went over a little.
Oh, God.
All right. Start off with our lovely double chocolate.
Very nice. Is that all right, that? Like, I've never really found a good chocolate.
Yeah. See, the problem is it's a very alcohol-based flavoring. So anytime I've used this one, it's taken a super long steep, or I need to leave the lid off of it for like a week to evaporate all the alcohol out of it. And it was like, I never got like, oh my God, this is dark chocolate, or oh my God, this is whatever. It adds a chocolatey essence to things, but it can be chalky if you overdo it.
Yeah.
Why I bought such a big bottle of it the second time around, I don't know.
Yeah,
I was so excited because everyone was like, oh, double chocolate's perfect. No. It's not chocolate milk.
I was kind of a bit, I used to think they were a bit bitter. I had a bit of bitterness to them.
All right, 1.25. Yeah, see, in the very beginning, if I got a 30 ml bottle of something and I ran out of it, my replacement was always a 60 ml bottle.
Yeah.
That's how I got so many 60 ml bottles here. But this is vanilla custard, obviously the most suggested flavoring for a long time.
Neil Pitts has commented that says any single coil, I'm assuming any single coil RTA, which is, do you have a dual coil Blaze RTA? The first one I have one, you just can't vape at high wattage. Blaze dual. Ooh.
I have the Blaze. I think it's a dual. Because somebody asked me, I think I did a review on that actually when I first got started. One of the first ones I ever did. Or I said what was the best coils you can do, and I did that in the Blaze Dual.
Yeah.
But it was the dripper, not the tank. If I remember correctly. I don't know. I have to go look. I've got so much stuff, it's just... All right, vanilla custard, 0.25. What? You going to taste that?
Get it in.
Are you going to taste that? 6 drops?
You'd be surprised.
Kenny would just drink this.
Oh, definitely. No problem there. You wouldn't have to ask me twice.
Vanilla swirl, 0.79. Your favorite.
Love that stuff. Oh, that's Mallory Gates all over. Mallory Gates has said, a little joke, I'll read it out. I bet you can't tell me something that will make me both happy and sad, a husband said to his wife. She thinks about it for a moment and then responds, your penis is bigger than your brother's. Oh, dear me. That's shocking.
Wow.
That's terrible. Oh, I love it.
Commiserating in someone else's misery.
Ooh, Neil's got a Vupu musket. He's got 3 of them. We maybe get one of them.
Oh, I was never impressed with the musket. That's that dual tube looking thing.
That's probably why you got. That's probably why you got 3 for $30.
I was this fucking close to putting up a review on it because I hated it that much.
Really?
And I'm like, no, they did the best they could. Anyway. So, 0.26. Super sweet, 0.32, the real sweetener.
Well, if you do want one, I'll have one just for the hell of it.
The musket.
I don't care. Mod's a mod.
It's a pain in the ass to get the wattage adjusted to it because it only goes in one direction. And then if you overshoot it, you got to go round robin the whole way to get it. Oh,
there's no down. It's just one up. Period.
Yeah. All right, so we did the vanilla swirl, the vanilla custard, the sweetener, the super sweet, the marshmallow, double chocolate. We're done, except for the PG and the VG.
Have you got your secret sauce in?
Yeah, started with that. 4.18. Don't need to be dead on balls accurate with this. The flavoring components are what you have to be 100% accurate about. Give that a good shake.
Mm.
26.49, aka bottom rim of this bottle.
Pretty much, yeah. Just top up the bottle. Boom.
Close enough.
That was a good one.
Job's done. Give her a good shake and let it sit here until she's ready. Kind of like this butter pecan custard. I'm not sure if this is still ready or not.
Cloud Chugger's vaping his new stubby 21700 DNA 60C with the Ether V2 and he loves it. Very nice.
Wow. The butter pecan is fucking delicious in this. The custard is not quite ready yet. And it is kind of a watered down knuckle flavor. So I'm curious to see how that's going to translate in the vapor production. Is that going to be a watered down flavor profile or is that going to be a juicy candied butter pecan? I don't know. But next week I will prep a couple drippers. I'll get them all cleaned out because that one's still got crap on it from last time. I'll have a couple of them cranked out so we can taste that one. We can taste, my sugar teddy bear and a couple of these other custards have been sitting here for a while.
Yeah, time for the taste
Give them
test.
a proper try.
The tasty test. Da-da-da.
That's the only problem when you mix up some of these flavorings. It's just like, they're going to be ready in about a month. And then, get around to it in a month. So, 2 weeks after that, you go, oh, I've got 6 of them here I need to try. Let me get 6 drippers out and let's all flavor test them all at once. For those of you on Twitter, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. We're getting ready to wrap up things, boys. But I know that you get cut off in 30 seconds, so cheers. Go vote if you haven't already.
Do you have a Sigelli Eva 66 watt single battery?
No, I've got a bunch of Sigelli stuff, but none. I never got the Avaya. Oh, stabilized wood front. But that was a pretty penny in its day.
But it was.
Now, the Sigelli ones I have, the one that looks like a Radio Shack walkie-talkie, the big massive face on it.
That's right.
A couple other Sigelli ones I had. What was the one? I bought a couple of the Sigelli ones that I was giving to friends to start vaping, despite the fact that I was not that impressed with it. It wasn't horrible, but I got a great price on it, so I bought a bunch of them. I'm going to have a good clean out here a little bit because I got to dust all the shelves anyway. I might do like I do for Kenny and just grab a box and just start chucking stuff in it and send it to you for Christmas.
It looks like Neil's going to send you one because he's got 3 of them. There you go.
Nice.
Happy days, eh? Bit of trading going on here.
And you know what? I'm going to send him. I'm going to send him a bottle of your rum cookie.
Oh.
Rum and raisin
I don't know
cookie.
if I can allow that. I don't know if I can allow that. That's mine. Every drop you make of that is coming by me, so
See, I'm going to send him a 60 ml bottle of liquid. I'm sending you a 60 ml bottle of one shot. So that one shot can make 600 milliliters of it. Or more like 500.
I think you should give him a 10 ml bottle.
That's really cruel and inhumane punishment. If you send him something that he truly loves and you only got 30 mils, like, what? It ain't going to last me 3 days. Maybe 2 if I'm lucky. But if I love it, that'll be gone in 1 day.
Oh,
how many times have you done that before?
Oh, easy. Easy. Not a problem with that.
You probably did that with that cherry bakewell.
I literally did. I think I had a little drop which I saved for ages with a dripper, and I saved it in the dripper. I buried it.
That's another one that I need to make.
I think
maybe we'll do an episode 1 week where that's all we do is just mix stuff up. I'll mix it up, and then just you tell me the next one to mix up, and we'll just mix up a bunch of stuff, and it'll all get chucked in your box. Which, I don't know if you know this, but your box, they're the exact same size every year I send it to you. And that's because that's the box I get all my bottles from Bull City Flavors.
Right.
Anytime I placed orders, I'll order like 5 packs of 120 mil bottles. I'll order like 10 5 packs, like 50 30 mil bottles, and a bunch of different other miscellaneous things. Not quite a bulk order of bottles, but they send it in the same size box all the time. It's 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot.
Judging by what we're being taught about, I think it's going to be more of a fucking food hamper than a fucking vape box.
Yeah, because I know something I'm going to send you. You said it looks like shriveled up foreskin.
Oh, no.
Mate, I'm going to send you a package of this. This is like $9 now. And there's only like maybe 10 pieces in there. But this is like beef candy.
Really?
It is soft. It is not hard like your belt. You chew it and it just melts in your mouth. Beef teriyaki deliciousness.
Ooh, interesting.
I'm gonna throw one of them in there.
Very interesting.
I think you'll love it.
I'll give anything a go within reason. Within reason.
Oh, good, because I'm sending you some musk.
Yeah, fuck off with that. I'll use that. I'll use that to shine me shoes.
You put it on the neighbor's cat.
Shagdalo. That's a good idea. Send one. I've got to spot it all over the
Just drip it on the neighbor's cat. Send it home. What did you get into? That's not a skunk. Were you crawling in some old lady's snatch? What's going on here?
Yeah, that'd be mint. I think I'd probably have some fun with that. I'll probably squirt on one of my workmates' clothes, you know what I mean? Just going, lay down his jacket. There you go.
Oh, one more thing. I don't want to forget about it. Because I want other people to be able to do this if they want. You know how I talked about wanting to do a shelf and you're like, just drill a bunch of holes and set them on there. And I'm like, fuck no, because I'm going to be the dumb bastard that wants to clean it off one day and I end up spilling all the tanks and all the glasses break on them. I want something I can screw the tanks into, right? So guess what I found on Amazon? 510 sleeves. These are perfect.
Like it.
I can drill the holes. I can put a drop of epoxy in the fucking hole, and then I can legit set the tank, attach these to the tank and set the tank down in it so that they're always sitting perfectly flush with the top of the board, and they're epoxied in. And so the tanks can screw into it for my display stand.
Very good.
There's a bag of 10 of them. I think it was like $6. No, for a dozen. Was $6. They're like 50 cents a piece. So I ordered 3 bags of them. That's enough for 36 tanks to get mounted to a board. That's going to go on that shelf if it ever gets here.
That's awesome.
That, and there's always the soldering iron tips if anybody wants to send anything to Australia. You got a mate lives in Australia, send them a couple soldering irons. Here's the beautiful Vupu Drag 4 soldering iron. And it does really work. That 510 pin is not going to short out your mod. It's legit going to work as a soldering iron. So if they get smart about it, they're going to test it. Guess what? It does work. You could solder with it. Be kind of awkward as fuck, you know, but there's situations where I think this would have come in handy, like working in the car. I don't have to carry an extension cord out, plug a soldering iron, wait for it to heat up. Just carry this out. Solder a couple wires together, like changing the speakers out. And something else I finally got a hold of. Coffee flavored Zine.
Oh.
My wife is like, why did you waste your money on that? I'm like, it's actually pretty good. At least the other ones I've tried. The other flavors. Good for fixing glasses. Soldering iron. I never thought about that.
Very. It's interesting, yeah.
The heat gun soldering iron I have to reflow solder would be really good to soften plastic. I used to do all kinds of that stuff when I was doing the model building. That makes sense, though. You're right, Cheryl.
Interesting.
You out shopping again?
I'm looking for them rings that you've just said, because I think they would come handy for me as well, but what are the thread adapter rings?
Yeah, I'll look it up, and if you can't get them in UK, I'll order some and throw them in your box.
Thread adapter rings. No, because I've got a wood one, but I've just got the holes drilled in it, and I do knock them off every time I fucking want to clean them. You know what I mean? It's not coming up what you've got, but never mind. Bastard. I'm terrible for shopping, mate. I need to stop shopping. Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that?
There you go.
Oh. Is that there?
510 thread adapter.
510 thread adapter. I'll have a look for that.
How many you want? I'll order them now.
510. About 30, I think.
All right. 12, 24, 36. 3 of them will give you 36.
That'd be ideal. I can modify mine then.
You know what? I'm going to order 4 of them. I'll get another one for myself. Because it'd be like some of the other stuff I ordered before. You order it and then it disappears. Like these little frickin' stands. You used to be able to buy a 7-pack of these, and it was like 10 or 12 bucks. Now, a 7-pack of these, which aren't even the same size because I ordered them before, they're really tiny, is what they send you, cost $18. And they didn't even thread the hole in it. You just sit in there.
I said that these are doing thread things for fucking tanks and off this so it's a load of shit. Not a worry. Not a worry. Champion, yeah, I'll reimburse you for them if you want. No problem.
Nah, don't worry about it. Job done.
Oh, it would be brilliant. Oh, I just had an excellent idea, but nah, you couldn't do it. You know, if you had your desk, right, and you had a wood back, you could just put them on a wall type of thing on a wood and just screw them in the wall. That'd be mint.
Yeah, if the back was actually thick enough. You just need to set up a collar on a drill bit so that they only drill a certain depth.
Oh yeah,
you know
you
what I mean?
only go so deep, yeah.
And then you could, draw out the grid line and then just zip, 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 zip. And then you could have a whole wall of tanks facing you and you just unscrew them and use them, and put them back when you're done. Swap them out.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it? That'd be cool. Department
So there's 3 of those going in your box.
Thank you.
Kenny, what is the most corrupt government we have had total cover-up?
This is definitely Department of Work and Pensions. That's an apt name, like. That is the government.
In a nutshell. That's like, I'm a numbers guy, right? Especially, being the treasurer for the fire company all them years. So like, I actually did the calculations for our Social Security benefits that, we pay into our entire life. I took a look at a couple old paychecks from, 30, 40 years ago, how much got taken out every single paycheck, like when I was working at the hospital. And I threw it into a calculator to go, how much would this be if I did this, not to the government, but to in some private retirement account, right? Earning standard
like
interest rates and whatever. A pension fund. Created my own instead of sending it to the fucking government.
Yeah.
And it is roughly, I would get 4 times what the Social Security check predicted to be is whenever I retire.
Yeah, because what you'll do, you'll be paid in their copper, they'll be fucking pocketing the interest of the investment or whatever they've had, and you'll just get the bare minimum. That's how it works.
The problem is, depending on what age you take it out, is going to depend on how much tax you're going to pay on it. And if what this Kamala wants to do is tax uncapitalized interest, you're really going to be fucked.
The government pensions are not worth the paper they're wrote on. I mean, my dad, he's worked all his life and he had a couple of little private pensions and he's still paying tax to this day. And he's nearly 90-year-old. They're still taxing him on his pension.
I think that's bullshit. Once you retire, reach 65, you're done paying taxes. You pay taxes your entire life. You don't ever need to pay taxes again.
Yeah.
Assuming that, you're not making like over $100,000 a year or something.
Yeah.
Just because you're a fucking workaholic and you want to still work a full-time job even though you're collecting your pension. No. If you retire and you're living off of a pension, whatever the kind of pension is, whether it be private or a combination, whatever. If you're just living off your pension, it should be tax-free. Your house should not be taxed. You should not pay tax on your retirement income. That's your money. You earned it. You paid into the system. Now it's time to live off of it.
Yeah, it's fucking the whole lot's a load of shit. I mean, the tax you pay now is just it was like, what was the other thing they were going to tax? Like with pensioners, when you retired, you got a free TV license. Not anymore. They're charging for them now. And to charge them TV license fees, which is, I know it's only about 120 quid a year, but for a pensioner, that's still a lot of money on a low pension, on a low income.
That's a lot of money.
Especially the current status where, some of them have either got to make a choice of either heat or eat. You know what I mean? So, shit, man.
It is. It is utterly preposterous. All right, what was this thing?
So, see, if you've worked all your life and paid into the system, when you retire, you shouldn't be paying a bean anything else. Simple as that.
Mallory posted something else we missed in the dad jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, please check your kids' candy this Halloween. Just found New York Giants tickets in my kid's bag. Some sick people out there.
Oops.
What's wrong, Kenny? Did your kid get some Gates tickets? Newcastle tickets? In their trick or treat?
Oh, if they got that, I'd be going.
It'd be like the rest of the candy parents out there stealing their kids' candy.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have the candy. I'll take the tickets. Oh my God.
Finally, someone is tackling the real issues.
Hey, I'm hungry. And my dad said, "Hi, hungry. I'm Dad."
Dad joke survivors.
Aww.
Well,
I can't play it. It's got music. I'll have to laugh at it after the stream. What else? What other links did she pop in there? Anybody else?
Copyright claim.
You believe what was it, 2 shows ago? We played that one little segment about the girl with the gas pump hose sticking out of her car. They copyright claimed the whole video. Our whole 5-hour stream. For that 20 seconds, I'm like, cut, delete that shit out of my show. Fuck off.
Yeah. Gone. You're having a laugh, aren't you? Oh, very lucky there, Neil.
Said she did, but it turned out to be a totally phony story. So, President Trump. Well, that's a good-looking group. Hello, everybody. I'm having a lot of fun here, everybody. Look at all the fake news of it. I'm looking for a job, and I've always wanted to work at McDonald's. I never did. I'm running against somebody that said she did, but it turned out.
No, you never did, but you always had it Secret Service dashed to the White House when you were there last time. Did you not?
He likes his mighty days. He likes his
Before
mighty days.
DoorDash was a thing.
Well, it's not as if they can pop down to the local McDonald's. They've got to get it delivered. You know what I mean? Oh, hello. There's a.
And we're nonpartisan here, so I'm going to post Mallory's. Was it the end? Or was it? Not the same thing.
Pretty much.
There you go. It was all staged. Yes, we know it was all staged.
Well, all know
the store was closed while Trump was there. We know.
Obviously.
He's got Secret Service protection. They're not going to let him work at McDonald's open to the public. There's his own campaign supporters that got the lovely treat of being handed fries from.
He's had 2 assassination attempts on him. They're not going to wander around at McDonald's on his fucking one.
When it's open.
Hello, there's Trump. Grab a McDonald's. Bang. By the way, there's your bullet.
By the way, folks. What the...
According to the figures we've getting in the UK, they reckon the polls are neck and neck pretty much. Right? It's a really tight race.
Yeah. We'll take a look. 570 to win.
There was a news article, right? It was a I don't know where it was. It was either town or something in New Hampshire.
Oh, and 5:30.
Right, it was on the news today. It was on the news today. It was a town in New Hampshire with a population of 6. Right, and they've already voted, and it was a draw. It was 3 each. I was decked. A population of 6.
And the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, from my West Wing days folklore, that town has 100% accurately predicted every single presidential election race since George Washington.
Really? Wow.
So. Take that as you will. But here's the last set of nonpartisan polling stats where they stand.
They reckon
the swing states that it's tied in are brown.
Yeah, they reckon your part of the world's a swing state. I reckon it's tight there.
Oh, not anymore. Now it's really not. Now it's even more not. Oh, now it flipped the other way.
Yeah, just do your own map who you want in. all blue, all red, whatever.
538. That's what I was thinking of. Approved, disapproved.
Right, it's tight.
Tight. And the ironic thing is both parties swear to God that their polls stand completely different than the public polls.
Yeah, normally the case.
But
I don't know. I don't know.
I want to commend our county commissioners for redoing our polls, our polling places. This is fantastic the way it's set up now. When I walked in, they verified who I was. I showed them my ID. They're like, you don't need the ID. I'm like, shut the fuck up. My name's different than normal people's names. Here's how you're going to find me. Oh, okay, I get it. I'm Hungarian. I had a Hungarian shirt on. That's my name.
Yeah.
Well, we don't need your ID. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Here's my name. Oh, okay. Now it's easy to find you. So I get done checking in or whatever, and I walk up to the side. They hand me a piece of paper. I'm like, what? A paper ballot? Really? I was so excited. They're like, yes. You walk up, you put it into the machine. It'll accept it when it's, ready to use. Then you go and you do your normal thing like you did. It's a digital machine. When you get done voting, it'll print out what you voted for. Look at the paper and verify that what you voted for in the machine is what's on the paper. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Then you walk over to the wall where they have another machine, and underneath the machine is a locked box with a padlock on it that you slide your ballot into. It gets read and tallied, and there's a record of it sitting in that box.
That's very good.
I'm like, this takes me back to the days when I first went voting, when you were in the big machine and you had to slide the curtain closed.
That's
and then you had little levers for who you voted for. And then once you picked everything you wanted, once you opened the curtain is when it cast your ballot. And on the side of the machine with little numbers, they got incremented by who you tabbed to vote for.
That's kind of cool.
But it's way better than what it was. The last time I was at my polling place, not last time I did it by mail. The one before that, when I was there, it was just the touch machines. There was no printout. There was no nothing. The guy had a thing that he slid into the machine to activate it, and then he took that thing, and I guess it accumulated on that box, and then they downloaded that box later. Now you got a paper copy.
I think ours are mostly still paper. You get your election card, you go there, and you just go and tick a box and then put it in the box. And obviously it gets counted. I think we're still old school. Pen and paper type of shit.
Yeah. But it's way better than down in Florida. Do you remember the big thing about the Al Gore election where they had the little chads, and in California they have the punch paper, and then if a little thing that you punch through wasn't actually detached, it was just hanging off. Does it count? Does it not count? It's an invalid ballot.
I didn't punch the hole out properly.
Yeah, because you didn't punch it out properly and make sure before you submitted it, you tore off the little hangy doodads.
Yeah.
Like, why complicate it?
Nah, it's simple stuff, isn't it?
It's so nice now. Yes, they're using technology, but it's still old school with the paper trail. No question about it. Anybody can challenge it and do a mandatory hand recount. Don't need the machine to do it. But if you want to do the machine, it can process that whole thing like this, automatically. You could have your own counting machine. You don't need to manually sit there and, okay, Bob, that's one for this guy. Okay, Bob, Mary, that one's for that guy.
I think that's where the thing is with technology. Then can them machines be, not say tampered, but manipulated? You know what I mean when it comes to the counting?
Anything computer can be manipulated. My whole fucking house, I'm guaranteeing you, within the last 48 hours, my whole house was part of some type of a sweep or a hack attempt or whatever. None of my lights that are, controlled by her worked. I had to reset my router, which, by the way, I just realized that the TP-Link routers were all compromised and part of some botnet that was used to create attacks that cybersecurity professionals hate, because normally when you have denial of service attack, they have let's say 12 computers around the world that are doing the attack and constantly trying to get access to a website.
Yeah.
That constant traffic and constant rejection blocks the website from legitimate traffic. Well, what they did was they compromised all these routers, and It wasn't a very good virus because it didn't stay. If you rebooted the router, it lost the virus. You weren't part of the botnet anymore. But the thing was, they had millions of these routers that were compromised with this virus. And they would attack different websites like, let's say, Microsoft or Google or whatever. And they would have each router only try and get access one time. But there were millions of them doing it all at the same time. So that server was locked up for an hour, rejecting all these millions of attempts. And connections timeout. And if the router got notice of a connection timeout, well, it would request it again until it finally worked through all million refusals. There's no way to prevent that. You can block IP addresses, but how are you going to block millions of IP addresses?
Well, this is it, isn't it? Basically, it's just blocking the traffic coming back to your network, isn't it? From the amount you're attacking. Well, I think that's what's fucking... I'm just wondering, I don't know if it's a bug with OPS or if I've got a virus, but it's just not having it.
Hey, my other OBS crashed for no reason. There's nothing in there other than the move transition. That's the only added plugin in OBS. Otherwise, it's a raw OBS. And it just froze up for no reason. Naked OBS.
Mine,
not like this one. This one's got hundreds of plugins and scenes and everything else in the world. This one works fine.
But it was running, but it wouldn't connect to the Firefox. And then when I rebooted, you could double click it to execute, you got the little blue circle, and that was it. Nothing, it wouldn't launch. And then when you went in and went right click run as administrator, it'd come up, do you want to run this? Yes. Little blue circle, nothing happened, wouldn't launch.
One good thing though, because you're not routing it through OBS and OBS is downscaling your image and stuff, your camera directly through Firefox right now by itself, just as good as my camera here. Mint.
Oh, that's spot on. Good picture. Definitely.
Looks almost 4K, even though we're limited to 1080p 30.
Well, camera is at 4K, but I'm just getting down.
I'm excited for the future of streaming because one of the benefits that we're going to be able to have is you can have, especially once we get to the 5000 series graphics cards, you can have a different setting for each of the sites that you stream to. I can stream to YouTube at 1080p 60 or even at 4K or 2K using the AVI format. I can stream to Twitch at a lower resolution because I'm not a partner. I only have less than 100 followers on Twitch, but I could stream there at a much lower setting since they don't re-encode it. So I need to make it so that people on their phones that choose to watch can watch it. And I can do a different one to Rumble. I can do a different one to X. OBS is getting the features to be able to stream with different settings to all the different places you stream to. And your graphics card will do all the work. So it doesn't even need to get transcoded.
I reckon AVI is the way to go for streaming, like just pure quality. Like all this MP4.
Better quality, half the bandwidth. And the thing is, the reason why this has even got started is because Twitch, for those non-partners, will now be able to send multiple streams to Twitch. You can send a 4K stream, a 1080p stream, and you can even send a 720p stream. So you can legit send 3 different streams to Twitch, and depending on what they're watching it on, will switch between those different levels of quality. And their computers don't have to do any work because you're legit sending the stream in the correct resolution for your viewers.
Good, like, definitely pretty good.
Oh, all right, folks, man, any questions out there?
You kind of keep up with technology, man. It's just woo. 1 minute you've got a nice powerful machine, next minute it's fucking outdated. Oh,
yeah, that's technology marches on. I think I will go for a strawberry milkshake for tonight, or maybe a strawberry cheesecake cookie ice cream.
Oh.
I got that strawberry milkshake SSA in my last order. I'm curious to try that out. Neil Pitt says the Bloomberg tried to hack me to stop the show from going off today. And to make sure that it was fucked up, he hacked Kenny's computer too.
Oh, I think he's had a go at me, like.
I'm not going away.
I'm hoping I can sort. I don't want to have to do a fucking wipe. I've just got too much stuff to reinstall, and I just can't be fucked. I hate this shit.
How old is your computer now, though? I sent you the upgraded processor, and that was the 3600. They've got the 5000 series processors now. Didn't you say you had a 480 B450 board or something in yours?
It's the it's the MSI. It's old now. It's kicking on now. I'll sure tell you.
MSI B450, and it's probably Gen 3 technology limited.
Oh, well. Hang on, I'll get me cupoid up.
That's why that processor I sent you was perfect, because it's Gen 3. Can do Gen 4 in a 570 board.
Me CPU ID, what we got? Motherboard. Microstar International A320M Pro Max.
320?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's even older than the 450.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's showing its age. It's showing its age.
Time for you to build a new one.
I've got DDR4 memory in, like. That's cool. We're still miles behind now.
If you could afford to go with the latest system, then go with the latest system. But honestly, unless you plan on doing like what I do, you don't need it. I'm running an X570 board in here with DDR4, and it's keeping up with everything. And that's only using an RTX 3060 baseline graphics card.
Yeah.
But if I ever want to do 4K, I'm going to have to take it to the next level.
I mean, it does what I wanted to do. I mean, I would say the only thing I sometimes struggle with is just rendering when I'm using me DaVinci. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it rattles it up, sometimes it doesn't. Playback sometimes. If I have high loads of effects on, playback stutters a bit. But I mean,
that's because you record at 4K for your camera and you make it fucking downscale it. I work at 1080p from source to delivery. I don't mess with it. Get it right at the source. The only editing I do is chopping stuff out and putting transitions and effects and overlays and graphics in.
But I can see that shooting logged, and that's why I do a lot of color grading as well. So
for that purpose, I see your point. That takes a lot of computational power, and you only have a 2060 card in yours.
Yeah,
so.
It does the job barely, but it does the job. But I mean, like the wife and the kids, they run a few games on it, and it runs them near bother. Now she's got GTA.
For your existing setup, you could get away with a 4060 card because it's only about $250.
Yeah.
If you get it from a scalper, it'll be like $300. But to go from a 2060 to a 4060, you're going to see massive improvements, both in your render times and for their games.
I mean, I've got plenty of memory. I've got like 32 gig of RAM, so I've got no issues with that.
Yeah, for what you're doing, that's enough.
Right. Yeah, got plenty of memory. Like I say, maybe it's a bit time for a bit of an upgrade of some sort, but we'll have a look.
Well, budget allowing. If you can't afford a whole new PC, the best investment for your computer would be a 4060 graphics card, because like I said, it's only $250 and it's going to double the capacity for the one you have now.
I mean, this one isn't shop bought. It was built. My friend, the guy who I know, he built it. He built it for us. It's not like a shop one. I would refuse to pay shop prices for them. They're shit. Ridiculous money.
Yeah, I built all my own.
I mean, when he first done this, excuse me, I think it's about three, maybe 4 years ago when he built this. And he compared the spec in a shop, and it was nearly $1,000 in the shop to buy it. But it didn't cost me that to get it built.
And the nice thing about the simple graphics card upgrade from a 2060 to a 4060 is it's got the same power connector. It's literally one, maybe two screws that hold the metal piece at the base of the card.
Yeah.
And then the little flipper on the bottom to release the old card. You pop that out, disconnect the power cable. You pop that out after you get the two screws off. And then you pop the new one in. It just snaps into place. You put the two screws back on. You connect the power cable. You turn your computer on. Job done. And then you just go to your NVIDIA software to install the 40 series drivers.
I might have to look. I'll have a look.
It's a 15-minute job, max.
Oh, no, it's easy enough to do. I mean, I think one of the cards I had in here, I put my old system, my old system, my son's got now, and I think the card I had here before he sent us that one out is now in his system, because he's more of a gamer, so it handles his gaming a bit better.
Yeah, but now if you were to buy a 4060 for yours and take your 2060 to put it in his, it's still going to be better than the 1070 he's using now.
Yeah. Oh, without
only
doubt.
About 25% better because you're dropping from a 70 series to a 60 series. But the next generation improvement for the 3060 was massive. The 4060 over the 3060 was more about power efficiency. If I were to go from this 3060 to a 4060, it drops like 20 watts of power requirement. So it's much more energy efficient. Just sitting at idle goes from 15 watts to 6 or 7.
Yeah. Got you. Yeah, I'll probably look into it, see what the crack is, but I think I'm going to get a bigger hard drive.
Or just leave it the way it is until it dies.
Yeah. I always like to improve. If I come across a bit of a windfall, I might get a more modern one built. The monitor's good. My monitor's not too bad. I mean, that's all right. It's 4K monitor.
Monitor prices have crashed lately. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I was thinking about upgrading this one. This is an old Dell 1920 1080p max resolution, and it maxes at 60 frames per second. And this one is a HDMI splitter to the TV. Now, the TV is capable of 4K HDR. So I'm thinking, well, if I'm going to be gaming, if I got myself even an HDR 1080p monitor for here, that would take and automatically upgrade what I would have that set on all the time.
This one, I only paid about 80, 90 quid for it. The 28 inch or 27, 28. Not a big brand, it's just a Pixel. When I set it up, I just left it standard, right? And I was working in the editing, and I just come across this video how you can set it up properly. So I've dug in the menus, and I've actually got me gamma and me input gamma and me output gamma exactly. It's Rec 709 gamma 2.4. Me actual monitor now matches all my outputs for my videos, and the difference is unbelievable. It's just so much clearer.
Oh yeah, if you calibrate your monitors, it's a massive difference.
Oh, but I've just got the display as a Rec 709 gamma 2.4, and it's just made a hell of a difference. Really good. Just sharper all the time.
Cheryl said that Amazon has a bunch of reliable, renewed computers. Yeah, but you got to be careful of, especially with the looming Windows 10 deadline of October of 25 being end of life. If your processor is end of life, buying that is only going to extend your computer use until October, and then you're going to have to upgrade the processor inside it to meet minimum Windows 11 requirements.
Yeah, I think
that's the only problem with renewables. Renewables normally are not a big deal because, like, when we were doing this Windows 10 life and the whole COVID situation and everything, they just kept supporting it and kept supporting it, kept supporting it. Windows 11 came out and they kept supporting it. And then they finally dropped the hammer and says, okay, October of 25 is when we're done with it. And now they've announced that for $35, you can extend that another year of security updates. So if you can't afford a new computer, you can pay $35 and you can use it for another year. Because it'll still work. It's just they're going to stop developing the security updates to keep hackers out of your computer.
Yeah, that's right. I was just doing checking my cards to 2060. That's right.
MacBook Air is a whole new beast getting to the Apple ecosystem. I mean, if you got an iPhone, I get it why you're on a MacBook, but
I'd have like Macs. I'd have like Apple. Period. I just do not like it.
I never cared for it. I worked on plenty of them, and the problem is Apple locks it down so that only their technicians are technically allowed to work on your Apple products.
It's the same with the security, man. It's over the top. You know what I mean? Like I said, many times when the bands have bought like a second-hand Apple phone, and obviously the user hasn't logged out their account, and they're just literally impossible. You can't hack into them or nothing. You've got to get that user's details to log out with it, or they're not good. They're fucked. Can't deal with them. Yeah. We've got, like I said, we've got a late father. He's got an Apple iPad, and we don't even know his login details to get it to go. So it's just sitting there in the drawer. Can't get it going. But fire up, we can't even log into it. It's Apple, all Apple ID shit. Which obviously he never left us, obviously, but he didn't know he was going to pass away, like, obviously, but
yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's been one of the things that I've consistently had to deal with, and end of life, somebody unexpectedly passes away, and it's like, listen, we got Granny's old computer, it still works, hand it to the kid, the grandkid, for them to use for school, but you need to clean it off so that I can use it. Well, if it was a Microsoft product, piece of cake. Yeah. I could start fresh from it. I could salvage whatever data you want from Granny's, accounts or whatever. And because everything's stored in the Microsoft cloud, I could do a fresh install on it, a clean install, and it's automatically going to be authorized as a licensed product because that account is already, that hardware has already been registered for them as legitimate.
I think it's the same. I think we'll go on his laptops, and again, we can't get into it. No, I mean, it's not an Apple, but it's a Microsoft. It's not an Apple, it's a Microsoft one, but just even now the passwords are now for it, so that's just sitting down in dust.
If you don't need any of their files and pictures and all that other stuff, it's easy to just reinstall Windows and start clean.
Well, it's not that you can't even log on, you can't get into it, you can't bypass, you can't, like when you password your computer, we've got none of that. They're not let we log in, but I said they wanted to get in because obviously there's photographs on it that they would like to get, but I said the simple solution is just put another hard drive in it and start from scratch, it'll work.
Man, one of the things, the best investments I did was a USB hard drive dock. You pull a hard drive out of their computer, I drop it into the dock, and it's just recognized on my computer as an external hard drive. It doesn't give a shit about what Microsoft you have on there or whatever. If the files are not encrypted, I can copy whatever I want off of there.
Oh, he's got that thingy encryption on it. That's why you can't get into it. What do you call it?
Now, with the encryption, you're screwed. The only way to do that is a clean format. You can't restore without the password and logging into his existing setup. You can't access it.
That's right, because I can boot it in safe mode or DOS, but it just says blah blah blah. Need this password. I can't do anything on it.
Without the password, BitLocker will keep you out of everything that's on that computer.
That's what it is. It's BitLocker. That's it. He's got BitLocker encryption on it. So it's fucked.
But the hardware's not fucked. It's just if all the stuff that he had saved is fucked.
Yeah, so basically, as I said, if you wanted to use it, was just pull the old hard drive out, put a new one in, and just reinstall.
And you know the irony of the whole situation is, if you did have his password, even if the computer was fucked, you could do a fresh install on there, log in with his email and his password, and the cloud would re-download everything that he ever fucking saved on his computer.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of nice photos, and I think that's why she didn't want to fuck about with it, because she didn't want to lose anything off it, you know what I mean? But I've said with that BitLocker, you've got very little to no chance.
You need the password. Microsoft does have some channels, but it is a pain in the wazoo to do it the legitimate way.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways of hacking people's account information, but the problem with BitLocker is that's also encrypted. So you can't just hash the code off of the computer. It's brute force. Try every single combination of numbers and letters and whatever until one works.
Not worth the hassle. You know what I mean? But it's sitting there, so I don't know. What's that? General Dennis is a Samsung S20 for sale for a phone. Okay.
That was weird. My wife wanted to look into disabling my daughter's phone because she moved to California and we had a new Apple phone for her. And she sent us the phone reluctantly, but it's like, listen, we're paying for it. We can't use it. You can't use it unless you pay for it, then we'll turn it on. So she's like, I don't want it. I already got mine. My husband bought me a new phone. So I'm like, here's your phone. So it's like, okay, now what do we do? We still got, 16 payments left on it. So Verizon lets you disable it for so many months. And, you still get your promotional credit for those months that it's turned off. Because we don't need it.
She would have to log out by Apple ID. That's why you can't do nothing with it.
You can't sell it until she logs out of it and you restore it.
She's got to log it out and then take that phone off her system before you can use it. And then obviously, if you want to create an Apple ID, you could do it on it.
Yeah, because we were originally going to give it to my mom for her to have. But when she went to the store and found out all this stuff and then ended up, dealing with the phone, she also saw that they had the new S22s out or whatever they were, the latest one. And the guy says, listen, yours is already paid off. I could give you this one to you free, and you don't even need to trade in your old phone. She's like, what?
Really? Wow.
So it's like $27 a month, and you get a promotional credit of $27 a month for the next 3 years. So you get a brand new phone. You don't have to surrender your old phone. She's like, why not? It's not like we were planning on leaving Verizon anyway.
Yeah, it's still a good deal.
That's the bad part is now you're committed to Verizon or you owe them for the phone if you leave within those 3 years.
Yeah. You've got to pay the balance for the phone. That's like the contracts over here. Your contracts here might be like, I don't know, £40-50 a month, but you're only paying like say 20 quid for your airtime, and the rest you're paying for the phone.
Yeah,
it's like
I remember when they used to give you the phones for free, and you only had a 1-year contract.
Yeah. Now they're locking you into a minimum of 2 years. Now that's basically just to pay the phone off, if anything. Because I think I see some of the new smartphones now, they're over $1,000. You know what I mean? If you went to the shop and bought one outright, you're talking over £1,000. But I see the iPhone 16, I think it's about 1,500 quid now.
Yeah, the Samsung that she just got is like a $1,300 phone.
Yeah.
For a telephone. I mean, granted, the CPU and the hard drive and the memory that's in these is equivalent to the modern computer, but
well, that's pretty much the way you got to look at it now. It's a computer, not a phone, isn't it?
She upgraded because she only worries about what the camera can do on that thing. And this new one that she got is actually a Google phone, and the camera resolution was twice. Yeah, the Pixel 9 or something just came out. It's twice the resolution that her Samsung was, and she thought that Samsung was the best you could get.
Well,
plus, you get the AI, like AI removal. So, like, if you want to remove something that's in your image, you tap on it, and it not only deletes it, but it fills in the background like if it was never even there.
The Samsung, the wife's just like getting, I mean, she upgraded a few months ago. That can video in 8K, 30 frames per second. 8K on a phone. Fucking hell. It can't do it for an extremely long time, because of memory, it's a fucking huge file. But it's just storage as well. I mean, it's a massive, massive file, 8K. It's only an MP4. It's not as if it's like squeeze down, you know what I mean? So
I never thought I'd see cell phones that have 1 terabyte hard drives in them. Solid state drive.
It's just crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. I mean, I don't know what mine's a fucking Wait, it was top of the range when I got it, but I don't know what the fuck it's got in it, memory-wise or storage. It's fucking got a canny bit in it, like.
Mine's a El Crapo Motorola 5G phone. Right after Motorola sold all of their cell phones and all of their technology to IBM, the Lenovo. And then the problem was Lenovo cheaped out on everything and is no longer what Motorola was known for. Motorola stuff was known to be indestructible. Matter of fact, the more you dropped it, the better it worked. Not this new stuff.
Same with the Nokias, weren't it? They were indestructible, weren't they? You could do anything with them. The 3310s and everything, the 3330s. But this one, I got this one because this is the first, I don't know if it's still the original, but the telephoto lens goes up to, is it 85 or 125? It goes up to one of them as optical zoom, not digital zoom, because it's got a periscope lens in it. So you get proper optical zoom rather than the fake digital zoom. It's fucking mint. It's a fantastic camera, but I don't utilize it as much. I used to use it. I mean, this is what I started my YouTube with, just a phone, you know what I mean? I think everybody did, didn't they, in them days?
Yeah.
New mobile phone, get it on.
Only a brat like myself would start off and insist that I have a proper DSLR camera and the proper interface and the proper software to start a YouTube channel.
At the time, them phones were pretty close to DSLR quality, and the new ones now, some are even better than the older DSLRs, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, my Sony's kicking on now. I mean, I've already got the A7 III. You know, I think there's another 2 models that have come out since I bought that. Same with the Canon. You know, the models, they've brought another few models out as well.
M50s are done. Now you have the R series.
Yeah. I mean, the little Sony Z10 thing, Christ, the quality of that one's unbelievable. It's only a little miniature thing.
The problem is the newest replacement for them, they all went up in price. It's like graphics cards.
But I've always said, I mean that's a full frame. I mean, I'm glad I upgraded to full frame. But I always say it's the glass you put on the front that makes the difference, isn't it? And the glass and the lenses cost more than the cameras. You know what I mean?
Listen, this thing is drinking the juice.
It will. The size of them wicking holes are fucking huge.
And the size of the inner chamber. I see why you had to have the extended chimney on it.
It's fucking massive. Yeah, I guess,
no leaks. It works great.
I think the next windfall I might. Next windfall, I might upgrade a bit of stuff.
Well, that's why I mentioned the 4060 card, because that is something that is actually, you know, it can be affordable as a simple upgrade to last you another 2 years on an existing system if you can't afford to spend, you know, whatever it costs to build a new computer, $1,000 or £1,000, 800 pounds.
This one only
translate.
This one only costs us about 600 quid built.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you're also looking at the technology differences. When you bought this one, DDR4 was cheap already. Problem with DDR5 is it's still fucking outrageously expensive for what you're getting.
Yeah.
You're paying 60% more for DDR5 than you are for DDR4. Yes, it's faster. But is it worth jumping up to that technology at this point? If you wait another year or even 2, then it's going to be back to the point where DDR4 was when you built this system, where the prices have dropped because they're already starting to talk about DDR7. Matter of fact, that's what the rumor is for the 5000 series graphics cards, is they're going to have DDR7 on them.
Memory's it's not a stable price. It's up and down like a yo-yo. I mean, because I was going to upgrade, I was going to max this one out to 64. But the DDR4 just went through the fucking roof. You know what I mean? 2 sticks of 32 was nearly 300 quid. And I'm like, where the fucking hell happened to that? What happened there?
Not mine, mate. I just got a bargain on mine. It was, last time I put 64 in here, it was $148. This time I bought it for $124.
Oh,
64 gigabytes of DDR4 memory. And it's also the ones that have, here, it's right here. It's made for AMD. It's the Trident Neo Zero chip, and it's already got the LED lights on them that you can control from your motherboard software.
Ah.
$124. 3600 speed. Now, the timings are a little slow on it compared to a lot of the stuff nowadays. It's CL18, 22, 22, 42. But who gives a shit? I got 120 gig of it.
I don't know what the fucking...
I'll never need to do more than that. You could edit in 4K video and not max out the memory in it.
My memory is running...
You said 3600 last time.
DDR4,
which is ideal for the CPU
gig.
you got.
The frequency it's only running at 1700. That's odd.
Well, yes, technically, because it's also doubled. You don't see the double part. There's a multiplier in there. So if you're running at 1800, that's technically running at 3600. 1700, double 17. That's what it's actually running at. Because it's double data rate.
I'm with you. I was wondering that.
It's kind of like your Ethernet cable. Your Ethernet cable, when they say it's gigabit, technically it's not gigabit, it's 2 gigabit. Because it's 1,000 there and 1,000 back. And it can simultaneously talk.
In and out.
And listen.
It's in and out, isn't it?
Yes.
I've got you.
So you're only seeing the speed because that's what the highway speed limit is. But it's going both directions, so it's technically 3,600. Thereabouts. And it's going to fluctuate up and down based upon temperature and necessity and what's being asked of it.
I mean,
I'm curious right now with everything running.
I could probably get this upgraded a bit more. Like I said, get that card in. Maybe boost me RAM. So, yeah, that might give us a little bit of an improvement for the time being.
If you wanted to do the graphics card and a motherboard upgrade, you could probably get yourself an X570 motherboard for like $120, probably about 80 quid, 90 quid your way, and then drop that 460 in there. Use the existing memory, the existing power supply, everything onto the new motherboard, and now you're going to run onto Gen 4, where you can do either your NVMe drive, your solid state hard drive.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Gen 4 as opposed to the Gen 3, which means you're going to be at like 7,000 megabits per second read and write time on your hard drive.
So that's the X470,
X570 motherboard.
570. I'll write it down. I'll have a look.
Yeah, X570 motherboard. Use your existing DDR4 RAM, and you could use the existing graphics card, or you can upgrade it.
The 4060. I'll have a look. You never know.
Yeah, because the 4060 is right above the 4050. 4060 is enough to do editing and all that other stuff. It's enough to do 4K. So if you got a 4K monitor later on down the road, it would be fine with it. Without any issues, you could technically game at 4K. It would be, slower frame rates than what gamers like to have, but it would work.
This one's 4K, but it's only 30 FPS. Not 60. Which is enough. It's enough for that. I mean,
and the 40 series isn't that much better either.
Yeah.
Some games are going to be able to do the 4K 60, but some of the games are going to be 4K 8 frames per second. Like Cyberpunk or some of these new ones.
To be honest, I mean, we don't really run like the newer games. I mean, like I say, she runs Tomb Raider, GTA, a couple of games off Steam, a couple of games off Steam, whatever they are, the online ones. Hey, what I do like though, the new Black Ops one looks fucking amazing. But you need a mod machine for that. It looks absolutely out of this world. It's almost like watching a film. That's that good.
It is. That's why the impression I got with GTA when I first played it. I'm like, holy cow. Especially now that it's on the PS5.
Well, the wife is holding back. She's waiting for the release of GTA 6. And when that comes out, she's going to get the new games console to go with it, whether it be a PS, whatever, or a new Xbox. just getting that and the game. Just hanging back. I think it's not till next year it's due out. Been a few teaser trailers, but I think you're looking about next year sometime by the time it actually gets released.
That's kind of like the 5000 series RTX cards. They were supposed to come out the end of this year. Now they're like, oh no. The CEO's given some presentation at CES or something in January or February. So that's when they said, no, that's when it's going to drop. And it isn't just going to be one card. And it isn't going to be the 4090 or the 5090. It's going to be the 5080 and the 5070 are going to release at the same time in February. So that puts like March or April for the 60 series.
Aye. It's getting crazy, isn't it?
They already have them. They're just not in production yet.
My ultimate camera would be like a cinema camera, like a red or an Arri. Oh, I'd love to have one of them. Oh, brilliant.
You gonna trade your car for it or your house?
None of them would be able to afford it. I think
those cameras start off at like 25,000.
The one I've seen, a red, and it started off at 35 grand, and that was with no lenses. That was just the camera.
No, forget it. Never.
And then your lenses.
My wife wants to get into photography, and she's like, how much did we spend on your camera? I'd like to, be able to start taking pictures. And I'm like, she sent me a picture of a camera she wanted me to buy on Amazon. I'm like, honey, the one that we bought for our honeymoon, you can have that one because I don't use it because it doesn't have HDMI output that's clean. I can watch stuff in it after the fact, but you can't live on it because it's not capable. So you can take pictures on that, but don't waste our money on buying another one because the one you're looking at buying is crappier than the one we bought for our honeymoon. The one we have for our honeymoon can take pictures as good, if not better than this, because it's got the lens is non-replaceable, but it's one of those ones where it's telescopic plus digital. So we can do like 15 to 1200.
Digital zoom. Awesome, man.
Anyway, we're at 6 hours.
Oh God, really? Jesus. Well,
it's 11 o'clock your time, 6 o'clock my time. Time to wrap this stream up. I really appreciate all of you guys that hung out with us till the very end. Jibber jabbering about computers and technology and cameras and.
I think we're going to start a new live stream on computers. We'll probably go for about 10 hours on that one.
That'd get expensive to keep up with that, though.
Oh, what?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. I guess hope you guys have a fantastic week ahead. Curious to see what happens, but fortunately, all the election commercials end today.
Woohoo!
So tomorrow starts all fresh.
Well,
hope you guys have a fantastic week ahead, and we'll see you same time, same place next week.
Yes, just like Alex says, thank you everybody in chat for joining us. Absolutely love it. Please, if you don't mind, hit that thumbs up on the way out. It does help. Alex's, loady-doody stuff with his channel. Also, get your hand checks in, your doggy pics, your pet pics, all that stuff on the usual social media. He's everywhere. Facebook, Discord, you name it. He's all in there. Everything's in there. So please, put your stuff in. And as always, thanks Alex for having me on again as usual. Absolutely great fun. But until the next week, hopefully when I get this bloody computer sorted out, or it might end up in a skip, we'll see. I'll hopefully see you all then. So until next week, we shall see you all. You all take care, stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.